There's nothing behind this. It's just someone said gravity holds the gas to Earth. Why? How do you know that? Because it has to. There's no physics model. There's nothing that can describe how this would happen. There's no thermodynamic theory of gravity or how gravity creates any thermodynamic frickin' properties to happen at all.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, not. I mean, I'm trouble having a,
I know it's hard to
trouble.
accept because you learned, like, yeah, dude, there's this outer space thing. It's a big giant vacuum, and blah blah blah. But when you look at how is this even physically possible? Is there evidence for
Again?
this? Why are you interrupting?
Because I can.
Because you can get muted? Because you can. No, you can't. Fucking rude people, man. I don't know what it is in this server, man. People are just rude here. Yeah,
Yeah, I
no,
mean,
learn freaking manners. Well, yeah, I know we have like ultimately,
so are those schools wrong? Like they taught me this shit.
yeah, they're only teaching you what they're told to teach you.
Oh,
Your
okay.
teachers don't know anything. They get a textbook, right?
Mhm.
They go to university. They get a degree in education. They go to a school. They teach you out of whatever the textbook says. They teach you whatever textbook I don't know how they get the textbook. I mean, they do buy the textbooks, right? So there's a monetary incentive to buy one textbook over another. There's no
Oh,
purity here. There's no like pure that these ideas are just being taught because they're true. They're not taught because they're true.
oh, I see.
Remember, I saw my son's textbook,
Mhm.
and it was a history textbook, and in the textbook it said Vietnam War. Want to know what it said?
Vietnam War.
Yeah, Vietnam War. It was a history book in school. Vietnam War. That was the heading.
Oh, really?
That's yeah. No, part of.
Hmm.
Listen, just
Yo,
are you handicapped, bro?
no,
Okay, then learn some manners. Your parents should beat you with a stick, dude. So in the textbook, the section on the Vietnam War just said insert text here, meaning he had a textbook, and instead of having the history of the Vietnam War, it had insert text here.
Oh, I see. Hey, but why would it have insert text here? Why?
I don't know why I said that. So it was like I said, it's a history book. So it had like World War I, World War II, Korean War, and then when it came to described each one of those wars, what they were about, who the sides were. When it came to Vietnam War, it just said insert text here, meaning they never just wrote it out. Does that mean the Vietnam War didn't happen because they didn't put it in the textbook?
Okay, I see. No, it happened, right?
Yeah, I know it happened. The textbook is just the textbook. It isn't always right.
Okay.
And the teachers just teach within the textbook because if they don't, they'll get fired.
Yeah.
I want to play something though. Hey Yoda, you're gonna get a kick out of this. I'm gonna play a little bit of audio. Okay.
Mhm.
So just stand by, X.
So,
This will be eye opening to say the least. Well, ear opening maybe. Ah, shoot. Hold on. I gotta convert this into audio. I jumped the gun. So why do you think the Earth is a spinning
Mm.
water ball in space?
I mean, it makes
And
sense
why do
because
you think people why do you think people are going to the moon?
And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise.
why do
Why
I
do you
think?
think
I mean, they do some research on the rocks of moon. They do.
Oh yeah? What do you know about that? What research
Um,
did they do? Did you know that that Neil Armstrong gave rocks, moon rocks, to the Dutch ambassador way back when, back in the 70s? When they
mhm.
went to when the museum, they ended up in a museum, and when they tested the rocks, it turns out that they were petrified wood.
Petrified wood, you say? Really?
Petrified wood.
How is it possible?
Yeah, well, I mean, does that mean that the moon is made of petrified wood?
No? I guess.
Because it was Neil Armstrong,
Okay.
the astronaut, Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, I know.
So hold on, I'm gonna play this now.
Mhm.
It's probably I think it's like 2 minutes or something. But this is very interesting. Now, I want you to pay particular attention to this X because this should be eye-opening. This guy is not a flat earther. This is just a normal guy, a physicist or something.
Mhm.
Is depressing. It makes me sad. And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise that's about big spaceships flying around the galaxy. And I don't find it depressing for the reason you might think. I don't look at this and say, well, I wish I could go on adventures around the galaxy. I wish this stuff existed in my lifetime instead of the future. I find it depressing because when you go to look up, well, when will we have something like this? Interstellar travel, the answer is never. Allow me to explain. In any franchise like this, when they talk about how their ships work, it's always some kind of literal magic. It's a warp drive or hyperspace or wormholes. It all comes down to some kind of a magic portal that basically lets them skip the long distances. So they are effectively traveling many, many times the speed of light because they just go in here and pop out there. You need to understand that from a scientific perspective, this is no different from if in their engine room they just had a wizard with a magic wand. This is purely a plot convenience dreamed up by fiction writers. There is absolutely no scientific theoretical framework for ever being able to transport a spaceship around the cosmos this way. See, the issue is that because there are no shortcuts through space as there are in fiction, you have to find a way to cover those distances, and the distances are much greater than the average person understands. For example, right now we are trying to go to Mars, and Mars, when it is at its closest to Earth, is about 35 million miles. That's doable at a cost of up to $500 billion per trip, $500 billion by some estimates. That's because this thing doesn't just need to fly for tens of millions of miles, but it needs to be able to keep the astronauts alive for years. Everything has to work perfectly for years without any opportunity to stop for repairs or resupply or refueling. It's cutting edge technology that has to be tested relentlessly to make sure it will not fail during this entire time and that it can hold up to the unimaginable stresses of space. So let's imagine we do that, and I think we will. And we say, okay, now let's upgrade that to do interstellar travel to get to the next nearest star. What you're saying is we need to upgrade this thing so that it can make that $500 billion Mars trip 700,000 times in a row without stopping. And some of you have already done the math and said, well, now hold on. If it takes months to get to Mars, that would take tens of thousands of years to get to the next star. And you're right, at the speed this thing goes, To make that trip in a human lifetime, you need something that can go many thousands of times faster than this, meaning you need engines that are many thousands of times more powerful and that can carry many thousands of times more fuel. With even the most fantastic futuristic technology you can imagine, you still need a craft the size of a city because you have to bring everything. The people on here have to have everything they need to live for decades. The energy required to get this thing up to the speed you need it to go would be many, many more times than all of the energy ever produced on Earth combined. And I know what you're saying. You can't predict where technology is going to go. 200 years ago, they could not have conceived of something like an iPhone. That's true, but this also proves my point if you stop and think about it. The technologies you need to casually invent in your sci-fi to make interstellar travel possible, like the ability to produce a near infinite amount of energy from a tiny amount of fuel, or the ability to manufacture infinite food and water and medical supplies out of thin air. The last thing you would ever use them for is to travel to another star, because you're talking about technologies that would render life on Earth a utopian alien paradise beyond all imagination. For example, earlier when I was talking about the incomprehensible timescales, some of you were shouting at your phone saying, what about hypersleep and suspended animation? But think about what you just said. Look, to do this, all we need to do is to solve for human immortality, to find a technology that makes the human body not age. So what you're saying is that in order to make this possible, you simply need to get life on Earth to a stage where everyone is basically living as a god. By the time we got to that point, there would be no reason to do this. If the issue is running out of room on Earth, we could build an orbiting megacity that could house 100 million people. That would be much, much easier than this. And if you say, but the natural instinct of humans is to go out and explore and to colonize other places, my answer would be that we actually have a planet very nearby that is very similar to Earth but just has some very harsh conditions, and we've not bothered to colonize it yet. It's called Earth. Most of our surface is ocean, and we've not built cities on the ocean floor because why? Nobody wants to be trapped inside a tiny pressurized facility in a hostile environment cut off from everything. And the better and more comfortable life becomes on land, the less appealing that looks. This is fantasy in the same way that the Lord of the Rings is fantasy. It's just a mechanism for storytelling, for heroism and adventure. But we have no possible future that actually looks like this.
That's some good shit right there, man.
Who is he?
I don't know. He came up my Twitter feed, my X feed.
Damn.
But I detected zero lies. Everything he said was 100% accurate.
Sounds like.
To travel to another star, we're basically already have to be gods on Earth. And so why would we even go there? There'd be no point.
Yeah, but the question comes in, right? If there is no vacuum, how can we see those twinkles?
We
I mean, those
can't.
stars.
We can't. It's all fantasy. Not just the wormholes. It's all fantasy. Did you not remember me telling you? This is historically accurate that outer space vacuum was invented in the minds of men way before there was any evidence for it. There was no evidence for outer space when men first thought of it.
Oh, I see. But what are those, those things
Now think
twinkling
about
at
it.
night?
Just think about it rationally for a second. There's some men, there's some Greeks in 300 BC. They imagine that out there's a giant vacuum of space.
Uh-huh.
And then 2,000 years, they're right. 2,000 years later, they just happen to guess right. Come on, man. That's not how the reality works, bro. We don't just guess something and then 2,000 years, the people that guessed, they just turned out to be right. No. So that whole philosophy, the Epicurean philosophy, it is what we, not we, it is the modern idea of how the world works was invented by the Greeks 2,000 years ago. The idea that there's atoms and that there's an outer space vacuum and that there's only matter and energy. These are metaphysical concepts thought of 2,000 years ago. They weren't discovered by men in science or whatever, right? So what happened is
Mhm.
people had metaphysical theories about reality. And then science came from them doing experiments to prove that their metaphysical theories were true. Okay? But they didn't use what we would consider the scientific method. They did what's called cherry picking and confirmation bias, where they would do tests to confirm what they already believed in the first place. For example, sticks and shadows. If you believe the sun is nearly infinite distance away, and then you measure the shadow of a stick in two places in their different lengths, you're going to go, well, the rays of light are parallel. I must be on a ball. Well, you already assumed that the sun is very far away. You already assumed that the thing that you're trying to prove is already true, right? So, and the reason they think this is they thought this idea of the Earth being a globe was metaphysical reasons. Thanks for posting that. Yeah, so if you look in the side chat, Yaga Bruno, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. You have one experiment and two different interpretations. It depends on what your starting assumption is on how you read that, which will determine your conclusion. Assume a flat Earth and a local sun. One conclusion. Assume a ball Earth and an infinitely far away sun. Another conclusion. Now, these same people that use this logic thought that there was a near giant vacuum of outer space and that there was spheres, you know, whipping around the earth. But not everybody thought that, just that group of people. And their ideas are what carried the day through history. And the other ideas have gone away. So, for instance, here's an idea that gone away. They used to think that there's something called the Copernican principle, which says that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. It's just like everything else. Well, that idea, that's not how people used to think. They used to think that the stars, the moon, the sun were a unique physical environment that was different than the Earth. So there was the terrestrial environment where we live, and then there was the celestial environment where the heavens are, right? Where the stars and the moon. And they thought that they followed different rules. And the reason they thought that is because when they tried to do observations that would work on Earth, those techniques couldn't work when applied to the celestial environment, right? So if I want to use triangulation to measure the distance of the sun or the moon or the planets, right? They don't work. If you do the calculation, it shows they have no distance or an infinite distance.
I see.
So they couldn't that so they had reasons to think it was different. It isn't just like there's a lot of things about I mean, they talk about it all the time. We looked through a telescope and we saw this thing. How does this even possible, right? So there's stars that disappear, right?
Yeah.
Hundreds of stars have disappeared that they have on photographic plates going back. So here's another thing. They found transients, right? So they looked at old photographic plates from before satellites existed. And if they interpret what they captured in the plates, that satellites existed before satellites existed. Meaning they saw transient, quote unquote, objects, lights that cross the sky and appeared at repeating patterns. And they can calculate that they're orbiting the Earth, but they couldn't be orbiting the Earth because satellites didn't exist. They weren't invented yet. This is in the 1940s. So you either have to take one or two choices. There's alien spacecraft, okay, which to people nowadays, they think that that's a rational choice somehow. Or the theories of how all that behaves, the celestial environment,
Mm-hmm.
Our hypothesis about it is wrong. Okay, our choice are aliens or wrong.
Oh,
Which one do you choose? Is it aliens orbiting spacecraft, or are they wrong?
I guess they are wrong. Oh no, sorry, the aliens.
Aliens?
And I'm having trouble understanding.
You
Can
even
you
listening
repeat?
to that freaking video. Where'd they come from?
Oh, they were wrong. Oh, yeah, I got it. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, where'd the aliens come from? They have to do the thing that, remember they said space travel? We basically have to
Yeah,
become gods to travel
yeah.
to another star. Why would aliens become gods and come here?
I mean, yeah, my bad. I mean, in a sense that you can say that how pyramid was made, right? Those could be there is a conspiracy of aliens making those pyramids. So
Now, this is all well and good, this space travel stuff, but it's just it's fairy tales. You're never going to space. I'm never going to space. It's just not happening. Cryptic net over here, like, if the government says there's outer space, there's outer space. He is the ultimate brainwashed person.
oh, I
But
see.
I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, it was nice talking with you. I think I'll go and do some research,
Yeah, it was good talking to you too, X. You're a good dude.
sir.
Is anyone in here? Yaga?
What you mean, like somewhere they've got the camera roll, maybe a section of the film in a display case that you can look at?
Right.
Yeah, you can look at it yourself and confirm that
Is
this
this the
actually
part that
exists.
didn't go poof
Like a
with the
link.
telemetry data?
Yeah, like you can confirm this is an actual photo taken on an actual camera roll, and you can see the raw,
Go to the
unprocessed
physical.
version yourself.
Is he talking about?
I mean,
Are
before
you talking about
proceeding,
the
I would like a
negatives?
link to that.
But you can't
Are you
go.
talking that we can pull out the negatives?
Yeah, that's what he's
Yeah,
saying.
like this is like before digital cameras. This is the actual like camera roll.
Yeah, the
No shit.
negatives.
Yeah, it's in the University of Arizona. You can go see it.
You can't go to the physical location itself and confirm that's actually real.
Yeah, so that's a real photo. Before Photoshop, before all that, but you can actually go and look, confirm it was
If
a
you
real
say
photo.
so, Daddy. If you say so, Daddy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
like a plane.
well, I'm surprised none of you like gone and looked. Is
Well, how
anyone?
do you know that that
You
film was
assuming
actually in the
no one
location
has.
that they said it was? You know what I mean? Because they said that that
Well,
film had to have been in Earth orbit. How do you determine that that film physically was in Earth orbit?
Without going there yourself.
well, I mean, you can like presumably maybe. Well, how would they even fake it? Like, how would that have gotten onto that camera roll otherwise?
How would they fake it? Like you're asking us how David Copperfield does a magic trick?
If you
You're saying
cannot
that you're
tell
saying
how
that
how he did the magic, it must be real.
Right.
Right. I mean,
you're
just
saying it
because
would
you
be
may
really
not
easy to
know how a
fake.
magic trick was done doesn't mean that it's not a magic trick.
The question is how did you confirm it?
What is that fallacy? I cannot conceive how could it be done. Therefore, it has to be truth.
Right. It's like a reversal of the burden of proof. You know, it's like you and I, Gemsy, we are watching David Copperfield on TV live performing a magic trick. He is making the Statue of Liberty disappear. How do you
Right.
know he's going to do this? Because when you're watching TV, you're going to see about 20 people sitting on bleachers that David Copperfield is talking to. And those 20 people are witnesses to his event of making the Statue of Liberty disappear. You know how you know he actually made the Statue of Liberty disappear, Gemsy? You saw it happen, and everybody sitting in those bleachers, all 20 people, confirmed that they saw the same thing. They saw the Statue of Liberty disappear. So, Gemsy, I'm going to ask you, if how would they fake it? If this was fake, how could they possibly fake it, Gemsy?
All of the same people that
Based on that, David, he's a real magician, and he actually has superpowers, and he made it disappear.
No, don't be silly. Listen, if you can't tell us how they faked it, it means he really did make the Statue of Liberty disappear.
According to
And
Daddy,
you're just living in denial. You're just a denialist.
yeah, you
You're
deny
denying the
Big
science.
Daddy.
No, it's not science, it's magic. He's a magic denier.
bro.
Well,
It's
there-
magic.
Hey,
there would
Daddy,
be
real quick,
evidence of it
Daddy,
being
is it
fake.
possible that this is just a painting and they took a photograph of a
I'll
painting?
give you
Is that
evidence
possible?
of it's being fake. You want the
Bro,
evidence?
it's magic. It's
Yes.
definitely-
Water don't
Yes.
curve, brother. You can go to the ocean that is in that picture and measure the water, and it's not curving on the surface. That's how we know it's fake.
Yeah, that's the best one, obviously.
I don't know
If they
because
showed like one of the Pyramid of Giza in the middle of New York City, you could just go to New York City and see it's not there. You don't need to know how they faked the photograph. There's no Pyramid
yeah,
of
but
Giza in New
Indigo,
York.
if I show you like
If I
survey
show you,
data, if we
dude, you
both
have
are
no
looking at the same
idea
survey
about.
data,
Oh yeah, let's hear this
and
one.
there's like if there's a surveyor and there's a drop over distance,
You hear?
you're gonna like I can say, oh, that's curve, and then you'll say, oh, that's refraction. And if you show me a longer like distance one, I can say, oh, that's refraction, and you can say, oh, that's lack of curve.
I won't. You have
Right, like,
no
we're both
idea
just
what
gonna
I
be-
say. You,
We're
look, brother.
it's
We're
gonna
gonna
be a dead
shine a
end.
laser. We're gonna shine a laser over a stretch of water, right? And then we're gonna measure the height of the laser.
All right, you can't poison the well before he even says something. You can't tell him what he's going to say.
And they ain't gonna measure
Well,
that anyway. You're
We've had the
misinformed.
conversation before. It's gonna be a dead
Well,
end.
you're
But
you,
with
no
the
one
laser
is
thing-
measuring that anyway. You're misinformed.
Sure, we could talk about because I was just wondering like how is this NASA live stream fake? But if you're saying there's layers of algorithms that like show the exact weather patterns,
How do
that
you know it's
observe in real
live?
time.
Yeah, you can't prove
Because you
it's
can go
true,
outside and
dude.
look at
That's
the
the
weather
point.
and it matches
You got it wrong.
perfectly.
You're
It
reversing the
matches.
burden.
Show us the match, dude.
Yeah, but wait, but Indigo.
No, I
yeah,
want
but
to see the correlation match, dude. Give us numbers.
Something, well, I don't have like.
Yeah, you just made that
flying over
shit
my
up,
house
dude.
right
This is
now.
the desperation you guys do. You eventually would just start making shit up. Just like you said you're gonna measure drop over distance, which you're not gonna. You made that shit up. You've never looked
Yeah,
at
just
any
like when-
survey data in your entire life.
No, the thing
You
is,
also said that the
we
clouds and
do, but
NASA
when we do,
images
you say
match what's on the
refraction.
No,
ground.
you
and
don't,
can verify
dude.
when you look up.
we
said
do.
it
You're
was
lying
that's
about
the
the clouds
refraction.
too.
That you just think you do because some anti-flat earther said we measure drop over distance. You've never looked at any data set in your entire life about this ever.
No, he said-
I literally have.
But I have.
Yeah, like look, it's a gridlock where
It's
you
not, it's not
say,
a
oh,
gridlock.
that
You're
drop
making
over
shit up.
distance, that's refraction.
No,
And I say-
we don't say that.
and I
We
say
say
no.
no. We don't say the drop over distance is refraction. That's a straw man. We've never said that.
So
poison
if
the
I
well.
show you survey data that shows the exact predicted drop over distance,
What is
you're
that?
gonna say refraction.
What
You're
is the
literally going
exact? No. But first of all, what is the exact predicted drop over distance?
The 8 inches per mile squared?
And are you claiming that's what they measure?
There's plenty of surveying data. You guys reject
Okay,
the.
are you claiming that's what they measure? I've seen the survey data. I know more about surveying
sure
than
you
the
have.
surveyors you're gonna cite.
Yeah.
Dude, you just heard some shit and you're parroting it, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. Not even a little bit.
You don't
Okay.
even know what. You know, surveying is basically a death blow to the globe anyway.
Look, bro, check this out.
It's a death blow.
You know what? You know what the
do you mean?
WGS 84 is? Do you know what? Have you ever heard that? The WGS 84.
No.
Okay.
Oh my
It's
God.
a reference ellipsoid that surveyors use. If they measured
I'm not a
curvature, why would they
surveyor,
need?
so
Okay.
I wouldn't know.
No. So they take measurements and they map them to this reference ellipsoid, this imaginary mathematical surface.
Mhm.
Why would they need to do that if they're measuring curvature?
Right.
Oh, like we went over last time, the angles are going to be over 180 unless
No,
you
they're
correct
not.
He knows
for the
about
actual
spherical access.
geometry.
He didn't know about
Brother.
WGS 84, but now he's totally going to give you a lesson on spherical access. That's
Yeah,
just
Oh,
that's
I know
fucking-
nothing. That's fine.
You
Yeah,
don't
I know
know it.
nothing. Yeah.
Okay.
you really
Well,
don't.
you don't
actually.
because you don't know rejection. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. It's the first thing they do to the numbers. You have no idea that's where the spherical axis comes from because
It's because they literally
they're
have
tilting the
except for
azimuth.
it.
You want me to give you the surveying fucking documents where it says it? Reduction of the
Well, if you're
horizontal
looking at,
direction. Do you know what that
reciprocal
is?
zenith angles,
There is
if
no
you're looking at
reciprocal
reciprocal
zenith angles, dude.
you expect it
I'll
to come
get-
up to 180 degrees. If it's over, you got to correct for the curve.
Okay, he
you
needs
don't
to
know.
describe this now.
And then it lines up. And then it
you just-
lines up. Why does it
You
line
just
up when you correct
confused
for
the
the curve?
vertical with the horizontal, dude.
Yep, he did.
Okay,
So, Indio,
well-
I think he needs to describe in detail what spherical excess looks like to the surveyor.
Yeah, he don't know what it is. He
Yeah,
don't
I
even
think,
know what
yeah, well, maybe we can test him because he brought it up. He's talking spherical excess. So, hey, our guest friend, let's say you are the surveyor, you got your theodolite. What's happening? For you to determine that there's spherical excess, what's happening? What are you doing and what's so confounding?
For reciprocal zenith angles, you take measurement from point A to B.
I asked for
and you take
spherical
That's not the
excess.
Yeah, that's not the spherical axis, dude.
What do you mean by spherical axis then?
What do you
What do
mean by
you
spherical
mean?
axis?
You're the one
You
who
brought it up. We know what it is. You freaking don't. And that's what we're
Wait.
highlighting for the audience right now.
You said the phrase.
What do you mean by you
spherical axis.
people?
I didn't phrase it that way.
No, you totally did. You totally brought up spherical excess. It wasn't a word in the conversation until you brought it up.
Play back the live stream. I never said that.
You did bring it up, debate. You did bring it up because actually he was talking about the ellipse.
I might have brought up a concept that he calls spherical excess. I just want to know what he means when he assigns that
You
phrase
brought
to
it up, bro.
You brought it up as if you knew what it mean when he was talking about the ellipsoid. He was asking you a question
No, I
and you
didn't.
brought that's your answer. Remember?
And you're on the right track to bring up reciprocal zeniths. That's part of it, but I don't think you understand what the full claim entails.
Well, why don't you explain it to me then?
No, it's okay. I'd rather the audience listen to you
Okay,
bring
he
up
doesn't want to
claims that you
explain
can't
it. Okay,
back
that's
up.
fine. So
I
he
mean, I
doesn't want to
can. I've
explain
done it. I've done it so many times before. You could actually listen to any of our live streams going back years, and I've discussed this topic at length. So is Indio, so is Rojo, and others.
Yeah, can you guys like link in chat a reciprocal zenith angle, show the methodology, show it adding up, and the raw numbers adding up to 180 degrees.
Your claim. You brought it up.
Dude, you're confusing the vertical with the horizontal, dude. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, but this is his claim. He the one brought this up as an answer to your thing about the ellipsoid.
Okay, brother.
Our friend guest,
Spherical
when you do
axis is the
reciprocal
horizontal
zeniths,
direction. Okay.
I was going to ask.
Reciprocal zenith angles are the vertical. You're confused.
You have to add up
That's
both
right,
of
it's
them,
about the
right?
dip.
And then divide by 2.
No. Okay, if you have a triangle on a sphere, if you have a triangle, it's going to measure to greater than 180 degrees. Okay, so if the Earth was a sphere and you had a line on the surface of the sphere, you'd have a triangle greater than 180 degrees. The excess from a regular planar triangle is the spherical axis. Reciprocal zenith angles is when you take a vertical and the verticals are tilted away from each other.
Yeah.
They're too.
So why do they tilt away from each other in your perspective?
They don't.
Okay. Show me your measurements.
I'll show you. Look, bro.
Yeah, pick one.
Hold on. I'll get the paper. Hold on. I don't even need theirs. I got the one that's in the regular server.
And to be clear, from my understanding is that if you do this time and time again, it's going to consistently add up to over 180. There are a couple times where there's
You're still
interference that can like
confusing
actually
the.
lead to a concave Earth. So if
No,
you guys
it's
have
not.
like one example that
Idiot,
might not be as
idiot,
compelling,
dude,
if you guys have
idiot.
a bunch, that actually would be
You're being
compelling.
an idiot. You're still confusing two different things, dude.
Yeah, you asked him
I
to
don't
show
think
it.
he knows what he's even supposed to be adding. So which angles are
He's
you
reading
adding?
what
Let's see.
Dr. Phil's
You're the
fucking telling
surveyor.
him.
You're the surveyor. You need to add the angles. What angles did you measure that you're adding? Can you describe what you did? So
Add up
let's
all the
say
angles
angle
of a
A
triangle,
to
it's going to add
what?
up to 180
Angle B
degrees.
to what?
From you to the other person.
Yeah,
And
so
you
I
know you have
measure an angle from me to the other person. That's 180 degrees. Congratulations.
Yeah, and you have from you directly up 90 degrees.
All right, great. So we got from me to the person, it's 180-degree angle.
Mhm. And the
And
idea
then,
of the
then I've got a vertical, and then he's got a vertical. Excellent.
the idea is that if there's a reciprocation, so somebody looking back at you, they also have a triangle, right? And if
Wait,
you
we
add
didn't
those up
form a
and divide by
triangle yet.
2,
We did not form a triangle yet, dude.
Yeah, you didn't form a triangle. You only named 2 points. Triangle need 3.
you can calculate the triangle.
Yeah,
though.
what triangle are you calculating?
Right, you only got an 80-degree angle. That's 2 points.
I'm going to say that you heard the phrase reciprocal zenith angle uttered by some anti-flat earther, and he seemed to use it to great effect. So you come in here and you're doing the same thing. That's just my impression.
Who are these anti-flat earthers?
Oh no, Dave McKeegan, McToon, all the people that avoid talking to us because when they came in here years ago, they got their asses tossed.
Oh shit! I wish I was around for that.
Yeah, it sounds
Is there recordings of this? Like, can I go listen to?
Yeah,
these?
you can listen to the recordings when McToon and others
There's
came
a
in.
recent one. There's a recent one. DJ and McToon.
McToon had a meltdown.
I heard that one actually. I actually think DJ won that debate.
That's why MC2 doesn't come here anymore.
That was a shutout. Like, just worse than a win.
He had a meltdown and ran out the room. How he win a debate and had a meltdown and ran out the room?
Well, because I'm only saying that I think DJ won because it seemed like MC Toon kind of had to like refine his goalpost, but like in a way that looked like it was moving the goalpost, or like I don't know, maybe
he
just
actually
wasn't
moved the
clear, like he
goalpost,
didn't
then he
state
called
it
him
as
a
clearly
dickhead.
as.
He called him a dickhead.
Well, that's what I heard.
Ran out the room.
And kept begging him to leave.
Like, he didn't even want to talk anymore. How is that?
Yeah, but he was in QOP server and DJ was a mod there.
Oh, what happened?
He's
I
like,
went
aren't
away
you
for a couple
leaving?
days. What happened to QOP server?
You need to spread his video,
He
or he's not activating it anymore.
Yeah, he's just out.
I think Mattoon was recording, and I think he took it off his channel.
But did McToon take it off? That's hilarious if he removed it.
I would.
The internet remembers. Yeah.
So, debate, dude. Debate daddy. So, we're going to give you a crash course in this, okay? First of all, reciprocal zenith angles are horseshit because in the globe model, the plumb line is curved. It's not perpendicular to the ground in the first place, right? That's why they have two things, right? They have a geoid, which is the equipotential surface of gravity, which indicates the direction of plumb, okay, lumpy gravity. And then they have the reference ellipsoid, which is supposed to be oblate spheroid. Those are two different things that they meld together. So they don't measure curvature. All this shit comes from calculation. Doesn't come from measurements. This isn't my opinion. You can check this yourself, dude. Anybody listening to this live stream can check themselves. Everything I'm saying is 100% factually accurate. And if you look in the thing, if you look at what I posted, so I posted them measuring a concave Earth, a flat Earth, a convex Earth, reciprocal zenith angles, and the reduction of the horizontal direction, which is the calculation which gives you the spherical excess. Because think about it, if I have a surveying instrument, we got 3 surveying instruments forming a triangle. and we have lines of sight between each point of this triangle. That's a planar triangle, and it's going to be 180 degrees. It wouldn't become a spherical triangle until you projected that onto the surface of the sphere, the actual ballpark. But from the point of the telescope, that's just a planar triangle. So they're not measuring any spherical excess.
Right, they have to calculate it because they don't have an actual curving surface to measure. So they have to make all these inferences
Bingo.
about it.
And since there's no curving surface, this fucking stupid image is fake.
Okay, you tagged me in the refraction coefficient will be minus 3.3 and minus 2.9, respectively. It certainly illustrates the assumption of plus 13 for most of terrestrial surveying instruments by default will not definitely be correct. Well, yeah, I mean, like, it's saying plus 13 for most of them.
Well, what we're trying to tell you is what actually happens. What actually happens is you're going to get, because of the meteorological conditions, if you go do lots of measurements, you're just going to get a variation. Sometimes it'll be a plus angle. Sometimes it'll be diverging angles. Sometimes it'll be converging angles. Sometimes it'll be parallel angles. It all depends on when you make the measurement. There is no one thing that happens.
So why do you think the plumb line is curved again?
I don't think it's curved. Globe
I thought you said the plumb line was curved.
Yeah, in geodesy, plumb lines are curved. In geodetic surveying, plumb lines curved.
What?
Right. If you defend the globe, you have to curve the plumb line, right?
Oh, I sure do.
Yeah, there's like 200 years of curving plumb lines that we could post for you in the side chat.
Why is McToon.net coming up the first search result?
Because whoever they are in parentheses, want you to see it before our shit.
This is
because
the first thing that came up.
He's like a priest. He's one of the priests, so you have to pass through the priest first.
I don't think he has like a partnership with Google. I don't know.
Well, Google has a partnership with Congress.
Actually, wait, am I using Google?
I don't know if it's even worth getting into, but the social media companies have a partnership with Congress.
I'm using Brave Search, not Google, but
Congress told social media to censor Flat Earth. We've got that on video from C-SPAN.
Yeah, and part of censoring is giving you the misinformation that they want you to see. That's what you're getting, and that's what you are trying to push at the moment. Nonsense.
So you're looking at this deflection of the vertical?
Yeah.
What am I looking at here?
And curving plumb lines. It's a bit different. So there's deflection and a curve. Because a plumb line is not only curving. They claim that the plumb line is not only curving in some places, but it's also deflected. So the plumb is being shifted off of where it's expected to be. Meanwhile, the whole line is going to be arcing instead of being held taut and straight.
Isn't it just going to be it's just going to be taken from the instrumentation itself? Like the instrument will auto level and then take a perfect plumb line. Why would that deviate?
Yeah, it will. The instrument will be true. What won't be true is the calculation that follows. So people measure the Earth flat with these instruments, and then they curve their measurements around a mathematical reference ellipsoid.
I don't think they would do that.
That's how they describe it. I can give you a university lecture. I can give you several university lectures on this. I can give you books and papers going back to the 1800s on this. The process Indio told you has an actual name. He isn't making this up. It's called the reduction of the horizontal datum, or the reduction of the mathematical datum. That's the actual phrase, and that's what they're doing when they take these measurements and bend them.
It's the first thing they do before they even enter it into the log. They do the calculation because they're changing the direction, the azimuth. They're rotating it because if you they're assuming the Earth is a ball, right? So if you have a vertical, right, the plane of the vertical is going to be different at each location. This is kind of like uh, the reciprocal zenith angle thing. So they're tilting them away, but when you tilt this, you have to rotate the azimuth a little bit. So this is what they're doing. They're rotating the azimuth. So they're not measuring these azimuths. They're rotating it by taking, say, you take the measurement at 1,000 feet. You have to send that down to the surface of the Earth. Otherwise, you're going to have a planar triangle. You're trying to map it to the surface of the reference ellipsoid that they're using, this mathematical surface. And when you do that, you take it from a point off the surface to a point on the surface. The azimuth will rotate because the surface is tilted relative to that point. So I know it's hard probably to wrap your head around this because this is all new and shit, but it's created mathematically. It's not measured. Period. People that telling you it is don't understand either what they're doing or listening to some other fucking moron. I mean, curved plumb lines, bro. Really, they got to go that far? That plumb line's curved. I mean, how many band-aids are required?
All the refraction wasn't good enough.
Debate Daddy, are you gonna recognize what is being said, acknowledge it, maybe concede,
I'm trying to
or are
pull up
you just gonna?
I'm trying to pull up the paper myself to actually see.
This is why they say GPS clocks need to be tuned and why atomic clocks are off and all this other crap.
I love like motions of the stars can be explained by a or the day and night can be explained by the orbit or the rotation of the Earth. I said, yeah, and refraction and orbits and eccentricity and obliquity and wobble and precession and sidereal years. And, yeah. I think they got a couple other cycles in there too. But they have like a precession, a nutation cycle, right? So not only is there a wobble, the wobble is wobbling.
That's right. The wobble wobbles. That's mutation. Nutty mutation.
And then, like, the funny thing is, right? Epicycles were complicated. That's why we don't use them anymore because we kept having to add difference. And we kept having to add pieces to do the orbits. What the hell are you doing? You're doing the same thing.
Yeah, it still doesn't work, and they still have to add them in just in the reverse.
Dude, within our lifetime, you're going to add something else. The Earth is slightly flipping over or something stupid, right?
Yeah, and it will be like a 2 billion year cycle.
It'll be like a back and forth pole wobble or something. You know what I mean? In the direction of the orbit, it'll flip back and forth a little bit.
Oh yeah, like those screws or nuts in zero gravity that flip back and forth when you rotate them.
Oh yeah, there we go. Why isn't the Earth doing that?
Maybe it is, and we're due for one.
Can't wait.
Well, the south becomes a north, and north becomes a south.
Just wherever I am, make it beachfront property in a warm climate.
Well, within the medical industry, they can use these dual magnets to move North Pole to whatever position they want to. So maybe the creator can do that and just switch the polarities of north or south poles or whatever. Just flip them.
Well, they're thinking that the ancient North Pole used to be east of Madagascar, the celestial north, and it's going to go back to that again.
Think about this topic. Now, consider what I just said about surveying and then what other people say. Who's spreading disinformation or misinformation?
Not me.
When you think about it, that's what they're actually doing. I mean, definitionally, I guess it would be disinformation because they're trying to convince them of something that's not the case. I don't know I don't even know what the definition of misinformation is. I guess it depends on the motive of the speaker.
Daddy, is it possible that the Earth is not a globe, and would you just be misinformed or disinformed?
I think it is possible. Yeah. I mean, the thing that would convince me, again, I told DJ this, but it would be the Black Swan stuff and like a bunch of them, but with refraction measured in it, factored in to say, okay, well, we also did proper refraction measurements time and time again. And so not just saying that, oh, you should only see as far as the geometry allows, but factoring in the optics and any other covariate. If you factor in all the covariates and you still see quote unquote too far, I know that's not the right language, but then yeah,
If you studied what we know, like if you studied optics and refraction, you're going to end up further on our side on this.
I mean, the refraction that they say is necessary is not even possible. It's not physically possible.
Yeah, I get that's the argument. It's like it's either not possible or
it's not an argument.
incredibly unlikely.
It's not incredible. It's not possible. It's not possible.
Well, you gotta do the measurement.
It's like saying it's like when they say maybe gravity's bending the light, right? And then the equations that relativity based upon the mass, they say the mass of the Earth, it would bend the light 1/16 millionth of 1 degree. So if a glober come up and said, "Hey, it's gravity bending the light," and everybody, this is basically the same thing. Instead of saying gravity, they're saying it's refraction. But gravity and refraction have the same level of plausibility. None. But because they're familiar with refraction as a phenomenon, because of lenses and all these things, they think, hey, yeah, it's possible. No, it's not possible. Not what we observe. You need refraction. I mean, DJ, I'm sure he presented it to you. Walter, like, you need refraction that's so severe. Like, we're talking like 70-degree temperature gradients in a span of like 10 feet. Where does that exist on Earth?
So is he saying that if you
especially
guys
over water,
into account, is he saying that if you guys take into account the impossible refraction and demonstrate that, then I don't know. It's like he's asking for the impossible or something.
I get that you're claiming that you need a 70-degree difference. Yeah, like, and maybe there could be some pressure that contributes or humidity or something as well. But just if you actually had the calculations and the instrumentation and measurements, it would bolster the argument in an incredibly strong way.
It does the opposite. If you understand what refraction's doing, like I hate to say it, the molecular freaking level, you're going to realize that what you need to provide is backup and information for your side of the argument.
Oh, I agree. I think that because DJ also said, well, if globers had the same refraction measurements and we went out and we saw a curve and we factored in how far you see and to the other side, if we had equally enough hundreds of measurements, hundreds of factoring in all the covariates refraction, he would also equally be convincing the other way as well. But like we're both
look, bro, that's like saying, oh, you need to rule out general relativity and you need to take gravitometer fucking measurements to make sure light isn't bending around due to fucking curving space-time. Okay, that's bullshit. There's no justification for doing any refraction, anything. You understand? You need to have look, if you're going to say, hey, this could be a confounding variable, okay, you can say that, but you need to demonstrate how it would be a confounding variable.
actually has the terrestrial refraction
I actually
formula.
agree with that.
The terrestrial refraction formula has distilled its variables down to kinematics and not any variable force equivalent dynamics. And that's a huge problem because terrestrial refraction is based on a model without any underlying physics.
Yeah, there's no, especially if you start getting into the wavelength differences, right? You start trying to add what happens when refraction actually happens, dispersion, chromatic aberrations, and these effects that we observe whenever we design a lens or see something through an actual refractive medium of sufficient distance or sufficient severity, we would see these other optical effects, right? We wouldn't just, we would see magnification, we would see things looking small, we would see distortion, we would see, like I said, chromatic aberration where it's blue, like blue on top, red on the bottom. We would see these other effects that we don't observe.
Yeah,
All they say, hey man, the Earth looks
rainbows
flat.
everywhere.
The Earth looks flat. We know it's a globe, so there must be refraction. That's the justification.
Yeah,
The
I
Earth
think you're
looking
speculating
flat
in
is
the other
not a
direction.
justification for saying there's refraction for a globe. Think how crazy that is. What's your evidence for refraction on a globe? The Earth looks flat. I mean, how dumb does that sound?
Yeah, it looks flat, and it wouldn't look flat if it wouldn't be flat if you take into account this refraction that you cannot actually account for.
I mean, you guys
we
agree,
don't have the atmospheric
you
physics
guys agree that on different
built out
days,
yet to describe it.
depending on the conditions, you can see further or shorter depending on the day
we
you're
agree.
at there, right? Okay, so there you go.
But what is the factor that determines that? It's opacity. It's the
Right, and then
opacity of the
further
air.
than
How
what?
many
Further than something you
particles? How much
imagine to be
water
true.
vapor?
Let's say the opacity were equal on both days. Like, you think you would be able to see the same
Look,
if there were different
meteorological.
refraction?
When I say opacity, I'm talking about meteorological visibility. Okay.
Yeah.
Meteorological visibility determines how far you can see. It's the transparency of the air.
And what does that have to do with a globe? That's not evidence for a globe.
Well, I think that well, it's one variable that can affect how far you can see, but you don't think that.
How do you know that?
How do I know that that's one because you just said it was a variable.
No, I said opacity of the air. That has nothing to do with refraction. That's absorption.
I know.
and attenuation.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying you don't think that there could be some other variable like refraction that could affect it as well.
Could be gravity too. Could be freaking magic machine elves. I mean, it could be anything. We could just sit here. We need some justification for saying, yeah, this variable is a confounding variable.
But so on the gravity thing, like I looked into that. Okay, so like on Hung's work, what's the argument that you think Hung's making in this paper?
Hung? What are you talking about?
The plumb line curve that you linked, because he does go over
lumpy gravity, dude. That's what they say it is. They say it's lumpy gravity.
Well, it's mass anomalies, right?
Yeah, lumpy gravity.
Yeah, lumpy gravity.
Yeah, well, it's only like what, like a tiny fraction of an arc curve that it's going to.
So does that mean it's not enough or enough to make a difference?
It's not enough to make a difference.
Okay, so you don't have an argument for your side.
Then why are they accounting for it? If it isn't enough to make a difference, then why are they using it at all?
Because the lumpiness is only going to make it like a tiny curve, but he said that it's this is only something you can see with high precision mapping. Like it's so minuscule.
Statistical significance is lost on the general public, including those that do science.
Yeah,
he's saying it like he's arguing it can be treated as a straight line without introducing a significant error at all. Like it's not considered a significant.
How did we just go from refraction to the lumpy gravity thing? Like, dude,
because you're supposed
to push in the clutch before you change gears.
Because the gravity thing, I don't think anyone's actually saying gravity can affect how far you can see. Because who seriously like, because the gravity variations due to lumpy gravity, it's not going to explain why you can see on another day. Number one, because The
Dude, are you
actual
high as fuck or something?
wait.
These
I
are
think
two
he's doing
separate
everything he
arguments,
can.
dude.
what you're saying about gravity can people saying gravity can affect how far you can see. That would, if anyone said that, that would be really dumb.
No. General
Sounds like
relativity,
one
right?
of us.
Look, brother, general relativity, we've heard this before. People come in and say, because general relativity curves space-time, the light does not travel in a straight path and would curve around a ball, the same way like a black hole, right?
Oh,
Right?
no, but what I'm
It's-
saying is, if you can see further on day 2 versus day 1, that can't be
Okay,
explained
are you not
by
getting
general
it?
relativity.
If someone said that was a reason that we could see too far, they would need to justify it. I'm using an analogy argument, okay?
Yeah,
If they said that, we couldn't take that at face value. We'd say, okay, why? Okay, let's do the calculation. Would we actually, with the calculation of general relativity of how much, quote unquote, space time would be bent, is 1/16 millionth of a degree, which at 25 miles is like 4 nanometers. No, we don't need
exactly.
to take that into
Well,
account.
I agree.
So
I agree with that.
if we apply the same reasoning to refraction, hey, can refraction actually deflect light this much? There's no evidence it can. Are there sufficient weather conditions on Earth that would make this possible? No one's demonstrated that there is. No one's shown it in
Well, I mean,
formula,
like
in
with
equations, in a model. No one's shown it. They just say it.
But you speak with your nose. Speak with your
Yeah,
Yes,
I
nose.
mean,
it's a
like,
variable that needs to be accounted for. How do I account for it? I don't know. Why should I account for it? I don't know. Because
let's
refraction.
hope
You
it's
don't believe
true.
refraction exists?
Let's just hope it's true, because if it's not true, we're screwed.
And
It better be
but
true
like
because it
but
has to be a ghost.
the key thing is the other phenomenon that if there was a very strong refraction that existed the way is claimed, there would be other visual phenomenon that would indicate that it's happening. There would be dispersion because refraction depends on the wavelength. Okay, so a red ray and a blue ray would take different paths to the camera. And the blue ray would appear higher than the red ray, right? So if you're taking a picture of something, and this is shown astronomically, take a picture of Jupiter. Jupiter's redder or bluer on top and redder on the bottom. Okay, you can see this in the picture. They actually make a device called a chromatic aberration corrector, which is 2 mirrors which will merge the blue and red image together, so it just looks like a one clear image. So we see this in astronomy. We've never seen this terrestrially. And I assume we're looking through the same air, right?
But don't you guys aren't you the guys who post the image of the green laser at night curving upwards? Like, you don't think that light can bend, affecting how far you can see and affecting what you see?
Yeah, I believe light can bend, but is it bending sufficient to account for the observations? Is it possible to do that?
That's what you have to measure. You haven't measured it.
To know it's possible or not?
To measure the covariates and factor those in.
If it's 3 orders of magnitude outside the fucking prediction, dude, like, what are you talking about?
Well, if the standard refraction is just is it considered an average or the median?
Let me just give you. I'll just spitball some numbers. Could refraction account for an observation of 300 miles? If I saw it, if I was on the beach and I could see a boat 300 miles away, or a bright light or whatever, could you count?
Are you just saying in theory?
Yeah, this is a hypothetical.
Well,
Can a meteorological condition exist on Earth that would allow that to happen?
Have we? Well, it depends how you're asking that. Like, if you're saying, have we actually met?
Is there a meteorological condition that can exist that would bend the light so that something 300 miles away would appear in my line of sight?
Well, do I have an example of that on hand? No, but in theory, I can imagine.
No, in theory. Yeah, that's what's in question.
I can imagine it.
Is it in theory? Is it actually possible in theory?
Sure, why not? Yeah, why not?
Because the fucking meteorological conditions that would necessitate that don't exist on Earth.
That just sounds like a claim.
a claim. The meteorological conditions that would allow that to happen would be a fucking temperature gradient of, I don't know, 10,000 degrees in a meter.
I don't know if it would. I don't know if it would just be temperature. You realize like it's temperature, pressure, and humidity, right?
The temperature is the only factor that matters.
Well, that's just another claim.
It's not another claim. It's an Understanding Astronomical Fraction by Andrew Thomas Young. It's 4,000 times greater than the other variables, changes in temperature.
So you're just going to.
It's not a claim. I just gave you the citation, dude.
That's fine. Well, it just seems like weird for you to ignore the
Temperature
other
is the
things
major
that have an effect.
factor that determines that, especially if you fit it in any. Because what do we have? We have models that make predictions. None of these models make accurate predictions. Okay. And if we
Sure,
insert,
I'm just saying,
like,
I don't know this guy. I don't know his methodology. I'd have to read the paper to see. But
Understanding Astronomical Refractions on Harvard's website. You
yeah,
can
I
just type it in.
I might sign off and I don't have to read the paper.
So let me read a simulation study of refraction effects by Kay Beckett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales. The atmosphere, an optical environment, and electromagnetic observations has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effects of electromagnetic wave propagation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of the refraction effects on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills the precision requirements of geodesy in 300 years. Okay?
I mean, I could see how, like, if you go down to the pavement on a hot day, it's obviously going to be the temperature that is, like, affecting that, right? Like, I can see in some cases how that can be very obvious. But I don't know, like, what if there's, I don't know, some, like, humidity or something that, like, I can just conceive of.
I don't know
Like,
why
I
you
would have
keep
to read the
naming
paper.
humidity. Humidity is not really a factor in refraction. It's almost nothing.
I'll read the paper.
CO2 is more important than that. CO2 content.
Well, I'll read it.
Okay, but the point is that no one's demonstrated that there's terrestrial refraction that can exist that can allow these observations. They just say they can. You have to account for it, and you say, how do you account for it? They don't know how. None of the models that are available to anybody make accurate predictions, so they're useless.
Aren't the
calculation of what? A model that don't work? If you're doing a calculation with a model that don't work, what good are they?
I thought the refraction coefficient, all the calculations that go into it is like they do know and they do factor that in.
They don't match any observation. Do you understand? You come up with a model, you go out into the world, and then you test to see if the model makes accurate predictions.
Yeah,
it doesn't make accurate predictions, and your model's useless. None of these models make accurate predictions, so they're all useless.
With your long distance observations, you have the photo, you have the height and all that, you have the lens, but you don't have the actual measurements of the covariates on that day.
Okay, but even if I did, what would I do with them?
You'd factor them in, and you'd say, "Hey, look,
into
we did
what?
what you
I would
wanted
factor them into what? Into a model that don't work? I take the temperature, I take the humidity, I take the wind speed, I take the fucking temperature gradient, I know the fucking everything along the entire line of sight. And then I take that data and I take those measurements and stick them into what?
You would factor in the refraction.
How?
And you could plug
You're just saying you would do it. There's no model I can put them in.
You should see on the model, but just to say I'd factor
no
it
model works.
That doesn't work, that's question begging.
Brother, which model?
You understand that's question begging, though.
Which model, dude? No, you're just saying that somehow there's a model out there. No, dude, you're saying I can take these measurements and there's some model available where the measurements will actually make a coherent fucking result. There is not. You just think there are. That's why you guys just say account for refraction. You can't say how to account for it. Even if I had all the data you wanted to, what do I do with it?
Well, I mean, the math is pretty clear how to do it. Like,
yeah, the math is pretty clear, but it don't work.
Well, it's like you think physicists don't know any of this stuff. That's very arrogant of you. Of
What
course
did I
they
just
know.
read to you? And you can't just appeal to credentials, okay? They don't know. If you read the literature on terrestrial refraction, they admit they don't know. I could sit here and read fucking 10 citations from the literature. I just read one.
So you're saying
So
that
far, no universal solution has been found. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effects. So far, no universal solution has been found. What's confusing about that? So there's no model I can take the data and stick it into, which will give me a predictive result. And we know this because people have tried this. There's plenty of papers, okay, where people have actually went out and they've done measurements. They've compared the measurements to the model in the meteorological conditions were measured, vertical ones, line of sight, all types of stuff, and they don't match. And they don't
Well, I
match
mean, I'm not
because they're
familiar with
making
models, but
assumptions in their model, or there's variables in their model that they're not accounting for. Okay,
yeah, but what? Okay,
probably
so
assumptions
Indigo,
in the
what
model
would
that they'll
you could still build a case, right, and make it stronger than you're doing now. Which, for example, if and I don't know which model. Like, I'm not
build a
familiar with the
case.
hundreds of models you're
Look,
talking. But well, just let
my
me
case is open and
hold
shut,
on.
dude. You don't
Wait,
have evidence
hang
to
on.
present in counter of it.
Let me respond, please. So let's say that they're saying, okay, well, it's not a universal model. There's none of them that fit all cases. There's always some edge cases in each model. But I think
That's
if you
not what
took,
they're saying. Okay, that's not what
well,
they're saying at all.
well, I'm just inferring it based on like what you said. I haven't read the paper
Based on
yet.
what you want. That's bullshit,
You
bro.
have to give me time to read the paper. I can't read it right now, right? But if you took a bunch of their models and you plugged in the math for each of them and you said this observation
None
works on
of
none of them,
them
'cause
work,
there might be
dude.
a model that it does work on. Try to find it. If you can't, you could say, look, we tried all of your refraction models, tried the math in every way that you guys claim that you guys have up until this point. None of them worked. I think that would be a strong case. Don't you agree?
I have a strong case. You have nothing to counter it. You have just like maybe they meant something else. Maybe there's a model that there isn't. In the literature itself, it says there isn't. They say that there is no deterministic model that can be made.
It's
Okay,
not
you guys.
universal, but it works. It might work in
No,
most
this is
cases, but
another
there might
paper
be
that
edge
says there
cases.
is no determinant. It's not just one paper, brother. It's the entire body of the literature on terrestrial refraction that you guys never read.
And they misinterpret and say their English words mean something else.
Yeah, I know the refraction whisperer over here. Look,
Well,
there's what's in
if there's hundreds of
academia.
models.
No, there's what's in
Well, plug in your
academia
math,
and what
plug
they
in your
say.
measurements to all the models, and then say, "Hey, look, it works on none of them." That would
Yeah,
be
it
a strong
works on none of
case.
them.
That's
What
a
do you mean
claim.
works on? What are you talking about,
But if you actually plug it in and show it, that would be strong evidence.
bro? Are you okay?
What I'm
I'm
saying is
wondering
not
about you right now.
controversial. I don't know. Like, it's saying it like if
Plug
you're
it
more
into a
thorough
model
about
to
it, it's
see
going to
that
be
it
more
doesn't
compelling.
work. Why?
What model?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. You don't have a
Well,
model.
he's saying there's hundreds, so I'm saying
You
if
have
you,
a bunch
if
of
you try,
formulas of meaningless fucking symbols.
Well, I'm pretty sure like some of those models have like varying degrees of explanatory power, and
People
they might not cover all
Oh my
cases.
god, explanatory
No,
power.
dude.
What?
No, so they actually explanatory power in a model. That's a non sequitur. Models don't explain things. Okay.
You don't think a model can make predictions?
Yeah, they can make predictions, but whether the model's valid or not is based upon do the predictions match reality.
And you don't
Otherwise,
think,
it's a meaningless assembly of symbols.
Don't you agree the purpose of a model is to try to
Who cares?
explain
The
why
human
things happen?
intent is not a factor in this.
If the model is trying to explain why things happen,
No, models just describe. That's all they do.
it's one of the purposes.
Look, models describe. Supposed to make measurements, stick the measurements into the variables, and you're supposed to output some result. that result,
Yeah, but
when
by
tested,
describe.
should match reality. And if it doesn't, you just have a meaningless concoction of symbols.
Yeah, but by describing reality and tweaking some of the variables, we can
It's
understand
obviously
what
not
affects what, and we
reality
can
if it
understand
doesn't
why.
match. If it doesn't match the experimental result, it's obviously not reality.
That's true. That's the point of the model.
Yeah, and if the model doesn't match, first of all, I don't even want to get into a reification problem, but if the model itself doesn't match reality, it's fucking useless. Doesn't mean anything. And there is no model that I can take this data, right, these measurements, and stick them in and get a fucking meaningful result.
I don't think it
Because the
follows that it's
models
totally
themselves haven't been
useless.
proven to be viable.
Well, I think it's going to be useless in the cases that it's like that it can't explain, but it might be able to explain some cases.
What do you mean explain? Why do you keep going back to that? Models don't explain things. Models don't tell you how and why. They're only telling you what's happening. That's it.
Sure, it's going to explain what's happening. Are you happy?
Doesn't explain.
You're doing some weird semantic objections.
No,
uninteresting.
no, you're using lame rhetorical gimmicks.
It's
a rhetorical gimmick is to use the word explain. Flat Earth can't explain this.
You're literally arguing semantics and calling me rhetorical.
No, I'm not arguing semantics. I'm using definitions because words mean things. So the word explanation is how and why, whereas descriptions are what is. It's completely different. So when we say describe, it only just describes what's happening. So if the model stick in the variables and it outputs something, it's not describing what's happening. Okay, there's probably assumptions in the model which you're not accounting for.
Sir.
Well, there's probably assumptions in these models which you're not accounting for. Okay, namely, that the Earth's a globe. That's one. And the spherically symmetric atmosphere. That's two. That light is rays. That's three. Why do you think they use things like 7/6R approximations? Because this can't be modeled. So when you say, hey, we need to know the refractive conditions between A and B, why? To do what with it? There's no reason we should even think they exist. We're observing a flat Earth. Why don't we just say we're observing a flat Earth? Why should we question whether that's the observation? Oh, because you think the Earth is a globe. And if you observe a flat Earth, something weird has to be happening, even though there's no evidence for this weird thing happening.
Well, I mean, the only one assuming things you're saying, well, on some days the particles let us see further, but we're not going to factor in any other things like refraction because it's hard
I have
to
a
account
justification for what I'm saying, whereas you don't.
You're just saying it's hard to account for, so we shouldn't do it at all.
There's no evidence we should be accounting for.
That's literally got to be a fallacy, by the way.
No,
like
there's no evidence. No.
Fallacy,
That's a straw man. That should be a fallacy. Okay, I didn't say that. I said there's no evidence it should be accounted for. You keep jumping the shark. Okay, I want the justification for using it.
Yeah, because we can see further on some days and shorter on others. Like we got to explain that.
Okay.
I don't think that the particle thing is, or like the atmosphere.
Now, what is the evidence that refraction is the reason that's happening? Nothing.
I don't think that like the day being a little bit more misty can explain it, because even if it's clear.
Well, it's weird because they actually will measure the content, and that's when the National Weather Service, they tell you what the visibility is. That's because they actually measured the transparency of the air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they measured it.
You don't think that if the transparency of the air is the same on day 1 and day 2, that you would be able to see the same distance? You think you'd always be able to see the same distance?
No, it only depends on
even
the
if
meteorological
refraction differed.
I don't accept that there's refraction happening at all, dude.
Okay,
what aren't you understanding? You haven't demonstrated your fundamental fucking premise, dude, that refraction
is
is
something
occurring.
we can prove right or wrong. This is a falsifiable view.
Okay.
So atmospheric conditions on day 1 and 2 are equal, your prediction is that you're going to be able to see this exact same distance, and no matter how many times you do it, you'll always see the same distance as long as the clarity on that day is the same, independent of any other thing like refraction, right?
There's other
Now we can
factors,
go and
dude.
test that. We can
There's other
actually test
factors.
that.
Wind speed, direction of the wind. There's a lot of brightness, color of the water. There's other
You
variables.
think like the color of the water is going to change from
Yes, because
within 24 hours?
like if you're trying to look at the horizon, the color of the water and the color of the sky, because human beings see less contrast, the least amount of colors in blue. If the colors of the sky and the water are close to each other, it will be hard to discern where the horizon exactly is.
No,
because you can't
I'm just saying,
differentiate the water from the sky.
I don't see lakes changing color within 24
ocean
hours
does.
all the time.
Within 24 hours all the time?
What's up, Sleep? Oh. I'm going to leave it paused for a second. I'm going to see if I can get him on microphone.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh.
You have some questions about space?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's wait.
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was somewhere. Had to do a few things. But yeah, so the whole thing with the measurements of the Earth is fine. Like I agree. You know, like these. That's not my main contention for now, because all of that has already been like told. I was told that, and you know, had a dialogue yesterday. However, I cannot grasp the whole idea that, you know, NASA is blatantly lying and these space agencies are blatantly lying. I cannot grasp the idea that these rockets are just, where are they going? Like these $1 million rockets, like all of the taxpayer money goes towards the rockets and then there's no profit out of it. But you know, I don't understand where these rockets are going and where these satellites are in space. You know, like the ISS and all that kind of stuff. I cannot grasp that it's all a lie and that NASA is lying and that they're, you know, from the launch pad they're going into space and then they're going around the moon. I cannot grasp that this is all a lie, because if it was, you know, it would have been easy to, you know, point out, because there's CGI experts out there that can actually decode and deconstruct this kind of stuff, and they haven't done it.
Why do you think it
That's
would be
just my
easy
last.
to point out? So essentially, you're saying you're too smart to be that stupid.
No, I'm just saying that my last contention is that it's just too, you know, like, we could say we don't know where these rockets are going. We could say that they're going to the moon, or we could say that they're going back down into the ocean. Instead of saying, oh, well, we don't know where they go, which leaves the idea open to, oh, well, they could have gone to the moon, because that's what their motive is in NASA and everything like that. Is there any proof like they're actually not going up there and actually coming back down without actually saying, oh, well, they're using CGI and all that kind of stuff?
Well, you know, ultimately it comes down to what they're showing us above is not what we're measuring down here on the Earth, right? We should be able to measure that.
Dude, that's not my argument. That's not my contention. I don't care about what's measured down here because that's already been dealt with. I understand that the Earth is measured flat.
Let me ask you this. So NASA is a government agency. So is the European Space Agency. They're both government agencies. Okay.
Okay.
Now, do governments lie?
Hey, hold on. Your mic is really bad. I cannot really hear you. It's like you're talking through a car speaker.
Yeah, I'm driving. Do governments lie?
Yeah, they can lie, but that doesn't prove like these rockets just splashed down into the ocean.
Yeah. Don't put the cart before the horse. When have you ever known the government, any government, to tell the truth?
Yeah, there's been many times where they've lied and told the truth, and we can verify that when we know. Like, wait, hold on. Hold on. Yeah. You can come to know that someone is lying through empirical evidence, and you can come to know that someone's telling the truth through empirical evidence. So the fact that we know they're lying is because something is contradicting what they're saying, and we know that as a bedrock foundation.
No. You're trying to hold on to the ball. Just be honest with yourself for a little bit, okay? When have you ever known any government to tell the truth? We know they lie, so now I'm asking you for the times that they told the truth.
Yeah, they might have told the truth one time when they were like reporting on the war in, you know, Gaza or something. That's just the news.
I'll put it to you this way: CNN in 2002, 2003.
I cannot hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
In 2002, somewhere around 2002, 2003, CNN came out. I remember the commercial, explicit commercial, and it said, "We're not interested in the news. We're interested in sensational." Right. So the news really has no interest in reporting the news. They have more of an interest in promoting propaganda, whatever angle they're trying to get at. Okay. So when you say, "Oh, the government reports the truth on Gaza," so number one, the government doesn't report anything on Gaza, right? It's the news that reports on Gaza, right?
Yeah.
And the news is not supposed to be part of the government, right?
No.
Right. So again, I challenge you to come up with one time you know, other than space, right? Because we're going to just throw that one to the side for now. Tell me one time the government, any government, has told the truth to its people.
I don't know.
Right. So we have a group of people, right? A government where their interest is completely lying to the people.
Yeah.
Right. And I have this saying that how do you know when the government is lying? Well, when anybody from the government is telling you something the government is doing, they're lying. That's just a fact. Anytime
Yeah, I
anybody from
understand.
the
Yeah, that's
government,
right. That's correct. The thing is,
hold on. So when the government tells you something, you need to pay attention because whatever they're telling you, it's the opposite. Now, when all of the governments are in agreement, that's when you really need to be paying attention. Because that's a problem. That means that they all are in agreement to do something against the entire world, basically. Like, if two governments are in agreement, then both those governments are doing something against their people together. If all the governments are in agreement, then they're all doing something together against the whole world. The entire purpose of lying is to control what the other person thinks. Even when a child lies and says, I didn't eat the cookie, they're trying to control the parent and what the parent thinks. They don't have to do it consciously. That's just what lying is. Lying is controlling what the other person thinks. So when someone asks, why would any government lie? The entire purpose of the government is to control the people under it.
Yeah, of course, but that's not what that's not my contention. Of course, lying is to control, but I don't want to stay agnostic on the idea of where these rockets are going. I don't want to be like, well, we don't know, but we know the government is lying, but we still don't know where the rockets are going. I want to know and like have at least some evidence of what these rockets are doing and what this live stream is showing and what it is really showing. Not that they're lying and not that they're trying to lie to control, but the fact, the substance of the lying. I want to see straight through it, like as like a secondary evidence.
It's just a show, man. They gotta
Yeah, but
put on
saying
a
it's just a
show.
show is an assertion. But I want the evidence. I'm not gonna say, oh well, because there's no evidence, that means they're telling the truth. When we're saying, oh, because there's no evidence, we don't know then. But I don't want to remain in the I don't want to remain in the twilight zones, you know, saying, oh well, we don't know.
Right. They have to put on a show because they came up with this idea that everything has been explored. There's nothing else to explore.
Yeah,
All
but that's
you
not my
need to
contention.
do is go to work and pay your taxes, and maybe you might get to go on vacation someday.
That's not my contention. That is right, but that is not my contention. I just want to know like the physical aspect of it, not the theory. I want to see where are these rockets actually going.
I don't know, man. Go to Point Nemo next time they do a launch and see what happens. Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay, but that's what I'm trying to get at this point. I just want to know, like,
go to Point Nemo.
Even if you can make a theory, since you like believe in the flat Earth, even if you can make a theory like where these rockets could be going, and like show like a diagram. Oh, it went here and then it went there, and like have some sort of evidence by a whistleblower that actually shows all these rockets are not going into the so-called space vacuum. They're actually crash landing back down.
Why do you think what I have is a belief?
It's not a belief. I'm just saying the stance you hold to.
Why do you think it's a belief?
I don't think it's a belief. I'm just using the word colloquially.
Right. I'm 5 feet 10 inches tall. How do I know that?
You measured yourself.
Right. So if I went around saying I was 6'5", what would I be doing?
Lying.
Right. Why would I lie?
So people can maybe think you're this big, hot, 6-foot guy. You know, he's really cool. I don't know.
Again, at the end of the day, it's to control what people think, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So
That's not. I already
what they're
understand it's to
doing.
control people. But I just want to know. The other thing is, I just want to know how these rockets are staying in the air for so long, or in the skies for so long, and then at the end they crash land into the water. What is happening? That's what I want to know. If they're not going to the moon, I want to know what's happening.
Right. So you don't even know if they're staying in the air for a long time, man. Like, have you
Wherever
never
they
seen
are,
a movie?
because they're crash landing from somewhere.
Have you never seen a movie?
Yeah, I have seen a movie. Yeah.
Right. So easily you could be watching TV, right? And then they'll do a cut scene. You'll be watching
Yeah, I know
live
it's fake.
TV.
I'm not saying that the footage is
No,
real.
no. Listen. You'll be watching live TV. They'll do a cut scene, right? And then from there on out.
So what happens is before the rocket takes off, they go down a slide. It's called an emergency escape hatch. And then the rocket takes off. They lands in the ocean. They may or may not retrieve it.
We
I'm
don't know
not real
that.
sure on that.
We
The
don't know that.
astronauts hang out in the Hollywood basement somewhere, probably drinking and smoking, having a good time, and then they get on a plane and with the capsule, and the plane goes out over the ocean. They drop it out, open some parachutes, and yeah, the entire world thinks they got back from the moon. So, and if you want to see some good
we
stuff,
don't know
watch the
that.
stuff Hollywood puts out. The stuff NASA puts out is just, it's poor quality. It's a joke.
We don't know that, Tora.
Hi guys.
What's up, man?
Yeah. So you guys are flat earthers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what theory do you guys believe in? Ice wall. Do you guys believe in ice wall and stuff like that?
The ice wall is a name that the U.S. government named Antarctica. We didn't name the ice wall. The U.S. government named it.
Okay. So is it like does there are word aside like ice wall?
Say again.
Like they believe that there are continents after ice wall.
I don't know. That's what Admiral Byrd said. I don't know if there's more continents.
Well, we
Again,
don't know if
you're
there's
asking
actually
me.
land outside of the ice wall, but there have been maps that have depicted land outside of the ice wall. So
You're making claims
it's
you can't
not
back
out of
up,
the
bro.
realm of possibility.
You're making claims you can't back up.
Okay, I'm not making
Well,
a
we were
claim.
like having such a good conversation before this guy interrupted.
Yeah, I know.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you guys.
No, you
that,
are interrupting. I was literally having a conversation with these people, and then you came in all self-righteous.
Okay, you guys were silent. That's why I asked you guys.
We weren't silent. No, it doesn't matter if we were
Okay.
silent. We were in the middle of something.
Hold on, Sleep. Wait, hold on, dude. I'm gonna moderate you if you don't stop. So you didn't even wait 5 seconds to see if there was a conversation going on. You just said hello, guys, and started talking.
I apologize if I interrupted. I didn't hear anyone talking other than
That's fine. You're fine.
this gentleman.
Yeah, me and Sleep were having a conversation. But again, like that's just a cultural thing, right? Like people go into rooms and they just start talking right away. Whatever.
Yeah.
So Sleep. Yeah, I don't know where they're going. I don't know what Hollywood activity they have going on when they do all the things that they do. I mean, they got a $70 million a day budget. So whatever they're gonna do, they're gonna do, and there's nothing I can do about it. But what I can do is I can go out and measure the surface of the Earth myself, and then like my goal, my overall eventual goal is to just stop paying taxes and get off the grid. That's my ultimate goal. I want nothing to do with any government in this world, and I plan to never let them in my life ever again or my family's life.
Okay. I mean, that's cool. That's your story.
I fought for America in Operation Iraqi Freedom. I thought I was doing the right thing. Turns out, my government's a bunch of pieces of shit, as it says in the Epstein files.
Do the Epstein files have anything to do with NASA, like faking shit?
People in NASA are in the Epstein files.
Like who? Because I don't know.
I'd have to go and look again. It's been a while. Everybody in the government, in every government, all over the world, are in the Epstein files, including celebrities. Like the thing's fucking huge, and it's disgusting. They say, "Oh, why would they lie?" Oh, because they're doing disgusting, horrible things. That's why they would lie. Oh, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? Because they don't want God to exist. Because they're doing the most disgusting, horrible things in the world. That's why. I used to talk to a girl who used to work for NASA, or not. Well, she was a contractor, and
Okay.
she said that basically they have these like sex orgies all the time, and they're like, because they make so much money, they're just out living their best lives.
Wait, sorry, say that again. They have this what?
They have sex orgies all the time. They're a bunch of weird, crazy, sexual degenerates, and because they make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, they're all living their best lives while we suffer and work our butts off under them.
Right. Okay.
So that's just one person. For all I know, there could be a million other stories or whatnot. I
Okay.
have a list of people who are world renowned, and
Yeah.
or they held certain positions, right?
Yeah.
And they're credible in the sense that they are coming out as whistleblowers and denouncing the globe Earth, like a NASA employee who said the Earth is flat, F-16
Yeah.
fighter pilot that said the Earth is flat, helicopter pilot that said the Earth is flat, a when they do those Antarctica races around Antarctica,
Yeah.
a guy who's actually won the Antarctic race, he said that they speed up the cameras to make it look like they're going faster. So he questions whether or not he even went around Antarctica, because he just did the route that they told him to do.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, we ain't going that fast when we're going over the water. We're going like 4 or 5 knots. We're not going 30 knots.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. But I'll just one.
Well, I got to go to work, so.
And yeah, Toro, dude, you gotta be careful with those claims, man, because I could easily just ask for the evidence and then show you how we don't know. Just like the Glovers are taking the Glover words for it, we're taking other people's word for certain stories, and so we just don't know. Just because NASA put a video out showing an emergency escape hatch in case the astronauts need to leave the thing. Doesn't mean that that's what they use every time they launch. So just be careful, man. All right, I gotta go.
quiet couple of days, eh, guys? I think the Globers are giving up.
I mean, they're getting lazy because one argument, a legitimate argument that we heard this week was it's called atmosphere, not atmos flat.
Oh wow, that's groundbreaking, that one, isn't it, Detail? What a strong argument, eh? D-Town, do you, when you're talking about the Atmos, do you say atmosphere yourself, or do you say something else?
I've started changing atmos. Changing my language that I use is been really tough, you know, because you say the same things just based on what you feel. You mean the same thing, but it means something different. So people look at you weird sometimes when you say atmos. They're like, what? Or you say something like another beautiful day on the planet. And they're like, what? Yeah. This, you know, planet, it's a section or subsection of a much larger plane. And they're like, what? So it's fun
Yeah.
sometimes. I had a good time with it, but changing your words it's difficult because you just. I mean, even in here, lots of guys when they mention something, they'll use the word planet. Oh, something planet, and they're a flat earther. It happens. It's hard to change those things.
Yeah, I think it took me about 4 years to stop saying planet. I have officially stopped though now. I don't remember the last time I said planet, but I do regularly say gravity and I do regularly say atmosphere. And I've kind of given up trying to stop now because, like you said, it's distracting, isn't it? In the conversation, people get confused, and you've got to explain. It can slow you down.
Yeah, when having like, especially in here, trying to have a discussion and like a coherent discussion with somebody, then yeah, it can definitely cause some confusion. I personally, I like causing that confusion in like real life when I'm just talking to somebody, gets them thinking. So yeah, depending on where you are, it can be useful or not, like you said.
Yeah. Yeah, don't get caught up on the semantics. You'll end up like Bev, if you know Bev. And you don't want to end up like that. I've been pissing off some of the Globers in some of the other channels because they've been arguing that they can argue the globe from logic. And I point out, but you can't use formal logic. You can't use an if P then Q argument. All you can use is interpretation, which would be deducive. They can't use formal logic to prove the globe, which means we have a stronger foundational argument because formal logic is something that can be verified. Whereas inference or deductive logic, you need to make an assumption.
Yeah, and thankfully, like I don't know, we were talking to my therapist this morning a lot about how like how we grow up really shapes us on some of the things. Like Sheepdog was talking yesterday about like when he saw things, he was able to relate it in life. AI was talking about it too. I was talking about it too. But then AI mentioned how it's actually difficult for most people to correlate those things. To look at something in there that they know in their life, something that they've seen, and correlate it to their experience they're having now. And that's like what I was able to do with Flat Earth. I was able to look and say, "Oh my God, I've seen that so much," and it makes I just never thought about it. It makes sense. A lot of people aren't able to do that, and sometimes in here when you guys talk to them and try to explain things, you make examples or relate things you've seen. And some people with I guess it could be part of cognitive dissonance, but some people when you try to do that to them, they're just like, no, and they like completely like refuse to relate it or can't. So I guess it's just a problem a lot of people have. I don't know.
Do you know what, D-Tan? I was just talking then on mute. That was frustrating. I was just saying, a lot of these people coming in here, I don't even call them Globers. I just think that they're normies. But what they do is, I call them skip a step earthers, basically, because they're happy to skip a step. They don't need validation to make their decisions. They're happy with like deducing, our best guess based on the information they've got. But the difference between a flat earther and a glober, I think, is epistemology. I think a glober has decided actually I'm very comfortable making my decisions that way, where I think a flat earther has gone, okay, due to the lay of the land, a deductive argument isn't strong enough for me to say that, yeah, that could mean that the earth's flat. Sorry, a ball. And I think that's the biggest issue here, where the globers, they're happy to make some assumptions, where the flat earthers, we're like, due to
I'm
the
back.
situation we're in, we're not happy to make those assumptions. Oh, did you hear what I said? Oh, he left during the convo.
I'm back. I was actually here before you came in here, Roots.
Oh, no worries. I was talking to somebody called D-Town. Oh, D-Town's still here. No problem.
Oh, I've been talking
Hey,
with you
I'm here.
guys since yesterday. I think D-Town will remember me.
Yeah, sorry, D-Town. I thought you dropped out then. Well, welcome back to the guys who have just joined. Welcome back, 24/7 Flat Earth.
Hi,
Look
hi,
good to have you.
hi. I was here
Did you
talking with I forgot his name, but I was here. I think Yago would know who it is. Oh, it was Showdown. We were just speaking about. I am convinced, fully convinced, with the measurements, with the the laser measurements, and I am convinced with other celestial kind of aspects to how the sun and the moon go around on a flat Earth model. Right, I'm still a glober at this point, but I'm in the middle of like not knowing or not sure because I've been here many times in the past, lots of times. What I was talking to with Showdown was that I know that the government can lie. I know that they can do CGI and all that kind of stuff. But I'm looking for the empirical evidence of where these rockets go when they go into what we call space. And obviously they splash down, but I want to know what's going on in the peak point of where they are, wherever they're going. And that's just one of my last contentions that keeps me sitting on the fence with this whole flat Earth thing. Because yeah, I mean, that's basically what it is. I'm not saying that I'm not saying, because they're not lying or that we don't know they're lying, therefore they're telling the truth. I'd rather know that, I don't want to be in the twilight zone where I'm like, oh, well, we don't know what's happening with these rockets. I want to know what's definitely happening. Instead of saying, oh, well, they're going to the moon or they're just going into, oh, well, we don't know. I'd rather not be in the I don't know, kind of thing.
I would too. The problem is, you said you want empirical evidence for where these rocket goes. How are you going to get that though?
No,
How would we possibly be able to
what
prove
do you
that?
think? What do you think is happening? Like, that is actually strong evidence, or could be a good theory. Like, that can't really be refuted.
Okay. Well, I've put a few pictures into the side chat for you of they're just memes, but pictures of rocket launches. What we're actually seeing with the rocket launches is we're seeing a great. Sorry?
They're going in an arc.
Yeah, we're seeing them arc away from us, and we're seeing them it looks like they're going directly up, but actually, if you watch closely, the appearance is more of an arc. And what usually happens is the rocket will disappear due to distance, basically angular size.
Yeah, that's
So
the
what
point
we're
where it disappears is when I want to know what's happening.
well, where the rockets are going, we don't know, but it's showing what we're seeing is the hallmarks of something that is going up and then away from us. And that's what we're every launch looks like that, really. That's what we're seeing. The only
Okay.
launches that and if you look at that first image that I've sent, there are some rockets that seem to go up. I don't know if NASA have been firing them, but when there has been phenomenon of rockets that go a lot higher and don't just arc away and disappear into angular size, we get all sorts of weird phenomenon in the sky, like almost like it's hitting something, right? And some of Elon Musk's rockets have given the same sort of phenomenon as well.
Yeah.
So make of that what you
About
will.
this one. Hold on. About this one, it looks like it's going down, right? But I think that it's just going across instead of going down. Because you see how it's blue, right? Where it looks like it's going down, it looks blue instead of going orange or wherever. If it was going down, it should show that it's going orange because of the sunlight. You see what I mean? But I just think it's going across. That's why I'm confused. It's not actually going down because of the blue light, the blue light from the rocket contrails. Is there like any?
Yeah, dude, I'm going to apologize. I just had someone at the door, so I didn't hear anything of what you said.
Right.
Could you say it again? I do apologize.
So I sent the. It's okay. I sent the image of rocket goes up, then sideways, then down. That is not going down. It's going across because of the blue light. The blue light is the higher altitude in what is called upper atmosphere. If it was going down, it should go back down to orange. I'm just looking at what Steve is saying.
Yeah, not sure. Not sure what you're trying to say. So you're trying to say that we don't see the up and down, or are you trying to say that that blue
Well,
line
it's
isn't
the
going
image, it's
down?
the meme. It's the meme. So the meme is showing saying and then down in text, right? But it's not going
Yeah.
down. It's just going across because of the blue light. It should be going orange if it was going down.
That's not what it looks like. That
why-
someone's adjusted the color in that image.
Oh. Well,
It's
I mean,
not
it
what
should
all of
be
the ones
orange
I've
still,
seen.
right? Yeah. Okay. I thought it was because of the sunlight.
Well, it's hard on a picture, right? DJ and a couple of the other guys have actually posted a few videos for you where you can actually clearly see
I'm
the
saving these.
rocket. Yeah, it goes from vertical to at an angle to horizontal, and as it's going out of the limitation of view, it starts to
Yeah.
look like it's coming down. And I haven't seen a rocket launch. No, I've seen a lot of rocket launches. I'd say the majority of them follow that path, from what I've seen.
It's just, can't anyone track where it's actually going? Like fully keep tracking with it or something? If they use like their own drone, or if they actually travel in the direction of the rocket and just get a good like telescope or some kind of binocular tool to follow it to see where it's actually going, so we can prove that it's actually going back down again.
I mean,
Like,
if you go into the home server and you go into maybe NASA or rockets, you're going to see endless videos. Not endless, but you're going to see a good wealth of videos of launches. I would suggest you just keep looking, because people are trying to follow the rockets as far as they can. But even with high powered zooms, they still go out of the range of how far you can see. Some of the more powerful ones, I believe, you start to see them go down. But at the end of the day, you're looking
I don't think
at
we
a
need
speck.
to use a full powered one. I think sorry, I think we could just have someone at the location of the trajectory and at the location of the launch. So while someone's at the location of the trajectory, they'll be closer to wherever it's going, above them or in front of them, coming towards them, or going overhead, right? Whether that's in the ocean, on a ship, or on a boat or something. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to say? DJ, do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, look, I know what you're trying to say, dude, and that's something that I think you should, yeah, definitely itch that scratch, and definitely view as many rocket launches as you can. But my question to you is, why does this hinge on the Earth's orientation, regardless of what
It
NASA are
doesn't.
doing?
It really doesn't. What it is just I want to see what NASA are doing. That's all.
Well,
So it's
why
like
don't you focus on establishing the
it's
Earth,
to prove it's
the
not to
Earth?
prove the Earth is flat or a globe. It's to disprove NASA more than it's something else. It's a personal attack on NASA and a personal attack on these space agencies to show we definitely cannot trust them now.
Right, yeah, yeah. See, I understand your thinking, and I understand why you've decided that, because obviously NASA have indoctrinated us and shown us all this image, and most of our belief comes from NASA, right? But I wish I'd have known what I know now back then, which is it doesn't hinge on NASA. The only thing that really matters is what are we measuring and what are we experiencing on the Earth, right? And if there's a claim that the Earth is curving at a certain rate, then if the Earth is this size, that would mean that the Earth is curving at a certain rate and the Earth is spinning underneath objects, moving in a certain direction on the Earth. And when we
Yeah.
test those claims, we have no evidence that the Earth is curving or spinning. And you can keep going and break it down logically that actually we're not experiencing anything that tells us we live on a ball. I think at that point, you can safely say logically, we treat the Earth and experience the Earth as flat, but there's a claim on the table that it's a ball. Who's making that claim? Okay, well, actually, the only people who are providing ammunition to the people making the claim is NASA. So then you can
What
start
about
approaching
the
NASA.
European Space Agency too? What about them and
Well,
SpaceX?
they all work together, my friend. You'll find a lot of the international space agencies use NASA NASA's authority and NASA's abilities, and they lean on NASA a lot more than you'd imagine, my friend.
I'll
They
be
don't
right
do a
back.
launch
I'm just
without
gonna get.
NASA involved. Yeah, go for it.
European space agencies doesn't have their own space station, right? They just go up on, and do some little tricks with plush toys and things like that, right? On the alleged space station from NASA. They've never been to the moon, right? They're just like small funding compared to NASA. And then SpaceX is basically just a branch of NASA. Elon said they never would have been able to do anything if it wasn't for the billions of dollars worth of funding they got from NASA. The only people that have left low Earth orbit have been Apollo astronauts.
Yeah.
Allegedly, right? If they even did that. So.
And I want, if you can, when he gets back, tell him that again, because I think the context is lost on people. I think people think that all these agencies have got their own independent launches, and yeah, there's one or two, but the majority are just using NASA, right? Most people don't understand that.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah. So DJ just said something really interesting that I think you missed. DJ, would you mind
Bro, I always miss
saying
it
that
when you
again?
speak. Yeah, what did he say?
Well, I was just saying the European Space Agency, there's just a few people from the European Space Agency. They don't have their own spacecrafts. They don't go to the moon, right? They just go up and do some of those tricks for kids shows, basically on the you know, on the ISS where they flip a few things around in front of the camera.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing. They, you know, the only people that have ever left low Earth orbit have been NASA Apollo astronauts. Nobody else has for any other country. No other humans, right? No other people have left low Earth orbit. So that would be high enough to see the curvature of the Earth properly. And so we have to, you know, rely on the NASA astronauts, which I showed you some footage of yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
But it's interesting here in the side chat. Have a look at this little video, right? So this is kids watching rocket launches and kids that haven't been indoctrinated at all. And just their opinion on what they think's happening with the rocket. It's kind of funny. And then
I'm
their
gonna watch it.
parents like try to run damage control. Yeah, go have a
Are you there? Sleep.
Yeah.
All right. So, one of the things I just kind of want to end it with this, okay?
I'm just watching a video.
You're fine. You're fine. Nothing after many years of research and, you know, trying to, you know, see if what's being told to me is the truth versus what reality presents itself. I don't have any reason to ever believe what the government is telling me. The burden of proof is on them. And it's funny because, like, even when satellite engineers come in and we ask for the information that proves that the Earth is a globe, they say, "Oh, it's national security," or "Oh, it's under my NDA, my non-disclosure agreement. I can't tell you
Yeah.
that information." And so it seems like the truth is redacted, right? And so if that's the case, then, you know, like if you're gonna prove it, just prove it. Like, stop hiding it. Why does the truth have to be hidden, right?
Mm.
So until then, this is what I tell people: until you show me the trick and how it's performed, right? I'm just gonna call bullshit.
Yeah, yeah.
I have
I
to
know
go
what
with
you
what
mean.
my eyes are telling me. You know what I mean? I have to go with
Yeah,
what my senses are telling me.
yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. I'm just gonna finish watching the video. Hold on.
Yeah, personally, I feel that same way. I don't like the fact that, you know, I'm treated like I'm dumb or something like that. And like the Artemis 2 thing, for instance, when they showed like the rocket and then you compare it to like the SR-71 Blackbird that does like 2,200 miles an hour and is shaped like a knife. And if they put a bolt on the skin, it'll burn off. And it can't even turn because it's going so fast. And then they're telling you that Artemis 2 rocket that looks like it's made out of fucking Legos, like 2x2x1 Lego pieces stuck on the outside of it, is going to be going like 5 times that fast through the Atmos on the way out of here. I don't think so.
Well, it's even worse than that. The videos they're showing you while they're in space, right?
There's a turning noise there
And
spinning.
when they show
Tell
you
me
the
that's
videos, when they show you the videos in space, so oddly enough, right? They show you the astronauts and they're floating and they got this little stuffed globe doll that's floating also. And when you watch the video, you can see the shadow from their arms on their legs, but you can't see the shadow from the toy. Almost like it was CGI'd in.
Yeah.
But what were you going to say about the turning and spinning of a rocket?
I'm watching a video in the side chat that DJ posted.
But yeah, man, I don't have any reason to believe anything the government tells me. Ever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I take that back. There's only one time in the history that I can think of that the government told the truth, and that's, we're going to tax you.
Yeah.
They told the truth on that. But outside of that, I can't think of one other reason that they told the truth.
Yes.
And another thing with the Artemis launch, when it was going up, it loses the boosters. Right as it loses the boosters, a lot of just sweet jump cuts there that other videos made look silly, but they show you releasing the boosters. You can still see the thing like in the blue sky, and the immediate cut is like we're 50 miles high, and it shows the Earth from like way up high, and you're like, wait, what? And so like those two things do not match up. And so, yeah, again, it looks kind of like a weather balloon, like how high they are up there. But you don't go from being able to see it in the blue sky to them being 50 miles up. That was literally cut to cut. It just does not work.
Mm.
Of course, my favorite Artemis video is when they asked the question to one of the astronauts. He heard the response, but he was supposed to wait so many seconds because there's supposed to be a delay. But he gave an immediate response. And all the astronauts looked at him like, dude, you fucked up.
When was this?
In the Artemis 2.
Is that a clip?
I'll see if I can find it.
You should also find one where he talks about New York City, and he says, like, from they're out supposedly way out there in space between us and the moon, and he's talking about New York, and he's like, that's across the country from where we're filming right now. It's like, oh really? All right, buddy, all right.
What?
On one of the live interviews from the news, they were interviewing the astronauts like on the Artemis 2 rocket, apparently out there between the moon and us, you know. And the leader, the astronaut leader, said something about New York City. Was talking about New York City, and he was like, New York City, which is across the country from where we're filming right now.
Picked minds. Let me look. Pickled minds, not picked. Fuck. It said picked. Coriolis effect. Yeah, I like all this stuff. The thing is, when you come to know that the Earth is flat, it's like you're open to a new world that you've just landed on.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's like this is a new world, and it just refreshes everything. I don't know. I'm just still like holding on to the whole NASA rocket stuff. Like, it's a bit hard to grasp, but I'm not trying to argue against it. It's just hard to grasp. I just don't know. No, I'm agnostic on it right now. Like I don't know because there's like I'm looking for something more like.
I was gonna say that stuff's cool when you're a kid, man. It's cool now. I mean, I grew up playing with like model rockets and stuff, like launching them up in the air, having them balloon back down and stuff like that. It was awesome. So it just it enraptured you. So it's an emotional attachment. That's not a bad thing. I mean, I think it's really awesome. It's just that can make it hard to let go of.
Trump chimes in after the awkward delay. Let me look. What are the comments like on this video? I just want to see what people have to say. People, okay, so the video you sent, I'm looking at the comments on Twitter. I watched some of the video, but they're saying like look at how long it takes for them to respond to him and go reevaluate how stupid you are. There's no time delay on the feed recorded on Earth because we are on Earth with Trump at the same time between when they talk and he talks because the time delay happens on the way to Earth, not on the way from Earth. And the delay was 3 seconds.
They have to respond, and then Trump has to wait for their signal to get back to Trump. That's the whole point.
Okay.
Like if there was a 9-second delay between us, right? You would I would say something to you. You would have to wait 9 seconds to receive the signal. Then you would respond. Then I have to wait 9 seconds for your response to get back to me. Trump didn't wait 9 seconds. He just moved on.
Was it 9 seconds between us on Earth and Trump on Earth, or was it from them to Trump?
From them to Trump.
All right. Yeah, that's an issue. If that's the case.
That's not the only one. It's going to take me a while to look. I've given up trying to show all the I gotchas all the time because I've seen so many over the years. But it'll take me a while. There's a video out there
Always, when you look at videos, always make sure to check the comments to see what people have to say and how they're like talking to each other as well.
I don't care what the people have to say. I really don't. People are stupid. Sorry.
DJ, did you see the comments on that Twitter post?
Most people can't think for themselves.
Yeah, there's always going to be a whole bunch of NASA fanboys that have excuses, right, or copes for all of these things. But the stacks and stacks of evidence of them being caught faking things over the years is huge, and the more you dig into it, the more you'll realize that it takes quite a while. So, there's countless amounts. I'll try to find some videos that go over it all, like compilations, rather than having to like find each one individually. There's also a good documentary called American Moon. It goes for about 4 hours that just goes over all of the fakery, the moon landings.
Mm.
You see this way. When I watch a home video of somebody making something that they did at home, you can tell that's real because everything flows like it naturally would. When you watch these NASA videos, there's always some kind of weird editing going on or some weird phenomena going on that is just inconsistent with a natural presentation.
Mm. By the way, DJ, do you think David Weiss is stupid?
No, I don't think he's stupid. I think he does a very good job, but he also has some bad arguments that need to be obliterated.
Yeah,
He's very
he's
good
actually
good at talking to people. He has a lot of great points,
Did you
but
see
he
some
has
of them
some
people that were
arguments that
trolling
need to
him,
be up.
sending him emails saying that they were from NASA from the Artemis mission and pretending to like leak, like making AI photoshopped images, pretending to leak it to him, and he believed it.
I haven't seen it. No.
You want
He's
to know
got
something?
videos very.
I think it was from the Professor Dave guy. You know that guy, right?
Yeah, you want to know something weird,
Yeah, the
Sleep
fake
FM?
professor.
Here's something weird. Dave Weiss has actually done like observations where he created models to demonstrate how things could possibly look over a flat surface. He's actually done things. Like it's not like he's just out there
That's what
talking.
I want to do. I want to do something that would help it, like
And
for
I'm
my
not saying like
understanding.
a whole model. You got to see his kitchen counter observation. That was a cool observation.
I'm
Just
fine with the
little
sun
things
thing.
here and there. Like at
The
least
sun
he's
thing is not a
trying to
problem
do
for me.
something. He's at least
The
trying to
sun,
do
the moon.
something, and he goes out there and he tries to create conversation, which is a lot more than he's doing a lot more than what most people do.
So Professor Dave is actually a fake professor by his own admission. He said he just thought it would be a fun thing to call himself, and he said he just hires people to write scripts, and he doesn't really know anything about anything, and he just reads scripts out. And that he left college, he
Is there a
dropped out
video
of
of him
college to. Yeah, I'll post him in the chat in a minute. Yeah, this is all from his own admission. He's just a failed B grade actor and a failed musician who made
Right.
YouTube videos, and he didn't think that the channel was going to blow up the way it
Let me
did.
save it.
And yeah.
I
So,
wanted to ask, why don't you, instead of calling yourselves Flat Earth, because some people will think that's a flat disk, why don't you guys call yourself the Black Swan?
well, the black swan is also a bad analogy. I don't know why anyone uses it, because
I think
every
it's cool.
swan's a white. Yeah, but it makes like black swans are rare, right? White swans are common, and every single observation we do is a white swan. It would be up to the globe side to find a black swan, because at the moment it seems like only white swans exist, as in every observation doesn't match a globe. So if the globe earthers could find a black swan, that would be cool, right? Like an observation that actually matches the globe, then they would have a black swan. But at the moment, it seems like only white swans exist. So while I do like the black swan thing, it's kind of cool. It seems like the flat Earth observations are rare, and most of the time we're observing a globe, which is actually the opposite.
You know what was weird?
Hey.
When I was on an Atlantic... Sorry, go on.
Oh, no, go ahead.
When I was on an Atlantic flight from Atlanta to Manchester, I don't know if I told you this before. It became night. I looked out my window, and you could see the Milky Way strip. It was very faint now. And this exposure on my phone got this. Let me show you. This is what I saw. Where is it? Oh, here. This is with exposure, and then this is without exposure. So you see this? This is what I took. When I looked out the window, it felt like it was right there and that I could actually step on the plane wing and touch it. It felt really close. But that's probably just due to observation. But
Yeah,
this is with
it's
exposure and
probably
then without.
yeah, it's probably not hundreds of light years away or whatever they're telling us.
But
Whatever
it
it
just
is.
felt like that. It just felt like it felt like you could touch it. But this is the plane, and then there's the another footage of without the exposure, but that's just a video.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool picture.
Yeah.
All right, check this out when you get a chance, right? So this is, most
Mm.
people don't know about this. So underneath the place where they launch the rockets, they have something called the rubber room. So there's actually an escape hatch. So basically before the rocket takes off, the astronauts could go down this escape hatch. And it's like a slide, and it goes down under the ground to a tunnel. And then there's a tunnel that goes underground all the way away from the launch platform to this room called a rubber room where they have supplies and people can live under there for months and months and stay down there. And then there's another tunnel that takes you away and you could just escape, right? So it's meant as a safety thing. If there's something happens with the rocket launch or something, they can escape without anyone seeing them down into this chamber underneath. And it was interesting when the when the Artemis astronauts took off, they didn't show any footage of them in the rocket when the rocket was actually leaving. They showed them in the rocket, and then after it launched, they didn't show any footage of them inside the rocket, like taking off anymore. And then they just kind of switched to CGI footage, and then it kind of went in and out of transmission. And then
Is this
we didn't
video
get to see.
sponsored by Globa?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The off limits room.
A lot of the NASA debunking videos, this isn't a NASA debunking video, but a lot of the NASA debunking videos are made by Globers, right? There's tons of Globers that, they still believe the Earth's a globe, but they know that NASA faked the Apollo missions.
Yeah, that's what I want to look for, so I can relate to some people that have the similar beliefs, because I'm on the fence at this point. So, like, I'd like to see ones by Globers themselves that actually debunk NASA, and from there, then I'll decide on what I could do.
Yeah, I'll
Because I
post a
still want
documentary.
to. I don't know if you heard me yesterday, but I still want to like make a map that would work, like a flat map that would work for trajectory on planes instead of having them curve on routes. And the first map I showed you was the Dymaxion, and it doesn't really
Well, I can
give
already
you a
show
good.
you. I can already show you military maps that show all the plane flight paths going in straight lines, but I mean that's still not proof of anything. Right, have a look. Here's a long documentary called American Moon. This is not made by flat earthers. It's a very well done documentary. Goes for a long time. It's very detailed, very technical. And I'll find this military map quickly.
Yeah, because I still want to make my own model just to have a look at and play with of a flat
Yeah,
Earth
yeah,
that's perfectly. Yeah, I just want one. I like one.
It's fun to do.
Guys, it's funny, right, about the flight routes, right?
Yeah.
The straight lines are themselves a projection. They could still be going in curved lines around a curved surface or a flat surface. So it doesn't show anything either way, like DJ said.
Yeah, it's just I want all the routes, live footage of all the routes on the flight radar without any of the planes, having this trajectory that's curved due to the globe.
Here's a problem. We only know where the planes are because they relay their coordinates in a spherical coordinate system. So you're kind of stuck with that in the first place. You don't really know where they've actually flown.
Right.
So yesterday I was talking to you.
Flat, but anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Just quickly, yesterday I was talking to Sleep FM about this, and I was telling him about. I think he was asking me about something in particular. I think it was to do with the military lasers and that kind of thing. But I said next time Yoda comes in, next time this guy Yoda, here, right? This is
Yeah.
good friend of mine. He knows a ton about a ton of stuff. So if you have questions about things like that, now's your chance to ask him.
Yeah, Yoda. I was asking him yesterday about how, instead of using the lasers we already use to measure the surface across the water and everything, and have it about 12 miles across or 20 miles, I was wondering if it's ever going to be possible where we can do like the ultimate experiment where we can use a laser that goes 200 miles or even 300 miles or more than that,
Okay,
or
yeah.
100 miles.
So the longest laser ranging test that I've seen was conducted by the U.S. Air Force in conjunction with 2 universities and several U.S. aerospace companies in Hawaii. The distance was 149 kilometers from the Big Island of Hawaii to Maui, which is one of the Hawaiian Islands. And I can show you a picture of what that laser looked like. Okay, why don't you stand by? Give me a second. I'll post it in the side chat.
You know these military maps, just real quick before you post it, DJ. You know these military maps. Obviously, the Antarctica goes in a huge ice wall ring around the map. Is there one without it just being like that, so it's just a continent, or is it not
That's still a
possible?
projection. Okay, 59 minutes past the hour. Do you see that? That's what you need for 149 kilometer propagation.
Yeah, is it possible that one day we could do this across the water just to show the Earth is flat?
No, I mean, well, we've already been able to do that to show what the world is with less than this.
I think if it was more, it'd be like more of a proof, like even better.
Yeah. Okay. So current technology constraints. I'm showing you what that is. If you want to do 149 kilometers, you need that.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen one of these before.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the only one I know of in existence.
All right. I'm pretty sure I've seen that specific thing. I don't know where though.
Well, I mean, you
do you-
have seen it around the internet. I've definitely seen that demonstration pop up a couple of times. You might have just seen it spreading around.
Here's another picture of it when it's deployed.
DJ, where do we put Antarctica on the military map?
Yeah, the question of where has to do with coordinate reference systems. If you're using a spherical coordinate reference system to know where, then you're going to plot it on a sphere. It doesn't mean that's where it actually is. But you can use the coordinate system to find where it is. And this has no bearing on the shape of the world you live on. Right? Because the coordinate reference system that the people post that shows Antarctica as an ice ring is still a globe. You know why that's the case?
Sorry, say that again. I lost focus because I was looking at the map.
Yeah, that map you see with Antarctica as an ice ring, that's a globe.
Yeah.
You know why that is?
Why?
Because the distances are preserved from a globe on that map using the scale. The scale is a non-uniform scale. So it's not like when you pop open a map when you're driving to your parents, you see like 1 inch is equal to 10 miles or something. This scale is variable, and it accounts for the projection distortion that takes place as it goes out to the edge. So if you were to go to 89 degrees south, which is 1 degree away from the furthest extent of the outer rim, that circumference calculates to 430 miles. That's it. It looks like it should be 60 to 80,000 miles. But if you use the scale on the map that you can't separate this from, that's only 430 miles. That's the map scale distance. People misrepresent this all the time on both sides of this discussion.
Right. Okay.
Another thing that I think Yoda would be very helpful to explain. So basically, he can grasp how sunsets can work on a flat Earth, all that kind of thing, no problem. He
Yeah.
gets the idea of the observations. At the moment, he's stuck on NASA, and he's not sure
And
whether
Antarctica,
NASA's
yeah.
faking things.
NASA and Antarctica, like the sun in Antarctica and NASA. I forgot to add that.
And maybe like a little bit about the history of NASA, if you have time, about it being a psychological operation, that kind of thing. I don't know if you've got time to explain that in brief, Yoda. Oh, he can't right now, he said.
It's fine. Yeah, I'm only stuck on NASA and Antarctica and stuff like that, and like what's further out.
Yeah.
What we
Well,
can know about being
no
further
one
out and stuff.
knows. There's always going to be things that fall as speculations because we can't go and check. So Antarctica's a big mystery. We can't go and just freely explore Antarctica or beyond the south, beyond 60 degrees south, because of the Antarctic Treaty. There's a lot of
Is
mystery
there any
to it.
like videos that disprove these Antarctica things? Like I heard that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but then some people say there is, and they've been there and reported it.
No, I think there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
How did you get? I think I asked you this yesterday, but I think I forgot to come back to the point because I went on Antarctica. How did you get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica and then one in?
Well, it's just at
the
a different
Arctic?
time of the year. So the apparent path that the sun takes, right? So when it's taking its southern route in the
Yeah, I want to
sky,
see. I want
right?
to see a diagram of the path of the sun. I want to know what path it's taking.
Well, we don't know.
according
We
to
don't
what
know
we're discussing.
exactly. We don't think that the sun is like a little, we're not claiming it's a physical ball that's hovering above the flat Earth, right? The sun that we see. It could be something much more complicated than that, the way that the sky works. Yeah, we're not claiming it's
Yeah.
like this little ball of fire that hovers above the flat Earth. Although it could be something like that, right? We can't get to the sun. We can't empirically test the sun. But whatever happens in the sky, right, it's happening above a surface that measures flat. So what we do observe is that we have 2 points of rotation. And throughout the year,
Yeah.
the sun, right? So when the sun's taking its northern, right? So when it's northern summer, you're going to have 24 hours of daylight in the north.
Yeah.
And then at that same time of year, the sun's not going to be taking a path close to the south. So you're not going to get 24 hours of, like you will have 24 hours of darkness in Antarctica, in some places in Antarctica. And then 6 months later, it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be, you're going to get the sun in Antarctica, and it's going to be 24 hours of darkness in the north. So it's just about cycles. I think we did go over this a little bit yesterday. But whatever's happening with the cycles in the sky, it's it's happening in the sky above a surface that consistently measures zero curvature. And because the globe was constructed off the sky, you're able to explain sky observations quite well on a globe. But what they can't explain is why there's no curvature on the actual Earth, which is the main topic of the question. And it's the thing we can all confirm ourselves and actually check for ourselves, rather than having to believe stories or concepts about things up in the sky that you can never check. So when they're telling you stars are suns, right? And there's basically unlimited suns up in the sky that are all these distances away that are so far, they're just beyond our comprehension of distances. Like when they tell you, even when they say the distance to our sun, right? It's the distance is ridiculous. And then they're telling you stuff like, they'll say crazy stuff. Like if flat earthers are claiming some of the things that the globe side claims, people would think that we're morons and crazy, right? They tell you it rains diamonds on Uranus. It rains diamonds on Neptune, and it rains sideways glass rain on some exoplanets that are ridiculous light years away. And then they tell us the universe is actually flat like a sheet of paper. And all sorts of crazy stuff. And then we got black holes and hairy black holes, and it's just it's kind of crazy. And then you look at the footage that we're getting from the James Webb Telescope and stuff like that. It's clearly artwork. It's very obviously artworks, right? Like CGI artworks.
I mean, yeah, this
So-
is mine. The one I posted was, this one. This is my own. This is the Sleep FM telescope.
That's what it actually looks like. And then you look at some of the James Webb or Hubble Space Telescope stuff, and it's once you look into it, they even admit that it's it's artist enhanced, like this, for example.
Yeah, this is the Sleep FM telescope from a plane at 40,000 feet. Oh yeah. Oh, I love this one. I've seen this one many times.
Yeah.
Remember how we thought Neptune was always dark blue, and then it ended up being like the same color as Uranus?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't buy into a lot of this stuff. It's just artist impressions. They'll get a bunch of blurry, pixelated data, and then an artist will basically turn it into one of these space artworks, and then they'll kind of present it as if this is what the Hubble Space Telescope captures.
Yeah.
Where it's just not the case. It's extremely misleading.
There was this oh, this is not it. There was like a thing of like the spacecraft in the 1900s that was approaching Neptune, and it was like frame by frame. Have you seen it?
Not that I remember. Probably seen it at some stage.
Yeah, these are great. It's like a hand. But yeah, there's this video. Let me show you. Neptune approach. This is something the Voyager 2. Do you know about You know about Voyager 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's this Neptune approach from Voyager 2, which I think is real. This one here. This one's an old one. And it has the PWS audio web live. I think this is real.
Problem is, it's always going to require a bunch of faith, because these kinds of things could easily be faked if they wanted to fake this footage. It's not like it's difficult to fake this kind of footage.
What software are they using to fake it, though? Not that if we don't know what software it is, therefore it's true. I'm just want to know because I'm curious.
Well, I don't know. We know they use Photoshop, so whatever software they're using. I mean, any animator could make this. On a bod. You could pay an animator a couple of $100, and they could come up with this exact thing in an afternoon. Like, this is not anything that couldn't easily be faked.
But this was before Photoshop, though.
Right, but this is just someone stringing a bunch of images together. They have lifelike models of all of these things. People can people can paint pictures that are so realistic that you can't even tell it's a photograph. I mean, that it's a painting.
Yeah.
Painting some balls and then filming them in a studio and taking some snapshots and then stringing the snapshots together when you've got an unlimited budget, essentially. It's not difficult. I mean, there's even a flat earther who used to work for NASA, who it was his job
is
to
he?
paint these planets. Math Powerland was his name.
Is he in here?
No.
Okay.
But I can try to find a video.
So he believed it was a globe, and then he believed it was flat.
Yeah, like everyone that's a flat earther. Everyone that's a flat earther believed it was a globe.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a Polish astronaut that said the Earth's flat. There's a Russian cosmonaut that said if anyone tells you that man has been to outer space, they're lying to you.
Why would he just say that out of nowhere and not like talk about it some more and have interviews about how it's
Well,
not
here's the
true?
interview. Here's the interview.
Soviet cosmonaut, we haven't been to space. Okay, let's have a look. 2 minutes. Oh, and he's also holding up the military map.
I only posted that screenshot that I got from the Destiny, first Destiny Alpha video game back in the day because it kind of relates. Now, of course, that's completely fake, but how awesome does that look? How beautiful does that look? How much does like auroras resonate with what we experience here on Earth? And for me, like I was playing that game, even though it's completely fake, it made me like feel so awesome that it was so beautiful that I was immersed in it. So that's the thing. If it invokes feelings for me, it can be a powerful thing that can stick in your mind and make you feel away, even though it's not real. It can make you feel away.
So NASA has simulations, right? NASA has life-size replicas of all of these things that they say they put in space. They have life-size replicas of the ISS underneath water in pools that have big
Oh, yeah,
giant
I've seen
green
those.
screens that fall down around the outsides. And then in the NASA spacewalk footage, we see bubbles in space, which you cannot have. And when astronauts get questioned about the bubbles in space, they have very inconsistent answers. Just like the astronauts have very inconsistent answers when they ask them if they could see stars while they're in space, right? They literally contradict each other like crazy. It's actually
Is
hilarious.
there footage of the bubbles in the space? Like on an actual supposed, like this is a mission that actually happened, but it got found
Yeah.
out those bubbles? Is there a video?
Well, you can see the bubbles. You can see that they're obviously bubbles. I mean, I've done a lot of growing up around the water, doing a lot of diving.
Oh, this is David.
Throughout my whole life, you can tell that they're bubbles. Oh, that's just a funny one. That's just Dave Weiss tricking some globers. Yeah, watch it. It's kind of funny, actually. It only goes for a minute.
Oh, he flips the sky upside down. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, bro. Wait, hold on.
He might just had some good examples. His whole
Oh
example
my
of
gosh, yeah, I know about
things
that.
looking
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a sphere was really good.
So that's actually kind of funny. They flipped the sky upside down. I mean, I could do that right now and give you some cool stuff because I'm good at Photoshop. And I have some stuff.
So here's my little video collection in the side chat of bubbles in space.
I'm a bubble in space. Okay, let's have a look. Those are bubbles, not like space particles.
Space particles.
I just keep imagining God looking like Salt Bay sprinkling them through the air there.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that I can confirm they're bubbles. I just know that they have an ISS under the water that has green screens that for some reason they need green screens that fall down around the edges of the pool. and these just happen to look a lot like bubbles that I'm used to seeing when I'm diving, and that you can't have bubbles in space, and it's just some evidence to add to the list, right? It's not dynamite proof.
Yeah.
Obviously, NASA fanboys have excuses for all of these things, but just because somebody's got an excuse, that's just damage control, right? They've had years to come up with damage control for all of these inconsistencies.
Yeah.
But there's a decent amount of footage there.
The thing is, if NASA are really like underwater, why are they showing us them being underwater in the first place?
Well, they tell people that, you can't hide the world's biggest pool. They have two of them, actually, where they have a life-size ISS underneath them. They just tell people they use them for training purposes, even though it's the opposite as what you would have if you were in space.
But they didn't have to if they really want to keep it secret. So what's the point in them telling them they have a big pool? There's no point.
Well, because it requires a lot of people to build these things, right? I think most people that work at NASA aren't lying about the globe. It's not NASA's job to hide flat Earth, right? Just because they're lying about outer space, it's got nothing to do with flat or globe. It's not like I don't think people that work at NASA know the Earth's flat and they think it's a globe. I just think they've been lying about going to space ever since they told the general public that they're going to go to space to beat the Soviets and to be the #1 country when it comes to space travel. And I don't think the space race ever ended. And now they rake in billions and billions and billions of dollars in taxpayers' money each year. And God knows what they actually put that money into in reality. But considering what with all of this so-called space travel, they claim to have one full-frame picture of the Earth from space. And it's from 1972, right? From 50 years ago. And then all of the rest of them, they admit, are just CGI, made in Photoshop.
Mm.
And then they have a few from Artemis as well, just recently, which are also very unimpressive.
Hey, DJ, did you see, you remember the video that Dave Weiss did when he was being interviewed by Globers? And he basically had his camera turned upside down, pointing at the sky, and he made a fake satellite.
We just saw that. We saw that just now.
Yeah, so they can
So
easily
NASA,
just... Go ahead.
So NASA actually had a simulator, and the people that worked in the simulator said that it was so realistic that they wouldn't even know the difference between the real thing and the simulator, which is just kind of weird, right? I'm not saying it's proof of anything, but they have simulations, they have simulators where they can not tell if it's real or not. There was even a TV show in 2004 where they tricked a whole group of people into thinking they went to space. There were people that thought that they were looking at the globe from space. And it turned out to just be a TV show prank.
How though?
It's called Space Cadets. It's actually a UK reality TV show from 2004. So they basically they set up a fake capsule that they told them that they were going to launch into space, and then they set up all of these training facilities, and they got so-called astronauts and experts to come in and train them all. And there was a few people that were in on it. And the people that were in on it were saying, oh my God, these people will just believe anything they get told as long as it sounds like it's coming from an expert. And then they told them that they had this machine that was going to mitigate the effects of gravity. And then they had this, like, it was kind of like a theme park ride kind of thing where they all got inside it and they thought that they were going up into space, right? It made the noises and vibrations and everything like they were being launched up into space. And then they had big giant curved screens outside the window and they thought that they were in space, and they thought that they were looking at the globe from space, and it turned out that they were all just being pranked, right? This is just with a TV show budget 22 years ago, right? Imagine what NASA could do with an unlimited budget and
Yeah.
all of the technology that we know about and all of the technology they have or that they might have that we don't know about. So I don't know, just throwing out ideas, food for thought.
Mm. What I was gonna ask one thing. You know, this ISS. What is powering it to make it zip across the sky so fast? And there's clearly no engines on it or contrails, and there's no balloon attached to it either. Hello.
Yes, sorry,
Hello?
my wife was talking to me. Yeah, I can hear.
Oh. Yeah. So what is the ISS? Because you see, it's going across the sky really fast. It has no balloon attached to it, and there's no contrails or engines on it that you can see or visibly hear. You
Yeah,
can
I'm not
see it through
sure
your
exactly
telescope.
what it is. It's interesting that we can see it though, considering that when a jumbo jet, right? It's only about the size of the biggest jumbo jet, right? Basically a bit smaller than the size of a football field. So when there's a giant jumbo jet like a Boeing 747 just 6 miles away, it's so small that you can barely even see it. But the ISS is claimed to be 250 miles away. Yet we have no problem seeing the light from it with our naked eye, which
I
is
think it's
kind of
just the
weird.
light that you see, but not the actual object itself. It's just the reflected light.
Right, but we can capture it when it transits the sun or the transits the moon. But even the reflected light from the sun, even just if you can imagine how small that would be. I mean, planes have lights on them as well. And you know, if the plane's above a certain height, you can't even see it. Right? It's so small. The angular size is so small. Imagine if that plane was double the distance away, right? Just 12 miles away. You'd never be able to see it at all with the naked eye. Now, even double that distance and then double that distance again, right? This is getting up to something being so small that it would be very hard to see. All I'm questioning is if there's something up there, maybe it's not the same height and maybe it's not going the same speed that they're telling us. Maybe it's not really 250 miles away, and maybe there's not people on it. Maybe there's, all sorts of other technology. Maybe it's taking advantage of natural upper jet streams of some kind, right? Similar to jet streams, but up higher. We know that they go in uniform patterns. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I think that there's something up there, but I don't think it's orbiting around a ball, right? A globe that measures flat. I don't think that's happening. And then there's 6-hour compilations of ISS bloopers where they're blatantly getting caught faking footage, using CGI, using green screens, using harnesses, using cables. Getting caught faking delays, getting caught contradicting about whether you can see stars or not. It's just such a huge compilation of what seems to be fakery. But you'd have to look over it all for yourself, I wouldn't expect you to just take my word for it. Probably watch that American Moon documentary that I posted. It's probably a good start. Even when they asked the astronauts to swear on the Bible that they went to the moon, they wouldn't. Right? They got offered, I think it was like $10,000 or something like that. Offered, they said, "Oh, we'll give it to any charity. All you have to do is put your hand on the Bible and swear you went to the moon." None of them would do it.
the radiation danger, lunar module technical issues, absence of engine noise, the behavior of lunar dust, evidence of studio wires.
See, for me personally, I just think that the footage looks so ridiculously and obviously fake that I don't know how anyone could believe it. I think most people haven't really seen the footage.
Mm.
But I just think it just looks like ridiculous, like low quality 60s animation to the point where I like to play a trick on Globe Earthers. I didn't do it to you, but if there's some arrogant asshole comes in or something like that, I'll pretend that this footage, right? Like this footage, for example, I'll post it in the side chat. I'll pretend this footage is from a 1950s science fiction movie called Escape to the Moon. And I'll say, look, here's some footage from an old science fiction movie called Escape to the Moon. Do you think people would be gullible enough that if I showed them this footage that's obviously fake and from a movie, do you think that they would believe that this is from NASA? And every single person that I've used that tactic on, they'll say, of course not, right? This footage is obviously fake. Nobody would fall for that. And then they're like, oh, maybe some people would because some people are morons. And then I'll say, oh, actually, this is from Apollo 16. This is official NASA footage. And then they've kind of shot themselves in the foot by that stage. Because this footage looks ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, let me just refresh. All right, so I mean, is there anything you can tell me that's really, really good and like knowledge about the flat Earth, or just anything to do with the Earth that I haven't known yet that you think is really good for me to know? Because I know there's a lot of stuff in the rabbit hole.
Sorry, say that again?
Is there anything you could tell me that is really good to know, like some really sick proof in the rabbit hole that for a flat Earth, or just anything in general to do with the Earth? Because we were talking about satellites.
Yeah, there's no empirical evidence that the Earth is curving.
No, like
I mean,
something like not that, just something else. Like, oh, did you know that this celestial object did this at this time or did this and it shouldn't be doing this,
no,
or
there's no look. Yeah, it's scientifically impossible to have a place that's called outer space that's a 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum. It goes against natural law. It goes against gas laws. There's no scientific experiment that shows that it's even possible.
Well,
to
that the
have
gravity's containing the gas around the atmosphere, and
yeah,
the further out you get from the
that-
gravity, it actually starts to get worse.
yeah, there's no evidence that gravity affects gas particles, right? It even goes against the definition of gas particle movement. Gas particles move in straight lines between collisions. They move at random, in random directions, and they only change direction between elastic collisions or if they bounce off the wall of their container. There's no evidence that gravity pulls gas particles down to the Earth. It actually goes against natural laws. It goes against the gas particle movement definition in
Isn't
general.
there like a book written on this that goes against how the Earth can contain the gas, like by a scientist or a doctor themselves?
it's called the second law of thermodynamics. They will just tell you, right? They'll just tell you that it's possible via mathematical equations, and trust me, bro, right? That's basically what it comes down to, right? They'll say that it's not possible to test because you would need something the size of the Earth to test it. So therefore, you can never test it. And it only is going to exist on paper. It's only going to exist as a faith, right? It's always just going to be kind of like a religion for you, for me, right? Whether you want to trust that it's true, right, or not believe it, because there's no scientific proof that it's or scientific evidence that it's possible. So it's textbook definition pseudoscience, fake science, fraudulent science, because the pseudoscience definition is a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded as based off the scientific method. It hasn't been put through the scientific method. Same with relativity, right? The bending and warping of space-time, the current theory of gravity that people blindly believe in. It's just a mathematical concept. Yeah, the strongest arguments for the globe is that there isn't against the globe is that there isn't any empirical evidence at all. It's all just faith-based, it's model-based, it's mathematic-based, it's trust-based. It's not empirical. So, I mean, why to even believe it in the first place? And then look into the history of the globe. Actually, you might enjoy. I actually I'm in the process of making a series of flat Earth videos, but the first one, which is already out, it goes over the history of the globe and how ridiculous the history of the globe is. Because most people from the globe side, they don't know how the globe became a thing. They think some really smart people, right, back in the day worked it out empirically, and that's absolutely not what happened.
Yeah.
So, and every time we go and test the Earth in reality, you know, we can back up everything we claim about how gas pressure works, right? It aligns with natural laws. It aligns with what we can test in labs here on the Earth. Obviously, who was that? Was that UD7?
I want to learn English, please. Can you
Sorry,
You gotta go down to one of the beginner English channels, my friend, and there's people
I
there.
want to learn. I'm from Saudi Arabia.
All right, so I will hit this button. Okay, so you're gonna go to A1 beginner. Enjoy your trip. Yeah, so look, I mean, test the claims. I mean, to have a globe, you must have curving water. Where's the empirical evidence of that? To have a globe in a space vacuum, right? You need to have evidence that you're able to have a globe that's covered in water and gas inside a giant vacuum.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not possible to test because water boils in a vacuum, and you can't have a gas inside a vacuum chamber,
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
obviously. So everything that we're claiming is testable. That's exactly how gas laws work. And they claim outer space. I mean, if anyone wants to talk about outer space, first prove outer space can exist in that sense. And then we can talk about all of the things that they're claiming about outer space after we show that we can actually have outer space. Right. So even to make a vacuum chamber, you need to have a container in the first place. And to have gas pressure, you need to have a container. It's in the definition of gas pressure.
Shut up, man, shut up.
All right.
Don't they say that
Don't
they say that the Earth's gravity is the container itself?
Yeah, so somebody show me gravity acting as a container for gas, because when we have a contained amount of gas and we remove the lid, gravity doesn't hold any of the gas in the container. All of the gas will leave the container, and it will diffuse with the air around it, with the other gases. It will blend in, and zero of the gas, even if we get a heavy gas like sulfur hexafluoride, right? We can fill up a fish tank with it. We can float a boat on it, like a little tinfoil boat or something. We'll float on the heavy gas, and then we can come back 3 or 4 hours later or the next morning, and all of that gas is going to be gone, because gas moves because of kinetic energy, right? And gas particles are just moving at random constantly in all directions, and they're slowly just going to blend in with the other particles. It's not like the gas is being pinned down to the earth by gravity. Gas particles don't there's no evidence that they're affected by gravity. It's not like a gas particle is going up and gravity pulls it back down to the Earth. Gas particle will move indefinitely in a straight line until it collides with another gas particle and or bounces against the walls of its container. And there's no evidence that goes against that, other
But the
than
thing
saying, "Oh,
is,
well, on a planetary scale, it's different." It's like, "Oh, okay, can you
but the thing
validate
is,
that?"
the gas does leave the Earth into the vacuum. Should I tell you why? So there was this thing about the moon, right? That a lot of the moon is rusting due to iodization, or what you call it, because the solar winds are pushing out the Earth's oxygen onto the moon, and it's actually causing rust on the moon.
Right, and then another group of scientists will tell you that Earth's atmosphere extends far beyond the moon. Right, they're full of contradictions.
Wait, so it's far beyond the moon? That means the moon is in the Earth.
They say that the Earth's atmosphere, that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere.
That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, but there's no evidence for any of this. This is all just theoretical woo-woo, basically. So look, just
You
press,
please
you know.
don't study physics.
What's that?
Hello guys, how are
You-
you?
You're good.
This is my first time on Discord.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
How's it working out for you?
I think it's pretty strange. I don't know.
Yeah,
Hello.
I still want to figure out the not what it definitely is with the sun and the moon and their planets and the stars, but I want to figure out like how it pertains to the flat Earth, what we could say where the sun and the moon is going to get a 24-hour sun on both Antarctica and the Arctic, even though they're miles apart, and only visualize it on the
You would-
globe turning around. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
you would have to work out what the sun is first. What medium
Yeah,
is
that's
the
the
sun
thing.
in?
Well, we know it's
Yeah.
light first. The light is coming from the sun.
Yeah,
And
we
I
know
was
it's
just
a
thinking
light.
that, yeah. I was
Yeah, it's a
thinking
light
that,
in the sky.
sorry, go on.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just thinking like, well, since it's just a light, we'll just say it's light for now. Well, we'll just talk about the light aspect. On the flat Earth, how close is it to the Earth, you know, with the whole thing about the light, right? Because if it was too high up or far away from us, having it just being this weird light or whatever it is, if the light was further away, it would probably cover the whole of the countries, would have a lot of light. If it was too close, then you know I don't know how I can visualize it on a flat Earth. I don't know what's best to do. You know where I'm coming from.
Well-
I'm really bad at explaining things.
Yeah, so we have atmospheric attenuation of light. So light can only travel so far through an atmosphere or through a medium. Because the light scatters, it becomes absorbed by a medium. Think about this, right? If you go to the ocean on the clearest day and it's the middle of the day in summer, if you just go 100 meters down into the water, it's pitch black. Not only
Yeah,
can you not
exactly.
see the sun anymore, but you can't see any light from the sun at all. Like nothing. It's just blackness. And that's because
Yeah.
the medium absorbs the light. So the air does the same thing, except to a lesser extent. So there's also something called the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the source, it diminishes exponentially. So every time you double the distance, you lose 4 times the intensity of the light. So when we combine the atmosphere with the inverse square law of light, light can't travel forever. Now, are we looking at the actual sun? There's a lot of evidence that the sun that we're looking at behaves more like a reflection than the direct source of the light that we're looking at.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing.
Right.
What I'm talking about, I just want to add this because now I know what I'm talking about. Now I know what I'm trying to say. Do you know the map of the Sun Terminator? It has like the darks and like a big dark wave, and then it's a big light wave. The Terminator. Let me show you. I think you already know what I mean. Sun Terminator. Oh, bro, where is it? Sun Terminator map. They have this on the flat disk model thing, whatever you call it. And sometimes you can. This is it. I'm gonna send the picture. This thing. This is what I'm trying to visualize for a flat Earth. You know where I'm coming from now. It's like if the light was further away, it should cover more up.
Yeah, but it's not a sharp Terminator line like that. It's not like
Yeah.
if you go there and you're on one side of that, you're in the darkness, and you're in the other side, you're in the light. It's just like a crude animation cartoon of it. Really, it's like a gradient. You know, it's not like a sharp line. But you know, we can replicate that on a flat surface. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying
That's
that
what
this
I'm
is the I'm not saying this is the model of the Earth. Let me find this GIF. Just a second. So we can match up exactly what we see on timeanddate.com. So just a second. Right. So here we go. Now, I'm not saying that this is how it works. This is just an example of how it could work and how you can show it working on a model that's not a globe.
Yeah.
Now, on the
Oh,
left,
this glass is the thing I want. This glass.
Yeah. So you can replicate the exact day-night cycle that they show on timeanddate.com or on suncalc.com, just with a glass dome and a flashlight held above it. It's kind of crazy, hey?
Yeah.
And it matches perfectly. Like the one on the left is from timedate.com showing the day-night cycle. And then if you have a look at what Yaga Bruno posted underneath that, now if you imagine there's like a little person standing on the ground inside that, right? They're going to see the light from the source from that torch. They're going to see that projected onto the inside of that dome, that glass dome. They're not going to see the source light. They're just going to see the projected light. And that's what I mean about the sun acting like an apparent light in the sky.
It's just so this glass dome. I want to know what this glass thing is because I want to buy it off Amazon or eBay. But I want to know, like, within this little glass dome with this on here, which is really cool. I actually like this. How do you know in the dark part? Or let's say if the Antarctica had 24-hour sun. In the dark part, that's between. Give me 1 second. Let me just take a picture, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'm gonna just do red lines. Let's just assume there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So there's two light parts here. Can you see? So there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and then there's the dark part. You see You see this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in that light part where the arrow's pointing, compared to the light part below it, can you both see the circle of the sun? Can you both see the sun in respect to the dark part? Can you still see the sun in that? Because I mean the light is a
No,
bit.
this is not a map of the flat Earth. This is a globe
I know,
map.
no, I
that you're
know. I'm
looking
just
at right
saying,
there.
like, I'm just saying on behalf of like this thing, like this magnifying dome thing, this glass dome thing. Would it be possible? Because I know you're good with optics.
Yeah. This is
Would you
called the
see
coffee cup caustic effect. So it means that you would see light.
the no
You would
circle?
see light all the way around the outside of the coffee cup. So basically, like if light's coming in through the window and you've got a coffee cup, it lights up the entire rim of the coffee cup. So this is a coffee cup caustic effect, and
But
it's
would
what
you
you
see
would
that
expect
circle? Let's say if we were
you had.
small and we could stand there, right? Sorry if I'm interrupting, but like let's imagine we shrunk ourselves really small. We stood inside that glass, around the outside of the light, where the light is actually traveling around the outside
No,
of the dark
the
part.
whole entire thing is lit up. It's not the outside of the light.
No, that part that's on the outside. Would we still see the circle of the sun?
Probably not.
Reflected.
It,
I mean,
it,
I
it,
mean,
it
you
would
could
be
use it.
it would be so it's kind of like when you're looking at the sun underwater, right? You're looking at it from another medium, right? So that light
Yeah.
would be in another medium. So the sun would be an apparent sun. It wouldn't be the physical sun. And that's just an idea that maybe the sun is outside of the system that we're in.
That's what I'm saying, DJ. That's what I'm saying. So that part that I put the arrow on, would you still? So like here, for example. Let me just take a picture of this. The guy that's actually using it. I'm just going to show you what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Using his.
So here, I guess I get Joe Hamdy's little mock-up where the sun appears to be able to be seen on the outside going around Antarctica.
This part here. This part here. Could you see if, let's say, we were standing here or like looking at this angle where the arrow is?
That's what some people are saying. Can we do that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think you would be able to see the actual sun. You would just see light, right? It would just be light, and you wouldn't be able to see the actual sun.
Oh, okay.
But then again, I don't know exactly how it would work, because this is literally just a crude model, just to show you that you can replicate things that we see using all sorts of different methods. It doesn't mean that it has to be a globe. So there are models that show how you can see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in the south. There are models that show how all of the stars and the motion of the planets and everything.
How you could see it in Antarctica.
Yeah, but I'm not vouching for it to be a perfectly accurate model, but yeah, I will grab it for you.
Because that's the thing, I just want to... If you watch carefully, moving torch up decreases and down wraps.
It's just some people present this as an alternative.
I need to buy one of these coffee cup things.
Hold on, dude. Some people present it just as an alternative explanation, right? So one of the things that once you lose the globe, you no longer have explanations for everything. Now you want an explanation for every single thing in the universe. And so there's flat earthers that are out there, speculating because they're just trying to figure out what the next answer is. And that's part of the scientific method. You got to ask a question, right?
Yeah.
See, where it starts to get really complicated is you're looking at this from the outside perspective.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, from the God's eye.
Yeah, but from each person's viewing perspective on the Earth, you see everything in your own personal celestial sphere, your dome of vision, your dome of perspective, which is unique to every single person. So you'll see everything that's in the sky projected onto that arbitrary dome of vision that you have, right? So that's when it starts to get complicated. But this model that I'm about to show you does take all of that into account. And let me just say again, I'm not vouching for this model. I'm not saying that this is exactly how it all works. This is a model showing you that on a flat surface, you can explain everything that we see in the sky without assuming the Earth's a globe. So I'll find that for you and I'll pop it in the side chat.
Yeah. I want to buy one of these from Amazon so I can like do my own experiments. Because I think there might be a way I can actually do it so you can see the sun on that other side, the circle, yeah.
All they did was they used a flat map, right? A spherical coordinate system flattened out, and then they bought a hemisphere ball, glass ball. That's all they did.
Yeah, that's what I want to try and do. But I'm gonna get a bigger one. I'm gonna get three. One small one, medium size, and one big, and then I'm gonna get a torch, and I'm gonna just do some stuff and see what I can get. Is the dome like solid, or is it that can you actually place things inside the dome?
No, nobody knows. Man.
Yeah, nobody in here's claiming a dome.
Nope, no dome.
No,
no
I'm not saying it's a
globe.
dome. I'm not saying it's a dome. I'm just saying about this thing that you can use to do the light shit.
Oh,
I want to buy one.
That's a problem with using that.
Is it hollow glass or is it thick glass?
It's thick glass.
Thick. Okay.
It's solid glass.
If it's hollow glass, that's good because I can put a little camera inside one of them, like a really tiny
Which
camera,
is,
and
which
just
is
like
another
You
problem for
look.
flat earthers
This is why
because
I don't like using that map with that snow globe on the light. I don't like that at all. I don't know why people still do it because it causes these issues.
well the demonstration they're using to light up the flat earth on the inside of that image, right? That dome thing is solid glass, and we're not looking through glass when we look outside. So like there's a lot
Right. But you see the problem
there's a
then,
lot
right?
of
Like you show somebody this and then you say it's not this, and now they're confused. Like, this is all the David Weiss crap that's still infesting our community.
JJ, did you say you were getting it? Wait, what is the name of the glass? I want to find it on Amazon.
For crying out loud.
I still want it. I just want it because I want to do some stuff.
Yeah, look, as long as you understand that we're not claiming this as a model or anything like that.
No,
The
I
only
know you're
reason I
not claiming it's
showed
a
it to
model.
you,
I just want to do
the
light
only
stuff.
reason I showed it to you was so you could see that there are ways that you can show how certain things could work using something other than a globe. Purely that only.
Yeah, I
That's
know
why I
you're
was
not
very,
claiming it.
very
That is
careful
it.
with
I
that.
just wanna.
Yeah.
I just wanna use.
So the last thing you would want to do is like, yeah.
I want to use like one of these to try and like see what I can do with the light and how I can bend it.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with speculating as long as as long as you're clear that you're speculating and you don't take these speculations and say that this is how the flat earth works.
Did you say you were getting the model?
Yeah, it's not something that I have saved, so I'll go find it and share it.
Okay. Glowbusters. Okay. The first comment I see is Dogwalker666. Note how night is impossible on this fantasy world.
Yeah, it's crazy they've managed to convince people that all of the oceans stick into the outside of a ball that's hurtling through space at 1.5 million miles per hour in all of these different vectors and covered in gas inside a space vacuum is normal and not crazy. But flat earthers claiming that Earth is exactly as we all experience it, and that if you want to have a large body of water, it needs to have a container, and that the surface is flat. And they've somehow managed to convince people, right, that the flat earthers claim is crazy and that the spinning space ball is normal. And anyone that goes against that is crazy, right? It's like they've replaced people's common sense with absolute nonsense, and people just lap it up. And then you've got all of these cultists in the comment sections that obsessively follow flat earthers around to leave comments like that.
Mhm.
It's pretty shocking. You know, everything that we're saying can be demonstrated on a smaller scale. It can be demonstrated in reality, and it's exactly what we all experience.
Yeah, yeah.
I really appreciate you guys, especially you, Yoder, for standing stalwart on wanting to make sure that your empiricism holds up and that speculation doesn't rule. I know I had a couple of problems with that myself when I first joined, but I've come to a greater understanding of why you do what you do. And I just wanted to say I appreciate your stalwartness and you're holding even flat earthers to a higher standard. It takes a lot of work, and I appreciate you guys for it.
Thanks,
Okay.
man. I don't have a lot of friends because of that, so. But it is what it is.
I was going over your list yesterday with Peter, by the way, in the live stream. I don't know if you were listening.
No, awesome. I might have to
We were
rewind.
starting at the end of the list. Oh, we only got up to like, because each one was quite a long conversation, so we only went through about 3 or 4. But we started from 50. We were working backwards.
How does the eclipse work? And what is like the moon's reflection? What is that? I'm not talking about this one I'm looking at. I was just seeing some stuff. But like, how does like an eclipse work?
Yeah, we don't know how the sky works, unfortunately. We get told a story about it, and then we have a bunch of eclipses that don't match that story that we get told. So the globe has some problems in their explanation for how eclipses work. Right? Like sometimes during a lunar eclipse, we can see the sun and the moon both clearly above the horizon during the eclipse, even though they're meant to be lined up. And that's the reason that we're seeing the eclipse. And then sometimes the shadow on the moon is upside down, right? Where the convex surface of the globe should be causing a convex shadow on the moon, but the shadow on the moon that we see is upside down. It's not convex, it's concave. That doesn't make sense either.
Wait. Can you show? I don't understand. Wait, can you show me what you mean? What that was?
Can see if I can pull something up quickly.
I know what Salnelian is.
So basically, the shadow that you see on the moon. Okay, all right. Look at what Yaga Bruno just posted. The last one.
I was talking about solar eclipse, not lunar. But yeah, we can go through this. Have a
So
look at
this
it.
shadow should be the other, right? If you think about the curvature of the Earth, right, it should be curving convex, but that shadow on the moon is curved. It's upside down. On all of those moons there, it's upside down. So the Earth's casting an upside down shadow on the moon. That doesn't make sense.
Maybe it's because the sunlight is going from underneath the Earth, right?
It's still, well, quite often during these same eclipses, we can see the sun and the moon above the horizon, right? Like if this person turns the camera around, we can see the sun above the horizon behind us as well.
So it's nothing to do
Plenty
like
of
light
footage of this
bending or
happening.
refraction or anything like that.
Yeah, that's all they can say. They'll just say it's refraction. They don't really have a good explanation for the upside down shadow, but they'll say the reason that we can see the sun and the moon are both above the horizon is because it's not really there. Really, it's refraction lifting it up, but they don't have any evidence that that's actually happening. It's just an explanation. It's just damage control. Yeah, like thousands of kilometers of refraction, like Yaga Bruno said, right? That's their excuse for all of these things. Gravity or refraction. That's what you hear from the globe side. All of the holes in the gaping holes in the globe model get patched up with their glue, right? 2 types of glue fix all of the problems, and that's gravity and refraction, which they don't have any empirical evidence that they can, for gravity even existing in the first place, as they claim it does, or that refraction can do what it would need to do for them to you know, to be able to say it's a reason for these things, right? They don't have any measurements of the refractive index over these distances.
Well, this is the lunar eclipse. What about the solar eclipse itself, when the moon goes in front of the sun? If they're the same size, then what is actually happening?
Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like the sun and the moon are similar size. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know exactly what the moon is either. It's just an explanation that they have for something that happens in the sky. I don't know. The ancient cultures believed that there were dark bodies up in the sky that we can't see. NASA also agrees that there's dark planets and dark stars that we can't see that are actually there. So I don't know. I don't know what the sky is. That's the thing, right? That's why we're called 24/7 flat Earth. We're very honest in what we do and what we don't know. We don't know how the sky works. We don't subscribe to pseudoscience, but we know that whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface because we can test it. It's been tested thousands of times, and there's no curvature. We're never going to know exactly how the sky works. We're not going to know what medium is up there. We're not going to know what a star is. We're not even going to know what shape a star is because any light from a distance looks like a round light, no matter what shape it is. So it would be cool to know all of these things, but we just don't. We also know that when you cast a shadow from one ball onto another ball using a light source, it doesn't cast a shadow like we see on the moon during an
Like an
eclipse.
S wave.
Yeah, like an S wave sinusoidal pattern shadow is what we would see. Yeah, like a sine wave pattern. But, and I'm not saying that this is what's happening, if we use a flat edge and we cast a shadow onto a round surface like a sphere with a flat edge, then it does exactly what we see during an eclipse. Which is interesting.
Maybe it's because the Earth is
Not
bigger
saying-
than the moon. That's why it's not a sine wave, it's just flat.
Yeah, well, the Earth is probably bigger than the moon, but when we set it up, even with a bigger ball and a smaller moon, it still casts a ball still doesn't cast the shadow or the alleged shadow that we see. I mean, we see lunar phases, right? That's not a shadow. I mean, that's not a shadow cast on the moon by the Earth either. It's just the angle of the light hitting it. So all of a sudden, when we have an eclipse, then all of a sudden it's the shadow of the Earth. How do we know it's a shadow? I don't know. Lots of mysteries. Yeah, so unfortunately, we're not going to be able to answer all your questions about how does all of the things in the sky work. Although we do have a funny meme, which I'll provide. It is.
I have this joke when people ask me, well, what else could it be? I'm like, anything else but that.
Central U.S. There's supposed to be next month. There's supposed to be a stellar eclipse. Kind of excited about that.
You know the shape of the shadow that's on the moon is like we'd assume is like a ball being the Earth going between the sun and the moon, right? You can just take that shadow, outline it. It'll probably be like a bit of an arc, and then get like a computer to complete the circle, and you'd probably get the shape of whatever it's covering it. And if it fits the Earth shape, then wouldn't it be a globe?
Well, where's the measurable curvature? There would have to be You know.
No, I'm talking about this. Let me show you. Hold on. This thing. Oh,
Listen,
what
the
the hell?
problem is we've tracked where the moon.
Where is it?
We've tracked the moon and the sun, and the paths don't align in syzygy. So there's doubt whether or not that it's the Earth that's actually causing that shadow in the first place.
All right, here we are. So this is the thing here I'm talking about. To complete that circle. So I just sent it in the side chat, as you can see, DJ. To complete the circle, it would look something like this. Wait, hold on. What the hell? What is going on, bro? My drawing is really bad, but all right, here we go. Here we go. So look at this, DJ. See how I measured the shadow that we see on the moon? And then I completed the circle? Almost.
Yep.
So this would be the Earth here. As you see, it's pretty much bigger. That's why it's not a sine wave.
This is a right. When we replicate it on a smaller scale, we see a sine wave pattern on the second ball that the shadow's being
Yeah.
cast on.
But here it's the moon itself, and you can complete the arc by drawing the circle.
Right, but that doesn't. It would depend on the distance of the second object and the size of the moon. I mean,
Yeah.
all you're determining is that, if you circle it out like that, it looks like something bigger. And then it's going to change, right? As that shadow moves over the moon, right? It's going to change, right? That's not like that red ball that you've drawn is going to stay the same either.
No, but it so happens to be like measurably on a 1-to-1 scale, the size of the Earth that's actually being addressed and taught by NASA and all that kind of stuff. The circle that I just drew.
How did you come to that conclusion?
That's
So
circular logic.
the circle here, obviously I drew a red circle from the arc itself on the moon, the arc of the shadow, and I completed it, or just tried to complete it for you, but I just didn't want to do it all the way. And then you put the size of the moon next to that. Let's get a model of the globe, Earth, and the moon, put it next to each other, and it looks almost the same. The size of the red
How do you know
circle.
how do you know how big the moon is?
Red circle. I'm just going by what we can see. That's all.
But yeah, so how do you know how big the moon is, though? You don't see how big the moon is, do you?
Well, I was looking at. I'm not saying how big the moon is actually. I'm just saying that this shadow is cast by a bigger object.
Yeah, but you said it lets us know the relative sizes of these objects. So how do you know that?
All I'm saying is that the shadow is cast by a bigger object.
That may be the case, but it doesn't mean it's the Earth.
I didn't say it's the Earth. I'm just saying that the object's bigger, and you can see it with you. It's an observation you can do at home.
Well, I mean, above you, I posted the moon track and the sun track.
What?
Actually, it's a sun track. Excuse me.
Okay.
the angle of occultation of the moon doesn't match where the moon is.
Yeah, here,
Well,
try
it
it.
might
Try
not
it
be a
again.
total ellipse. Oh,
Well, try it with this one now. Okay, here's a different screenshot. All right, now
Uh-huh.
show me how big the ball is that's casting this shadow, which is
I
clearly
don't know
actually
how
just a
big it is. It's
it's just
just
a
that the
straight line.
shadow is cast by a bigger object. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but look at this. Look what I just posted.
Oh yeah. Wait, it's a bit blurry. Is there a better picture?
Well, you can see it's a straight, piece of cardboard or whatever it is. It's not even a sphere that's
Oh,
casting the
I know what
shadow.
I know what you're doing. Hold on. Give me a sec. So yeah, it's like the piece of cardboard, and then there's this. Yeah, you're right. Hold on. Give me a second. What the hell? What the hell? Bruh. Okay, here we go.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we're in the middle of a conversation, bro. Actually, let me just zoom in a bit more because I'm really bad at drawing this. Oh my fucking days. I cannot draw. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it like that because I'm really stressing myself out now. DJ, look what I said.
Right. So, it's not it's not what anything like the object that's casting the shadow in that case at all.
Yeah.
It's a flat edge casting that shadow, not a circle.
I mean, you just have to say, "Oh, the Earth is much bigger, and it's just casting a flat edge."
We don't know what we're
Almost like
seeing. Yeah, we don't know what the moon is. We don't know what's causing, a lot of the effects that we see in the sky. Unfortunately, and that's always going to be the way.
Hey, Sleep, I tagged you in a YouTube video. If you scroll up, you'll see lunar eclipse at sunrise. If you could watch that video, it's not
oh,
a
the
flat
sound
Earth
alien. Yeah, I
video.
know. I've seen that video like many times. It's cool. It's weird, and it's really creepy. I just thought
Do
like,
you get what I'm saying though?
I mean, the
Like the
sun is
shadow is
a little
upside
bit
down.
above the horizon. I just thought maybe, I don't know. I thought it'd be
You get
much more higher above the horizon.
you get what he's saying though, that the shadow is upside down.
Yeah, the light would have to be under the Earth,
And you can see
and
the sun and the moon are both above the horizon.
yeah, it's just that the sun is a little bit above the horizon, not too much. It should be way more above the horizon, but there again, we have the ocean, so it would definitely be higher above the ocean, unless they
But
were high up.
it shouldn't be above the horizon, and they're saying it's not above the horizon, and that's just a fake sun that you're looking at. That's an optical illusion.
I don't even think you got the ocean. He's like in a farm field.
I mean, yeah, if you're at ocean level, it would be a bit. You wouldn't really see it rise, but if they're in high altitude, up on a hill, they would see a bit of the sun. I thought it would be much higher above the horizon, like 10 degrees above the horizon. Well, anyways, that's it, really. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, you know, speculating about the sky, you know, it's fun and all, but it's never going to get to any conclusion. What does
I
get
just
to a
like sky
conclusion
optics, that's
is
all. I like sky stuff.
yeah, a lot of
that's
people
all.
do. Yeah.
I'm not saying it proves the shape of the Earth. I'm just saying I want to I forgot what the name of that dome thing was because I do want to do my own optical experiments.
It's just a
What is it
glass
called?
dome. A glass
Yeah, but
dome.
what is that? Is it hollow or is it
It's just like a
Coffee
glass
cup
dome.
costed.
Yeah.
glass
Just a
dome? I'm
glass.
gonna look on an Amazon.
Coffee cup costed is what it's called. Coffee cup
Coffee cup
cost. No, it's not gonna help you. He
Coffee
wants
cup
to know
what?
what the name of the piece of glass to buy.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
It's just
Glass.
I don't know the name of it, but I don't know the name of it, but it's something that like jewelers and coin guys
I found
use.
it. I found it. It's a 6 times magnifying glass dome magnifier. Crystal dome paperweight reading magnifying glass.
You sure?
I think so. Science. Long wing crystal dome paperweight. Reading magnifying glass. Large dome magnifying. Let me have a look on Google. Large dome magnifying glass. I need to get the biggest one out there, bro. Because I'm gonna do this. Oh shit, look at this. Wait, DJ, look at this. Hold on. I just saw something. Look at this sun. And look how it's dark around the edges. Let me show you. All around it is just dark because it's magnifying glass.
Oh yeah, that's not what anyone's using. I don't know what that thing is.
Yeah, but it gives the impression of how the sky could work. But anyways, let me just keep on having a look. Yeah, me what the hell? Magnifying glass. Dome magnifier. Bro, who is this retard that keeps speaking in the channel? Is it Bennett? Or is it Ali? It's him. It's him.
Hey, what's up, Ollie? Ollie, hey there. How you doing, man?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, I from here on. From bus line. Please. Okay.
So, hey, man, this is a pretty advanced conversation. If you have anything that you want to contribute to it, we can definitely shift over towards you and have a conversation.
All right, I found one of the domes. There's a tiny one, bigger one, smaller
Hold
one.
on, Sleep. You know, you got to be fair, man. Right.
Yeah, I now playing my computer in PC.
All right. Well, again, this is a pretty advanced conversation. We talk about math and science in here. And so if you want to mute your microphone and listen, that way you can, you know, see where things fit in at.
Yes, but
That would be great.
I listen for noise.
Okay.
I listen for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Large magnifying dome. But they're all small. I want a big one. I'm gonna order one. I just want to have a. I've always wanted one of these, even before the flat Earth stuff, because I wanted to use it to make like a sunset kind of stuff, sun space kind of shit.
But yeah, Sleep, you got to be fair to new people that come in and talk to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just majority of people that keep coming in don't know what the hell, don't even know that they're using Discord. They're just going, like, shut the fuck up.
I
Go
agree,
into a
but you
different
still got to
channel.
be fair, man. Fair is fair.
Yeah, I know. It's just low key annoying sometimes.
No, we agree. It's more than frustrating when you're having a conversation and someone interrupts and has to say what they're going to say. And it's like, you know, as an adult, you never walk into a room and just start yelling.
Okay, so there's 100 millimeters, 300 millimeter. Let me have a look if there's a 300 millimeter.
Is it entertaining narration if your Google searches is maybe after you've found what you're looking for, you could talk about it.
Oh yeah,
Have a look
sorry.
Hey, Sleep, have a look at Joe Hanvey on YouTube. I think he
How do you spell
actually
his name?
sells models. Joe, Hanvey.
VEY. Okay. Joe Hanvey. Let me have a look at his links. Oh.
Yeah, I know he was. I think he was selling them. So
Working on better moon phase. Yeah, I like this kind of stuff. This Joe Hanvey stuff is the stuff I like. I don't say this is the Earth model. I'm just saying, you know, I don't know.
yeah,
It's just
exactly. I
good to
mean, he
play
just
with.
put,
It's just
he was exactly. He just put a model together to just experiment with, right? I'm not saying it's true or anything like that, but he did predict a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with it.
Magnifying dome. Let me just have a look at the stuff you sent inside chat. $100 millimeters. That's what I need. Add to basket. I'm gonna get this. This is really good stuff. I've always wanted this. 'm gonna have it delivered tomorrow as soon as possible because I need this. Okay.
What? Wait, you didn't tell us what the options are about when it could be delivered, so we could help you decide.
7 a.m. tomorrow GMT. So UTC 00 +1.
Okay, that sounds good. We approve.
Why? I just.
Matthew, you love me, bro.
Yeah, I'm getting the dome. Are you fucking kidding me? I said
No.
open. Oh shit! Here we
I
go.
couldn't help you open it. I mean, it's on a website that we don't have access to, so we're not
No,
kidding
no,
you.
no, no. I'm not. I'm talking to
Oh,
myself.
you're just narrating your experience.
Yeah,
Online.
it's coming tomorrow. Okay, I've got it. I got
Alright,
it.
sleep. Good stuff. Waste
I
of
always
money,
wanted
but
one
good
of these.
stuff.
No, I needed one. I needed. It's not a waste of money. I'm pretty rich. I just needed one. I can always take it back if I don't want it. It's easy. I already have the. I've got the torch as well. I have the torch as well. All right, that's it. Stuff's coming. So I got the torch and I got the. Shit. Wait. What address is it going to? Oh, okay. Okay. Change. Wait, let me cancel the item and buy it again because I need to change the address. Give me a sec. All right, done. 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 Okay, I'm gonna have to do this again, but to the right address because it went to my other address. I'll be right back, guys.
What did I miss? Sleep got himself muted. Seemed like that was gonna happen sooner or later.
Oh, I didn't even notice. We got a full narration of his searching for this dome thing, and then as he's clicking through and deciding which one and figuring out when it's going to be delivered. So maybe somebody got tired of that.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, why was I on mute? Did I accidentally like leave my mic on or something? Is there anyone here? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's up?
Awesome. Yeah, I was AFK. I was downstairs. I left my phone upstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's up?
Yeah, before I just well, before I went AFK, I was talking here about getting like a magnifying glass dome. Not to show that this is the model of the Earth, but just to do like sky optics and sun stuff. Because I thought it'd be cool. I always wanted it before I got into the flat Earth stuff, but there's like a dome, a magnifying dome. You can use a small glass dome thing and a torch.
Okay.
Pretty good. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy one. I just wanted it anyways, but shit.
You a flat earther?
No, I'm a globe Earth, but like I don't know. I'm on the fence.
You're on the fence.
Yeah, but I'm with the globe because it's the best. I'm not saying that the Earth is a globe through science or anything, but it's just like the best explanation for how the sky works and everything.
Is it? Did we play the game before?
Yeah.
Oh, you do. Okay, cool. It's called.
Which one is
Escape.
real and which one's not?
No, we're not going to do that. We're going to do an escape room game called Escape the Globe.
Okay.
You get some items, and then you're going to try to use those items. See if you can figure it out. Nobody played
Okay.
it with you? Okay, cool.
No.
All right, the Escape from the Globe game. Here we go. So I'm going to give you some items and some information, and then see if you can crack the question and get out of it, the room.
Okay.
So here it is in the chat. First, we're going to post, just to make it easy, we're going to post a little infographic that you can use as a hint, and you are allowed to call a friend.
Right.
So
Okay.
you can ask someone else in the room. Let's see here. I don't have any fancy Jeopardy music or anything. Take any time, all the time you want.
Okay.
All
No
right. So
problem.
there's the picture first, and here is the escape items.
Give me 1 second. Just need to do something before I look.
Okay. We haven't had anyone crack it so far, but we just started it today. So there was another player a little bit earlier. So it'll be interesting
Okay.
if you can crack it.
Let's have a look. Okay. You escape from the globe. You have 1 laser, 1 friend, 1 measuring tape for long tick. Earth curvature. The question: can you figure out if the water is curving on the lake using these items? Omni calculator. I don't know how to use this, bro.
I know that's the first problem to solve.
Can you figure out if water is curving on that? Well, I don't. I'm so okay. How do I do this?
Well, I mean, I don't want to give you any hints. That's part of the game. Just think about it for a while. Maybe you can ask
Distance to
someone
the
in the room.
object. Okay, I'll do 3.9. I'll do 2,000 then. Okay, 2,000 kilometers.
How wide is the lake? It's 10 miles, right? So you're gonna have to use that as the distance, right?
Okay,
Beach
miles then.
from beach A to beach B, there's 10 miles.
Okay, 10 miles. Okay, 10 miles. Eyesight level? I don't know.
Well, you're gonna have to decide.
I'll do 900. I'll do 30 eyesight level. Distance to horizon. Obscured object part 0. Now what?
What's the eyesight height there? The water level is, how high up is that?
Well, the eyesight level is 30. Distance to object is 10.
30 feet.
Distance to her. Yeah.
You're going to use the ladder on that beach. All right. Well, if that's what you want to use.
Yeah.
So there is no curvature if you're 30 feet tall.
Well, it just says distance to horizon 19.55 and the obscured object part is 0.
So no curvature, but you're gonna have to find
Wait,
a
how
way
do I
to.
know if it's curvature or not?
That's for you to figure out. You have a measuring tape, right? So you're gonna have to first measure 30 feet, right? Somehow. But I would just place the laser lower down, easier.
Okay, eyesight level 10, distance to object 10, distance to horizon 11.29, and obscured object part is 1.81226. There we go. That's my final.
1.8 meters.
Yeah. What's happening?
So you have 1.8 meters of curvature between you and the other side.
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah.
How far up are you? You're 10
10
feet up.
meters up.
10 meters.
Well, it's eyesight level's 10 meters, yeah.
But you're not 10 meters tall.
But that's what I put.
Okay, so there's 1.8 meters of curvature we're going to have to explain away on that lake then.
Okay.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Okay, it's part of the game for you to figure it out.
How is
Listen,
this even a
yeah.
game? This is just me asking you questions, like.
No, you need to use these items to see if you can prove that the lake water curves between you and the other beach. So far, you haven't been able to. You haven't escaped it yet.
Well, it says 1.81226.
All right, so listen, we'll see if we can walk you through it instead. You have a laser, right? What are you going to do with that laser?
I'm gonna point it flat across the lake.
Okay, and you want to put that thing 10 meters up. Why would you do that? I mean,
All right,
you're
I'm not
only
gonna put
what?
it 10 meters up. I'm gonna put it 0
How
or
about the
1.
foot over? I mean, you have a measuring tape that's 1 foot long. So
Wait,
how
hold on.
about
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do eyesight. I'm gonna do eyesight level at 1. Distance to object 10 miles. Eyesight level 1 meter up. So it's 1 meter.
All right.
The distance to the horizon is 3.57 kilometers. I'll do miles actually. It's 2.22 miles distance to horizon. And the obscured object part is 12.3094 meters.
How about we
Yeah.
either pick metric or imperial? Mixing them is just going to be difficult for
Okay,
the
we'll just do
listeners.
miles for every single thing. Miles, eyesight level is meters though.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
it's 0.007648 miles, the obscured object part.
Yeah. So you have a laser. That's one of the items, right? And you're going to try to
Mhm.
figure out if water curves on the lake, right? And you have a friend too. So where are you going to place your friend? On the other side or on
Yeah,
your
10
side?
miles apart. Yeah, 10 miles
All
apart.
right. So he can be on the other side, right? And then you have a measuring tape. It's 1 foot long. So how about we just put the laser 1 foot over the water there?
All right. Okay, feet. Okay, 1
1
foot. Okay.
Okay. And now, what's the distance to horizon?
1.225 miles.
Yeah. And what's the obscured, the curvature
0.0097263 miles.
Can we just do it in feet? It's so difficult to convert it in my head.
Okay. It's 51.355 feet.
Right. So if this is working, your laser should end up over 50 foot over your friend's head on the other side. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
You think it does?
Wouldn't that just prove that it's a flat surface given those square inch miles that you're like drawing
Well,
a
it
line
shouldn't.
on?
Why the hell would it be above his head?
Because you're shooting the laser
Oh
1
wait, yeah.
foot over.
I think it should be above his head. Yeah, I think it
Yeah,
should.
it should be about 50 foot over his head on the other side if the lake is curving the claimed
Yeah,
curvature,
yeah.
right?
It just came back as 51.355. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, over 50 feet up and over his head, there's the laser beam on the other side. If the water is curving, the claimed curvature of the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Problem is when we
I have a
do these.
question.
No,
Wait, go
wait.
on. Problem is what?
You can play the game later. Okay, we're playing with this guy now. It's fun. All right, so that's how you would figure it out. So you actually cracked it. You got a little help here and there, but that's fine. So now, if you're living on the ball of the dimensions that they have told us, over 10 miles, your laser has to end up over 50 foot over the other side. That's just the way it is. The
Yeah.
problem is when we do these tests, we shoot that laser 1 foot over the water on one side. It ends up 1 foot over the water on the other side too, because water
Oh,
doesn't curve.
oh, fuck the globe.
I know. It's
Done with
fucked
this
up.
shit, bro.
So
I'm gonna be right back.
yeah.
Do we have
So
video evidence to prove this? Because we have video
yeah,
evidence, like people
yeah,
going to
I need to
space.
keep this Omni calculator. What the fucking hell? I need to keep it.
it's fucked up. And dude, the horizon should be 1.225 miles
This
away from
fucking
you.
globe. This globe is not this. If it was a globe, then it's not that small. It has to be like 2 million in radius, even bigger
200,000,
than it is.
something like that. Yeah. So, dude, evidence here for the girl, whoever asked. There's a 21-mile test that does this, and that laser should be over 266 foot over the beach on the other side, but it's not. He shot that thing 5 foot over the water, ended up 5 foot over the water because water doesn't curve.
Mhm.
You can actually try this out yourself. You go out in the winter and find a 10-mile wide lake. Do you have to skate up 66 foot to the midpoint and then slide down to the other side? I don't think so, dude. Ice is flat.
21 miles, 1 foot over the water. Salt Lake. Give me 1 second. Distance to object miles. 21. I just want to see. 21.
Yeah,
1 foot
right.
over the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1 foot. Miles to the object. 1.225 feet. 260.79 feet at the end.
Yeah.
Eyesight level 1. Distance to horizon
Right.
1.225. Yeah,
And the
260.
problem is we see the beach there with the high powered zoom camera. You zoom in, you see little houses, lights, everything. Shouldn't be able to
Is
see
it like
that.
a scientific? Is it like a science book explaining this phenomenon?
I mean, this is the Earth curvature calculations. Yeah, all the big universities has these calculators. I just gave you one that I thought was good, right?
Yeah,
So
but the universities, have they shown that it's not working?
no, not that I've seen. Nobody's done these measurements except for us, right? So the nice thing about the test is that you can go and try it yourself, and you don't even need a laser. Even though I can probably give you some instructions how to get one for about $70 that can do it, but you can do it for cheap. Like all you need is a friend and a mirror, and your friend can flash that mirror. If you see the mirror flash, either your friend is over 30 feet tall or the water isn't curving between you.
Mm-hmm.
And also, you can see further than 3 miles out. You've done that in your life. You've probably seen islands, boats,
Yeah.
maybe even oil platforms and shit. So you know that there is no horizon that starts curving away at 3 miles because water doesn't curve, dude.
Yeah. I know it doesn't curve.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get water to curve, but you have to do this. So you have to put water in like a huge blender,
Yeah.
and then spin the blender around so much that water sticks to the sides and curves around.
Yeah, that's what they did in the classroom. Who was the girl talking before? You want to play the game with us? Guess not. So yeah, the claim is that the Earth is covered by about 70% water, which means that if water doesn't curve, it cannot possibly be a ball. I don't know what shape it is, but at least 70% of it is flat, and that's why we call ourselves flat earthers in here. We don't
Hmm.
make a shape claim, we just make a surface property claim.
Hmm.
So anyway, thanks for playing. YouTube listeners, we're live right now with you guys. If you want to come over and play, we're on Discord, and today we're on the English Hub. It's probably discord.gg/. ENGHUB. Inghub. So come on over and play the game with you. Can you escape from the globe? These are the items you can use.
Mm. I have the dome and torches coming. So I have a 100mm dome coming and a optician torch. Is all for cheap. Anyways, who's the guy that was just talking to me about the thing where we're just calculator we're just using?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Wait, I'm gonna search laser experiment that proves Earth curve.
Good luck.
AI overview says AI experiments that prove the Earth's curve use light beams over long distances because light travels in a straight line. With the Earth's surface curves downward, the laser beam ends up much higher than expected.
Yeah, I've never seen one of those. If you
The
can,
the behind the curve experiment, a famous laser experiment, was featured in the Netflix documentary Behind the Curve.
oh
Believers,
no,
I know what
really,
this is.
the Netflix hoax? That's funny.
Yeah,
Even AI thought it was the laser. It wasn't even a laser. Do you know that?
yeah, it was a torch.
Yeah, some cutout boards that they used in the middle of the night. And did you know that they did like 20 tests and one of them failed? And Netflix cut it in there, and they took a little scene from somewhere else in the footage they had where he said interesting. Wasn't even at that point. Complete hoax. So we don't pay much attention to that. Plus, we have hundreds of tests where it actually works and where we use the real lasers instead of a dumb torch and some cutout boards. We just
Look
call
at
it the
this
net.
site. Look at this website I just found.
Yeah, I've seen all of them.
Have you seen this one, Space Center?
Yeah, I've seen all of them. It wasn't a laser, so that's a total strawman.
Let me just copy everything on this text wall. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff on here.
Anyway, the theory is sound, obviously. We even grant you some gravity if you want to, but you're gonna have to show this in reality too. If you want to bend lasers down, I've seen lasers bend up in tests that people have done. I've never seen a test with the lasers actually bending according to the Earth's curvature.
Yeah, I'm just copy and
So
pasting what the text on the website says,
yeah,
just so other
no,
people can see it.
yeah, it's a nice animation, but that's all it is. Nobody's ever done that in
It's
practice.
not an animation. It's just a picture that I showed.
I know, it's animated though.
Yeah. Over the years, many tests have been able to see a laser at ground level and whether this fits best with a globe Earth or a flat Earth model. Unfortunately, these tests often have been widely different results that appear to be contradictory. Some show a laser beam apparently staying at the same height, implying the Earth is flat. Others appear to show the laser disappear below the horizon, expected in the globe Earth model. These
Never seen
discrepancies,
those.
yeah,
That's a nice claim, but I've never seen one of those tests.
these discrepancies can be explained by understanding two things: atmospheric refraction bends light.
Sure,
Laser beams get,
now you're just gonna have to prove it by showing a test that where it actually does that according to
yeah,
Earth's curvature, right? So
yeah, he'll have to.
you're gonna bend that thing 66 foot down. Good luck. Can't even
Yeah,
do that in a lab, I think.
No, you cannot. Laser beams get wider the farther they travel. Laser beams get wider the farther they travel. These are real phenomena. Anyone can see that laser beams spread out over distance, although it's hard to measure exactly. And that
Well,
refraction
it's not
happens
that
when the
hard.
light.
We have a guy in here who took a whiteboard out on a boat. It's not that hard to. He saw 4 inches of difference. The military saw basically 0.3 degrees. No, 0.3. What was it? Inches difference over 149 kilometers. They have technology now. It's called collimators. You put those in front of the laser and it kind of focuses it. And 10 miles isn't that hard to shoot a perfectly focused beam over. So they're all full of bullshit. Whoever put this site
Yeah.
up doesn't know what they're talking about.
And that refraction happens when light travels with medium density. Indeed, demonstrate surveys limited by sailors.
No, usually I have a refraction calculator. I can paste it here. You can go there and you can check it out.
Yeah, it is therefore surprising how many laser level experiments do not do not account for these issues. If you want a long range laser, it doesn't even mention it. Light
No,
rays
we
usually.
count for refraction. I even grant people some refraction. They can have 30% if they want to, right? So let's see. There's the horizon calculator.
All right, let me have a look. Oh shit! I clicked the YouTube
No,
link by accident.
somebody else. Flat Earth Insanity has a refraction calculator. You can put in 10 miles there, and you can run it up to 120%, and you're still gonna have to deal with 30 foot of curvature. So it's not
Observation
healthy.
height 1, object
No,
to
you go up
distance.
to yeah, 1. That's right. Yeah, 1 foot will
Distance
stop.
to object. Distance to object 10 on the O, and the R is Earth radius, right?
Yeah. So 10 is the O. 10 miles is what we used it for. We
Okay,
shoot
recalculate. It's not doing anything.
put that up to
It's not doing anything. What the hell?
you see, we need refraction at 120%. Recalc.
Image width. Recalculate. It's not doing anything. Height 1.
Maybe
I just did that. Yeah, it's not doing anything. The website's just messing up. Who made this? Is it a guy in here that made this?
No, it's a Glober person who did this. Let me see if I can
Why are
refresh
you
the
using
page.
something made by Glober?
Oh, because we're trying to debunk their numbers, right? So we're going to grant them 120%. I think you just have to refresh the page or something, and maybe there was like pre-filled in. Maybe I can do
Yeah.
reset. See if that works. B.
Yeah, none of it is working, so I can't use it.
Oh, 10 miles. Let's see if I can do it.
Yeah, you do it.
959, and we slide this thing up to 120. Recalculate. Oh, this site used to work. That sucks. Drop 66 foot. All right, maybe. Okay, so the calculations are in that little thing down there. Okay, let's see here. We slide you up to 120 just to give you the maximum here.
Could you mute this person? Oh, never mind.
.42 foot. Okay, we slide a little. Okay, yeah. No, it is working. All right, so even if I give you 120% over 10 miles, the curvature then is 20.3 foot. So you still have to deal with 20 foot. That's like 2-story building or 2 basketball hoops on top of each other, right? So and we see no such thing. You can change the slider and it changes it. We slide it down to no refraction at all. Then you have, oh, actually it goes minus. That's not good. 25% still gives you 39 feet. Can I set it to 0%? $52. That's about it. Yeah, so I can get it to work here. It's just a little finicky. You have to mess with it a little bit. But 50 foot of curvature approximately should be hitting. I mean, your friend should be hidden by 50 foot of water at no refraction. And if we slide refraction up a little bit, we can slide it up to 70%. He's hidden by 27 foot at that point. And if we slide it all the way to 120, you still have to deal with 20 feet of curvature. So you shouldn't be able you shouldn't be able to see the laser unless you're over 20 feet tall. Your friend shouldn't be able to see it. And that's if we give the maximum plus a little bit more, 120%. The screenshot. Let me do that. And I'll put the little thing in here. Circle it. Can I do that? Never mind. Put it in the chat. So yeah, refraction is no problem. It's not going to save anyone. Not at all. There it is in the chat right now. You can see 20.3 feet of obscured.
I don't know. I don't see why it says 323 feet.
20.3.
Oh.
Like at the back. Yeah, it's feet. So that's the obscured part. I would like to use. I should redo this interface because it sucks. Probably use AI to create another page that's better. Anyway. Why did I paste the 21 mal video again? I need to remove that. It's just confusing.
All right. Okay. Well, that's that then.
That is that. Much better screenshot now. Okay, there we go.
I'm gonna go and then I'll be back. All right.
Yeah, sure. Have a good day. All right, we're going to go over the paste in the chat while we wait for someone to drop in here. Maybe we can get some Glober to come in and defend this. So Sleep FM was in here. He played a little game with us that I like to call Escape from the Globe game, where you give them a laser, a friend, a measuring tape that's 1 foot long, and we give them a lake that's 10 miles long, and they have to figure out if they can prove to us that water is curving over that distance. Of course, they get an Earth curvature calculator as well. He did it all right and solved it, and to his surprise, there was no curved water from point A to point B. And then he said refraction can do this, and then he pasted a little article here. We've seen this many, many times before, so we're going to go over it now, and we're going to debunk every point in it. So the text here says, over the years, many tests have been conducted to determine how far into the distance it's possible to see a laser at ground level, and whether this fits best a globe Earth or flat Earth model. Unfortunately, these tests often has wildly different results that appear to be contradictory. Okay, so we're going to stop there. We haven't seen any contradictory tests except for the hoax from Netflix, so that's a lie. Some show a laser beam apparently staying at the same height. That is correct. Implying that the Earth is flat. Well, it doesn't imply it, it actually proves it. Others appear to show the laser disappear below the horizon as expected in the globe Earth model. Never seen one of those, so that's a lie. If you want to show us one of those tests where the laser is bending down on the other side, please come in and post it. But this is just a claim, it's not correct. These discrepancies can be explained by understanding two things. Here we're going to go. We're going to go into the claim, and so bring your popcorns out now, because there will be absolutely no proof for what is claimed next. Atmospheric refraction bends light. Well, we can grant them that. Of course, you can bend light with that. Laser beams get wider the farther they travel. Well, in some cases, but we have technology now. Collimators, for example, can focus the beam. So that's not exactly true. And over 10 miles, it's not that big of a difference. Plus, we can always see the focal point of the laser, which is where how we measure it, right? So it doesn't really matter if it spreads out 1 or 2 meters even, or 6 to 8 to 10 foot. It wouldn't even matter. We would still see the focus of it. This is a real phenomena, sure, if you say so. Yes, they do get wider the farther they travel, so that's correct. Anyone can see that laser beams spread out over distance. Yes, I already admitted that, but we can't focus them, and you should put that in your article if you wrote this article and you happen to be listening to this in the future or whatever. Not that I think you are. Refraction happens when light travels through a medium of varying density. Well, actually, they say it happens when... No, I'm talking about... Okay, we don't have to mess with Snell's law here. Refraction happens when light travels through a medium of varying density. Okay, I'll grant you that. It has mostly to do with temperature. Indeed, in atmospheric refraction is a known problem in many fields. Yeah, it is a problem for you globers. That's true. Surveyors must minimize and account for refraction. Sailors navigate by the sky, avoid stars that are too low, close to the horizon. That is true also, because of their positions are distorted by refraction. Well, I don't know about that, but perspective at least puts them lower than we can use them for anything useful. Now, it is therefore surprising how many laser level experiments do not account for these issues. Bullshit, we account, and we even grant you refraction. I posted something at the bottom here where you can have 120% if you want to. It doesn't help you at all. You still have 20 feet of curvature that things are hidden behind, even though we can clearly see them. So no, I don't know what year this article was written, but that's a lie. We account for it, we grant it. Problem is when Globers do these tests, they don't account for refraction and they can't prove it. If you watch a long-range laser experiment, this article says, that doesn't even mention atmospheric refraction or beam divergence, the experiment is incomplete, and it's safe to assume the experimenter doesn't really know how to conduct this type of research. Well, we always present and give you guys refractions, so you can have that one if you want to. Light rays are usually bent towards the surface of a large body of water. Bullshit, that never happens. We see them bend up. If you have an experiment or an observation, if you can show this, then post it. Don't just claim it. And then there's this, I'm going to continue reading. This is because the water tends to cool the air close to it, creating a temperature and a density gradient close to the surface. Yeah, usually this goes the other way around. As I said, we've seen lasers bend up because of refraction, never seen them bend down. Present your evidence. Don't write a dumb article where you just claim something that you have. There's no link, there's no citation linked in this article. This refracts light waves, they say, including the laser beam down. Yeah, you're going to have to show that. You can't just say that that's the way it is. Importantly, they say, the amount of refraction varies depending on environmental conditions. In some cases, refraction can even make the Earth's surface appear curved in a concave direction. Yeah, no shit. That's how we see it most of the time when these things happen. But actually, most of the time, we see the laser go straight from one side straight over to the other side, hitting the target at the same height. Upwards bending is very rare. Figuring out exactly how much refraction is occurring isn't easy, but there are calculation tools available to help. I just posted one at the bottom here, and we give you guys 120%, so we can disregard that. And here's the article continuing. They say the end result is this. As light rays get bent down, they stay closer to the curved Earth's surface and can remain visible for some distance over the horizon. If there's just the right amount of refraction, objects would also appear to stay exactly the same height above the surface. Yeah, good. You wish that was the case. It's never the case, dude. And here, I'm going to continue reading this so-called article. By the way, many flat Earth experimenters make a point of positioning their laser close to the ground or water surface, as if this is a good thing. It isn't, because this is exactly where refraction has the most effect. The temperature gradient tends to be greater near the surface. It would be better to position both the laser and the observer several meters above the surface. Yeah, I bet you want that, right? Because then we can't show that the curvature is missing. Okay, that's why we place it close to the water, and we also grant you the refraction needed that you want. And the article goes on to say, dude, when is this thing ending? It's so long, I didn't expect to read this much. In addition to atmospheric refraction, there is the problem that laser beams diverge. We already talked about that. We already grant you they diverge a little bit, but we can still see the focal point in the middle of it, so it doesn't matter as much as you think. So we're just going to skip that one down to the next one. Ironically, they say the easiest way to solve the beam divergence is to not use a laser at all. You wish. No, laser is a really good test. If you can afford one, or if you can build one for cheap. We have a guy here, Techno Viking. He can give you the instructions to build a 500 milliwatt laser for about 70 bucks. And you can shoot that thing 10 miles or more easily. He shot his 16 miles and 8 foot up, hit the target, whiteboard, on a boat, on the ocean. No problem. And then they're going to go on to talk about the Bedford level. I guess they're scared, so they're going to try to debunk it. They didn't use lasers then. They used the flagpoles placed at consistent height. How do they know? For several kilometers. I mean, I don't even like the Bedford level experiment. It's as shaky and almost as dumb as Jaron's cutout torch experiment or observation or whatever the hell you want to call it. So I don't use the Bedford level experiments. Also, there's problems out there. The weather conditions in England are kind of fog, etc. So I don't know if that's a good one. It's only an experiment over 6 miles. So if they want to debunk that test, I'm actually going to grant them that it's not a good test. But there might be people in here who think it is a good test, and I'm not against changing my mind on it. If someone has a really good explanation why it's really good, then I'll change my mind. And at the end of the article, they say how to do a flat Earth laser experiment correctly. This should be good. You have to have at least one independent observer who is qualified to critique the experiment. Yeah, you're gonna get yourself a Glober friend. He's not exactly independent, but he's not gonna be able to critique it anyway. Let's see. So you get your friend. He can critique it for you. Instead of using a laser, use any object that you can mount on a consistent height and see clearly from a distance. A flagpole is a good choice. Absolutely not. Now get another one. This is important improvement to the original experiments, having at least two objects of the same height but varying distances for the observer to line up. You're gonna line these things up on water. How are you gonna do that? Anyway, have one flagpole at 5 kilometers, another one at 10 kilometers distance. This allows you to see if there's a bump in the line of sight that is expected in the globe Earth model. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking forward to someone posting this shit so we can debunk it or critique it correctly. Account for atmospheric refraction. Yeah, we'll give you your 120%. How about that? This is probably the hardest part. It's not hard at all. I'll just grant it to you. It's not going to help you. To allow for varying conditions, you should repeat this experiment many times, different times of the day, night and year. We've done this so many times, so already debunked there. Even the experiment or the observation I posted, a 21-mile one, they did test both during the day and during the night. So that has already been done. FE Core has done the same thing. We've done this over ice. We've done this over warm water, salt water, cold water. We've done it in many different locations. There is hundreds of these tests. So thank you for your suggestion, paper, whoever wrote this. It's already been done. And that's the end of the article. So I'm going to leave it in chat. Wish I could edit a post and type in the comments there, but anybody who's been in this channel for a long time, they know what I'm talking about. They know that this article is bullshit and it's just a bunch of dumb claims that they haven't thought through. And we have all the observations to prove it. Several hundreds by now, not thousands. I did my own test over in Sweden. There's a little strait, the Ur Strait. On one of the pictures from NASA that they posted, I could see that the thing was curving between Denmark and Sweden. But when you go there, guess what? You can see the little white beach on the other side with your zoom camera, and you can actually see it on a good day with your own eyes. So there should be at least 66 foot of curvature between Denmark and Sweden. It's not there. Rant over. I'm gonna go make some dinner.
Hi guys.
Hello there.
How are you?
I am doing really well. How are you doing?
Wow, nice. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm doing awesome.
Why are you here today?
Sorry?
Why are you in here today? What's your goal?
Oh, like just for randomly, I just opened my Discord and I just I just see there like there's your ongoing voice, so I just joined randomly.
Are you
And I
interested
found
in
you.
the topic of the room?
Sorry?
What do you think about the topic of the room?
Hmm. um, Maybe someone is talking about the live and just randomly meeting into each other. Maybe.
Okay, I didn't catch all of that, but the room topic is flat Earth. Did you know that?
Sorry, I'm not aware of this.
It's all right. Have you ever thought about where you live? Do you think you live on a ball in space?
Sorry?
Do you think you live on a ball in space?
Not really.
Where do you live?
May I know where you're from?
I think you're here to practice your English. Am I right?
All right.
Yeah, yeah. That's okay. Yeah, I'm from Sweden.
Oh, that's so nice.
In the summer, yes.
Great, great.
I'm actually curious. What are you guys debating?
Well, I want to talk to him about flat Earth, but he is here to speak English more, so I'm not going to push for it.
What do you guys?
What?
What do flat earthers think of Albert Einstein's general and special relativity?
I don't know what they think about that. I think Einstein was an idiot, but that's not the room topic. We're talking about if Earth is a globe or not. What do you think it's a
I know.
globe?
Of course, man. I'm here to debate you. Actually, let's do it. I'm gonna use
No,
Einstein's relativity to disprove flat Earth theory. Is that good? Can we do that?
I don't want to talk Einstein, but we can. Do you want to play a game with us?
No. I want you to play my
Escape from
game.
the
I don't want
globe.
to play your game. Man. I want you to play my game because it's more fun.
No, we're gonna play my game, or we're not gonna play at all.
Guess we're not gonna play. Have a good one.
You too. Unless somebody else wants to play your Einstein game, of course they can do that. Oh, did he get scared? Shoot, that was so nice to him. Einstein's relativity. Oh my gosh. No, I don't want to talk about that. We might as well talk about unicorns and other shit people made up. Bendy space
Yeah, I didn't
times.
see the relevance there.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about bendy space times and all the other stuff that they claim. It's totally pointless. But I wish I could have kept him a little longer. I should have read his demeanor. I know the type, the debate bro type, but I want to play my game. Anyway, if you're over on YouTube and you want to come play the game, Escape from the Globe, we'll do that. I'll give you a few minutes, see if you can solve the puzzle.
What? That Earth is
Yo, Earth is a globe. Noobs. Quiet noobs.
Hell yeah, it is.
No, it's flat as hell. What's up?
That's what they say sometimes.
Sorry, I cut out. What'd you say? Or wait, am I still in the? Oh yeah, I'm still in the call. Sorry. I'm sorry. What did you say? I had another sound.
Said it sure is.
It's flat as hell, man. Why would you think otherwise? What are you talking
A
about?
bunch of reasons.
Yeah, because you you bought a TV. Now you think you're an expert.
Nah, I've been trying to bring up reasonable arguments with the flat Earth community for about a month or two.
Oh, okay. Do you have like some expertise in it or something?
Um,
Or
I've
like
done a little bit of celestial navigation stuff back in the day, and I studied engineering,
okay.
so I have kind of some physics background. Most of the arguments I've been making have been more recent, trying to argue with these people. With you, I guess.
No, I don't do much debating. I guess I just kind of call things out sometimes. That's all I'm good for.
You got such a hoax.
I'm sorry? You cut out.
You think everything is such a hoax, like all this seismic stuff and geodetic surveying and everything to do with
Really?
astronomy.
Oh no, no, no,
Right?
no. Well, like like the surveying stuff is it's just I mean it's really accurate when you're using it for what its intents, intended for, which is like making buildings and stuff, you know.
They make flat survey maps. That's what they pretty much what surveyors do, and then they pass on those maps to people that use them for
Yeah, but
different things.
those are like whenever you're surveying like really big, like over 10 miles, I guess, they have to calculate curvature. It's not known that
Why
it's
do you
curving, it's just calculated in, and then there's a formula of like standard refraction or just depends on a few things. There's a formula that tells you where you'd expect to see like drop at and stuff, you know, to reify your presupposition.
why do you think that they're calculating curvature?
Because it's a model that's being pushed. Why?
So when they
You know?
incorporate these curvature measurements, wouldn't that mess up their survey maps?
I guess it just depends on how big the Earth is that they're claiming that it's curving and the rate it's curving at. Like if it's if you compare like a flat line, like let's just a line to like like a like an equally distant arc. I mean, the difference is so minute, you know. Like it's so minute. It really only shows itself when you go further, when it starts to you know, curve in on itself. So like each individual segment isn't really as telling, but what they've essentially done, man, is they've conflated like optics with the physical nature of the Earth. So like if I was trying to explain like something like perspective to somebody, right? Um, and I was also trying to say that the Earth was a globe. I could somewhat conflate the two into the same claim. You know, like do I explain like the very complex optics of the Earth, or do I just tell them that it's curving because it looks like it's curving?
It's not just that it looks like it's curving. I mean, there's a lot of different aspects you could go for. Like I bring up the horizon dip, I bring up gyroscopic measurements of the rotation, and bring up measurements of curvature, but a hoax or thinking refraction is causing this effect. I mean, I was bringing up the issue of all this celestial stuff at one point, like the movement of the stuff we know about the sun and whatnot. And they say, well, how do you know that stuff? Like they don't even.
Well, I mean, you're bringing up a lot of different things. It's really easy to just pretend like, oh, they just instantly lied about the whole thing. No, it's not really how it is. It's just that if you're being completely honest, then you know that if okay, let me put it this way. Have you ever owned a business? You ever started a business?
I used to work for myself. Yeah, I had a business, a couple
Yeah.
businesses.
Okay. So did you ever have any employees?
No.
Okay. Well, what ends up happening is that once you start to grow and you're like, okay, I need some help. Well, you're going to find that you have a couple different options. You have people that are not very reliable that you can pay cheaply, or there's people that you can pay just a little bit more and they're more reliable and they're smart. And the problem here is that those smart people could typically just learn your whole business and just do that every day. But then they're going to want a raise. They're going to raise. Now, they didn't put the investment in. They're not risking they're not risking anything by being an employee. They don't have to worry about balancing the books or any of this other stuff that, like, you take all the risk, you're the owner, but they're doing all the work and they're thinking to themselves, man, why can't I just get a raise? This guy's so unfair, right? I'm doing everything every day and he just sits at home. You take all the risk, you pay for everything, you balance everything. You're doing the R&D. You're thinking about expansion. You have this like enterprise mindset and they have the employee mindset. Now here's the problem. If you could understand the nature of the earth, would you want everyone to have an employee mindset or an enterprise mindset? Which one would you prefer? Like, would you rather just get the, you know, pay the one that's less reliable and just get 2 of them or maybe 3 of them because they're not as smart, right? It's a little safer, less headache. Well, I'm
Are you
trying
talking
to understand.
like?
Do you understand what I'm saying? Not in relation to the earth, but just what I'm saying. Do you follow that?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of business, yeah, I
Yeah.
understand.
So
what you're
like,
saying.
okay, so there's royals. Okay, there's royals and there's rich people and there's there's certain families that go back a long time. Now, if they had the ability to control what you think the earth was, um, they would do that because they don't want people to have the entitled employee mindset. They're gonna create a system that you can't overcome based on your presuppositions. So there's going to be an inherited limitation to like when you're being educated. There's a reason why we don't run our schools off of a unified model of like physics. It's because if there was a unified model, then people would have full control over their destiny. There would be no reason to appeal to authority. So every system has to be somewhat compromised in order to just give it to the masses, or else they can't use it. So I mean, you talked about a lot of things, so I'm just kind of like justifying this like grand motive that you're pointing out. Like it would be the case that they want people to have just enough information to manage the machines. So they're going to tell you a story that allows that outcome, right? It's no different than a farmer feeding a certain type of food so that it tastes a certain way on your plate.
Yeah, it seems like there's a disconnect, um, because I don't see how that connects to the shape of the earth.
Yeah. Well, like I
I
said,
mean,
this goes back a long time. It wasn't done overnight. And this principle needed to be applied to every single aspect of reality. And so then when the royals in the Royal Society and those researchers found out that just because it looks like it's curving doesn't mean it is, that it's an optical phenomena, that there are certain claims you can't make unless you presuppose things. It was just easier to tell the people that it is curving because it looks like it is, instead of explaining optics. And then over time, they developed other ways of hewing and sliding the education around the fields of that understanding. So it's not like there's a grand conspiracy where everyone is just, oh, they're hiding the flat earth from me. No, they understand a system that doesn't allow for a flat earth through the education.
right. I mean, definitely there's a form of education that we have that's a bit of an assembly line kind of process, and people are trained to be employees in a certain way, like with the public school systems and that kind of thing. But in terms of the shape of the earth, we've known this for centuries at least, probably thousands of
Yeah.
years in terms of certain cultures.
That's what
Like
they say.
if you teach people how to use celestial navigation, then they're able to navigate to like different places on the earth
Oh,
successfully.
well, yeah.
So that
Well,
seems
have you ever
you give
used
people
like a magnifying glass? Yeah, one of those big ones, the honkers from your grandparents. You magnify the newspaper and whatnot.
of course, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So you know that there's a way that a specific observer can see things that look like curving. You know that's a possibility. So if the
Right,
sky,
but
for example, if the sky, for example, were a big lens, then each observer would have this blown out magnified view of the sky. And in your view, you're thinking everything is the way it looks. It's curving, it's wrapping around all that. No, what you're doing is you're experiencing perspective wrapped in with optical phenomena. And you haven't been able to distinguish one from the other.
Right, but when people use celestial navigation, like this concept of the Earth being a globe, they're able to like find their positions and stuff. People
Yeah.
are able
Well,
to
when
like
you're using a magnifying glass, can you predict where you can find certain letters when you're moving the thing around? I mean, if you move the magnifying glass across the newspaper 15 degrees per hour, do you think that you could predict what's going to show up in the lens? Of course you could. Just because it's predictable doesn't mean that it is, it's a brute fact that the sky is curving around you. That doesn't follow. That optical phenomena properly explains a lot of that.
There are also postdictions, not prediction.
Right. So there's a lot of like stern speaking in these realms. I don't really partake in it personally. And a lot of people will tell you that it is the case, it is the case. Me personally, I don't know. But what I do know is that the globe isn't exclusive. And if anything, it's jumped the gun. It's putting the cart before the horse. So I'm open to discover
Hello,
what the
guys.
Earth
I'm
is.
sorry for the noise. I'm being bombed. Hello?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not a mod here, so I can't do anything about that. So, yeah.
Why is no one talking?
Because you're not listening.
Who's talking?
We are. Been talking. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm also managing another server at the moment, so sorry.
Right on. Yeah, no, I'm pretty convinced that the Earth is a globe. It seems like there's plenty of evidence for it. The list is pretty long. It seems to be. You were talking about perspective before. One of the things I've brought up is horizon dip.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you can imagine, like real quick, like if you throw a football, it arcs off into the distance, right? And then it goes down. Now, does it actually go down or is it just perspectively go down? It does both, right? And notice that the throw of the football, it experiences drag. So over distance, it gets dragged down to the earth. So in my conception, and you can think what you want. I think that light gets dragged down by atmosphere. And so then what you see in the distance is going to be somewhat lower That's just my interpretation. Some people have different ideas. But to me, I think refraction on a flat Earth makes that kind of distinction there. And it would offer the phenomena of like um, a sunset or things being on the wrong side of the sky, for example, or upside down or things like that. Like there's different phenomena with refraction that I think might answer those
If
questions.
like if something's if like the sun is just getting farther away, you would expect it to shrink in size and angular size.
Thank you for bringing that up. Now, when you're remember the magnifying glass example? Now, if the sky were flat, how come we can't see the whole sky? So when you're using a magnifying glass, how come you can't see the whole newspaper? You follow now?
You're
you should
saying
be having an aha moment right now.
no, you're just describing perspective.
No, I'm not. I actually didn't touch that at all. I'm asking you a question. Just close your eyes. Okay, you're looking at the newspaper, it's covering your whole desk, and then you have this magnifying glass, which is the observer. Okay, the magnifying glass is the observer looking up at the sky. So you put the magnifying glass on an article, how come you can't see the whole newspaper through the lens?
The lens is smaller than the newspaper.
I mean, that could be one answer, but obviously the the lens is curved and it applies a magnifying quality, right?
Oh, you're saying so underneath the lens you don't see all the text, you see what's magnified and that's occupying
Well,
like
what
a
I'm
larger.
saying is we can't remove the atmosphere. If we could remove the atmosphere, I think maybe you could maybe see really far. Like, maybe I could see Paris from New York or something. I don't know. But you're basically saying, well, why do things set? How come you can't see the whole sky? How come you can't see so far? Well, how come with the magnifying glass I can't see the whole newspaper? The sky in your worldview, in my argument, I try to tell you that it is an optical phenomena. But in your worldview, you think that everything that you see in the sky is actually where it is. I don't believe that. I think when you're using that magnifying glass, you're distorting what's really there. So we're looking at a product of distortion from the atmosphere. We're not looking at true locations.
I
Like
know
when you're
that
watching your TV, do you think the game show host is really in your room? No, it's being conveyed. Same with the
these
magnifying glass.
are different analogies, but
Well, I have to use a
yeah,
brute one because you're not following the simple one. So,
when you what phenomena should we talk about? I mean, I'm bouncing around a little bit myself, I suppose, but
right.
when we were talking about perspective, one of the things I brought up is horizon dip. Like on a flat Earth, you're saying if there's no atmosphere, we could see a really long ways. Do you think that the horizon should drop based on your elevation on a flat Earth?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know why?
No, why would you say that?
Yeah, I would say that because when you increase your vantage point, you're looking through a much longer column of air. And that air is going to slow light down slightly, which makes it lower.
The
Now,
optical density.
it's not going to be that much lower, but it'll be, somewhat below the crosshair, right?
Yeah, we're able to observe this horizon dip like as it increasing with elevation. You could say that it's single action, but the optical density is greater at lower altitudes because the pressure is so much greater.
Yeah. Well, the problem is there, it's not really about the density, it's more so about the temperature. If you look into refraction, you'll realize that temperature is the most important component when it comes to refraction. So when you go up, it's so what if the air is thinner? It's cold, right? So when you're looking through that cold column of air, light's going to slow down. Well, a hot temperature will cause light to rise up. Cold will cause that motion to go down. It's real simple.
Right. If you're only considering temperature because of the at really low altitude, you have kind of you still have an extreme pressure gradient even at low altitudes.
Yeah.
The gradient is less as you go farther up, and the pressure is a significant factor.
Yeah, no, I
Just
agree
because
that like
there's
density is
more air.
important, but temperature is the most important. And a lot of people they forget that.
That's why I try to avoid the arguments where refraction causes such confusion. Would you agree that if the sun were millions of miles away, that the Earth would have to be a globe?
No, I find them to be exclusive, like mutually exclusive. So I don't
Now,
see there the necessity to make that claim. Like I could simply just make a flat Earth that has a 93 million mile away sun and just scale up the Earth's sky, just scale up the sky. But that would also mean maybe there's more land or different land or something, but no. Either
right,
way
but
it
if
could
the
be that.
sun is so far away, if the sun is so much farther away than the distances that we have on the Earth, right? Like
Mm.
the radius is supposed to be 3959, right? If you double
I'll
that, you would get like the diameter. So you could say that if the Earth were like a circle, not that you're claiming a particular map, but we know the relative distance, like roughly the distances between places on the Earth is in the order of
yeah.
thousands of miles, right?
Well,
So like
okay, so you're presuming that when you're saying further away, you're probably thinking like off into the distance to the side. In my conception on a flat Earth, if it were 93 million miles away, it would be more up. It would just be larger. So it's not going to make a difference really. It
right, but
would
we have
appear the same.
it's not illuminating the whole Earth at the same time. It's daylight in one side of
Oh,
the Earth.
oh, okay. Well, and that's one of the
Very
reasons
cool.
why I think they're much lower personally. Is because it operates more like a spotlight. Um, in some instances, or like
Right, right. We
if
know
you
the
can
Earth is
imagine
like
like the yin yang symbol, I think it's a very interesting possible depiction of a gyrating, rotating set of celestial bodies over an Earth.
right, but we can use radar, for example, to bounce it off of
Hey,
Venus and get the distance,
Venus.
right? Because Venus
Um,
is closer than the sun. We can observe the transit of Venus in front of the sun. So the sun
right.
must be farther than Venus. And when
So
we bounce
when it
it
comes
over
to this rate,
Venus, we
go
get we
ahead.
get millions of miles. So the
So
sun
with this
can't.
radar stuff, okay, man, I'm sorry. Maybe it's me, maybe it's you, but you keep pausing, so I thought it was my turn. Go ahead.
You are cutting out a little bit for me. I don't know. I think it's you.
Yeah, I have like a 300 ping to the server, so maybe that's it. My bad.
Well, I think
Where
you got the argument.
where's this server at? Is this like Australia?
Could be. I know one of the guys in here that's a mod is He's from Australia. There's another guy from Poland. It could be anywhere. Um, but yeah, I think you get the argument, right? That if the sun is very far away, illuminating the whole globe and not acting like a spotlight in the way that the way that you're describing, right? So, but we're able to measure the distance to Venus at like directly with radar to be millions of miles away. So
You
if
think
some
that?
are millions of miles away, not even 93 million miles, but just any
How
number of
did
millions.
you verify that though? I mean, you've made this point. I think it's your main point. How did you verify that? What gives you the confidence that the radar bounce was depicting millions of miles away?
Because we know what the speed of light is, we can time the return signal.
Do me a
So
favor. Do me a favor. Go back and research the speed of light and tell me how much distance was used to determine that speed.
you can just use like Maxwell's equations, for example. We can just use the permittivity and permissivity of free space in
Okay.
order to like you can use electromagnetic equations to derive the wave equation, which then like
But
gives you this. So
do
you can
you
just
know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying?
there's been multiple different measurements of the speed of light.
Yeah, I know. There's been like dozens throughout history. I know. Well, but do you know what I'm saying?
I don't think I do know what you're saying now, no. Like what's your
Okay.
refutation?
My point is this. At best, the size of your facility is the area of which you're testing. So when you're saying the speed of light, it's pretty much like an apparatus in some building. They're not testing the speed of light over distance. They're testing it in a small area. So what they've done is they've created an extrapolation. So if they say this is the speed of light in this area right here, they're just applying a multiplier. They're just saying, oh, look, the
Right,
speed of light times 100 times a million.
you don't
That's all they're
you
doing.
don't even the distance and a time in order to get the speed of light is what I'm saying. You can just use electromagnetic properties like how much an electric field, a changing electric field induces a magnetic field, how much a changing magnetic field induces an electric field. So you don't have to measure the speed of light directly. You can just get the properties of
Hey, I apologize. I'm being called. I might come back though. I'm sorry. But look into look into how big the facilities are because they're not knowing the speed of light over distance. They're claiming that out of everything else in the universe, light for some reason stays the same speed, even though everything else doesn't. So I'll just leave you with that. I'll be back perhaps.
Hey, Dylan, you there, bro? Dylan, can you hear me?
You asking for me?
Yeah, man.
What up?
Oh, not much. I just wanted to say, I know that I've been listening to you guys talk about, like you were just saying the algorithms, but also like the measuring and stuff. I just wanted to say, I understand why they don't like to rely on those algorithms. I can understand that on a much more small scale because of I deal with an extrapolation algorithm every day at my job here, and it's horrifyingly inaccurate because of the variables. Like it's a backing extrapolation, and basically they measure the length of backs, but also how many backs you take. And if you threw the thing from park to drive every time, it would gig you for a back every time, unless you had some kind of pause over the sensor reading the back. So what they did is they put an extrapolation algorithm in where it delays for like a full second or so after you put it in reverse, actually measuring that you're backing up at all. The problem with that is if you throw it in reverse and don't move during that second, and then you back up at say 5 miles an hour, well, the algorithm takes that average back at 5 miles an hour and extrapolates that distance that you would have traveled over the second you were backing. But say you weren't moving at all during that initial second where it wasn't reading, well, then your back's going to be way off. And I've measured backs where I didn't even back 25 feet and it was saying I was back in 48 feet because of the extrapolation algorithm not taking into account the variables. That is what they were trying to say about those measurements and calling into
Yeah,
question.
I don't
I
know.
just want to give you
I
some
don't
kind
know
of idea on where they're going.
what algorithms are you talking about, man?
But you were just talking about like they use an equation to extrapolate the distances. And like that's what DJ was saying before. They don't know the mediums or things like that. That's what he was calling that into question. I think Reed was trying to go. Rick was trying to go there before he had to go. I just wanted to give you trying to just give you some explanation on where they're coming from, is why they don't trust extrapolation algorithms, because the compounding variables that you don't know cause inaccurate readings. And I deal with something like that every day. That's very similar to the same kind of extrapolation that you were just going over. And that's why they don't like to value them as much, because they can be so inaccurate because of the variables that they can't take into account because of it. That's all I was trying to say, is where they're coming from. They're not trying to doubt you. They through all the experience that they have of using those type of algorithms, they're very inaccurate. That's all.
Yeah, you're cutting out a lot, but I'm not sure what we were talking about that applies to the extrapolation algorithms.
Am I cutting out now? I'm not sure why I'm cutting out. Maybe the wind.
I can hear you now. You said, "Are you cutting
Oh,
out?"
okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's the service. I was just trying to just give just help you understand a little more where they were coming from on the whole thing. You were talking about they don't need to know the equation. They plug in this and then they extrapolate things. And I just want to let you know they don't. These guys here in the channel don't like to use those because of the variables that compound over and cause all different kinds of results. And so they just try to get you why you seem like they were trying, you stymied on that a lot and you were kind of confused about it. I was trying to just offer some clarity. That's all.
You're talking about like measurements of the speed of light?
Well, yeah, you know what you were just talking about, using an extrapolation.
Yeah, I'm still not sure what we were extrapolating, what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not connecting the dots here. We were talking about the trying to prove that the Earth is either flat or a globe, and my argument was about the distance to the sun, that we can directly measure the distance to Venus through the radar. And he was questioning, he was questioning whether or not the speed of light that we know is accurate.
Yeah, like I said, maybe I'm confused more than that, but you realize we don't need to know exact measurements because we extrapolate those things based on what we do know. I extrapolate those distances based on a formula. And I was saying that like Root was like balking on that yesterday. DJ was balking on it. I just wanted to let you know why they're kind of balking on using that as that measurement and trusting it is because they don't know those variables that could cause changes in that speed to cause the measurement to come out different. And so they pause on those. They don't just take extrapolations like that as gospel. Because
Right.
you're
Like
trying to like
there could be
explain things
some
to them,
other,
and I'm trying to tell you that they balk on those really hard. That's all.
yeah, the assumption is that it's a vacuum all the way to Venus, and so therefore the speed of light must be the same. Like I understand there's some assumptions there. They seem like pretty good assumptions to me, though. If there was some atmosphere, then planets would lose their kinetic energy over time, and their orbits would decay, just like satellites do when they're in like low Earth orbit. They end up decaying their orbits and crashing back into the atmosphere.
I'd just like to say that hypothetically, if the heliocentric model were true, the thought of trying to send a laser or something to Venus to get a distance is ridiculous. All the Earth spins, it moves, Venus moves. We're told that there's all this motion. To think that we can send a radar up there to bounce it back to see how long it takes, that's ridiculous. You cannot believe that anybody's even attempted that. I mean, that's ludicrous.
Have you ever seen Venus in the sky?
That's irregardless. They tell us that we move at 66,000 miles an hour. So for however many hours that radar takes to get there, we're moving around the sun. We're not in the same position anymore. If we did
It takes 6
happen to
minutes.
hit, if we happen to
It takes 6
hit
minutes.
anything up there, there's no way we could retrieve it. And by the time that if we shot it at there, we'd have to lead it so much because it's supposedly moving at however many thousands of miles an hour. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Come on.
When you look at Venus, does it move very quickly through the sky?
No, but here on Earth, I don't feel any motion at all. I'm told that we're moving hundreds of thousands of miles an hour, if not faster. So,
Right. Because the speed of light is so great, it takes like 6.5 minutes for that signal to get back to the Earth. So in 6.5
And
minutes, how far has Venus moved?
miles have we moved out of position? In that 6.5 minutes that it took to get there, how many miles did that planet, quote unquote, planet move? I mean, it's just, and then in the 6.5 minutes back, we move again. I mean, you'd be playing pool with radar over billions of miles. Come on. I mean,
Millions of miles, but light is so fast that it gets there in like less than 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes, and gets back in over 3 minutes, right?
you're
3 and a
still trying to
quarter.
play pool with a bunch of balls. You're talking about having all the balls moving around the table and making a freaking bank shot. I mean, it can't be done. There's no way that you could convince me that anybody could even do it. You'd have to lead it so much, and then you'd have to bounce it back to lead us, and they're round. It's gonna bounce off whatever direction it wants to bounce off of. Theoretically, they're round, spherical. So the radar is gonna hit it and bounce off in whatever direction of the angle it happens to hit that sphere. There's no freaking way. Come on.
Do you have to lead an aircraft when you use it to capture it on radar? Is that a difficulty when you're capturing other fast moving objects on the Earth?
So you're sending out a pulse, a spherical pulse from the Earth and tracking all the motion of all the planets? Because that's what the plane radar does. They don't send out a beam like they say they do with the moon. I mean, I've always thought that that was ridiculous. The first time I heard about that laser experiment with the moon was the Big Bang Theory. And I'm like, wait a minute. I believed in the globe then. And I'm like, wait a minute. How that? Man, we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How in the hell can they possibly do that? I mean, that's like playing pool with a bunch of moving balls, saying that
But
I shot a laser up there, back to my machine, directly back to my machine.
you do
And
have to
while
leave it
we're
a little
moving, we're
with
spinning,
the
there's so
with the.
many motions. So
Should I
I'm
pull up the
sorry that you
paper?
believe it.
Shall I pull up the paper so we can kind of dive into it?
No, I want you to
Mm.
set up a machine, show me shooting a freaking laser at Venus and collecting that, retrieving that laser as it comes back. And my response would be, oh, well, that proves that the firmament's there, because that would be a lot easier to do if there was a dome, bouncing a laser off the dome. I would still think that unless it's a flat surface, you're going to have a hard time judging the direction it's going just on the first shot.
You get
But
about 10%.
whatever. You believe in your faith. I got my faith.
Yeah, I could pull up the paper. We can go into like the details of it. But if you're not interested in that, you're just claiming that it can't happen because of we're moving so fast, this and that. But it makes perfect sense. The angular
I've tried to,
the angular
I've tried to
speed of
bring
the
people
Venus is not very fast. It's 15 degrees an hour just from our spinning. There's a little extra speed because of the orbits of both the Earth and Venus, but it's not.
Have you ever seen a cartoon
Go ahead.
from NASA where they show the sun like shooting through space and all the planets like being pulled behind it? Have you ever seen that video? That cartoon that NASA gives us? The sun
I've
shooting
seen
through space
animation.
and we're all
Yeah,
getting.
I've seen
You're
animation.
talking about. You're talking that in that model, you're shooting a laser at one of the other balls that's spinning around the sun and getting it back. I just want to point that out. That you picture that video, and then you picture you being on one of the balls, shooting a laser at one of the other balls, and trying to retrieve it back. I mean, it's comical, dude. That's
Looking at
comical.
it like that, I can understand, but they speed those models up and everything. All I asked you to do was consider looking at Venus. Like, do you think someone can focus a telescope on Venus? That's about how difficult it is, right? You just point something at Venus, it's not moving that fast into the sky.
Yeah, I do believe that you can focus a telescope on Venus, but I don't believe that Venus is millions of miles.
Apparatus on Venus.
It's a lot different than shooting a radar at it and retrieving it back. I mean, just what do they call that? Where the light disperses as it goes over distance. I mean, just I mean, would it even be possible to receive a signal back if you did have all the angles and measurements? I don't even know. But I'm working today. I just couldn't believe the ridiculousness of that statement that somebody shot a fucking radar at Venus and got a measurement. I mean, thank you for the laugh. That's awesome.
Well, you agreed that we can easily point a telescope at it, but somehow we can't easily point a radar apparatus at it. I don't get that.
Well, I suggest you go to a bar and play a few games of pool because that's what you're talking about doing.
I've been playing a lot of pool on Friday nights. I won a tournament a couple weeks ago, and I'm not even good at pool.
Yeah, okay. You're playing a pool game that's built over millions of miles with moving balls.
I don't think your analogy is really capturing the situation very well. You're just literally pointing something at Venus, and you wait 6.5 minutes for it to get back again. Like, that's not such a long time to wait. In 6.5 minutes, it's barely moved across the sky. So the angular distance is very small. What do we say? It's like 15 degrees per hour from the rotation. So 6 minutes is a tenth of that. So 1.5 degrees, something around that order of magnitude. You're talking about Venus moving 1.5 degrees.
In 12 minutes, Venus moves over 1,300 miles. So thank you. And again, I know I'm not going to convince you. You're probably working for the government or something stupid anyway. So I'm like I said, I wanted to verify that is what I heard. That they shot a laser or radar or whatever they shot at Venus and got a distance. I had to know if that's what you actually said. So yep, somebody else can continue on. I do have work to do before the Sabbath. So God bless everyone.
And Dylan, I did want to say I do see you taking your time and effort into account, and you're, from what I've seen, really respectful, and that's noticed and appreciated. Just so you know.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, just having the conversation seems like good for everybody.
I think the biggest thing is that you're not taking it personal. You're allowing the attack of the argument, not you don't feel like it's a personal attack.
Sometimes it's a personal attack. Not everybody, but it definitely gets a little heated in these rooms. Sometimes people get a little angry.
I think the biggest thing probably though, like you gotta let the answer be the answer. If you can't accept the answer for what it is, right? Like when you ask a personal opinion of something, if you can't accept that answer, then you're gonna, It's just going to be like a back and forth, like, oh, give me another answer. No, that's the answer.
Right. I try to dig a little bit, but when it seems to be going in a circle or something, then I try to move on.
Yeah, like one of the hardest answers to answer, or the hardest question to answer is, why would they lie, right? Well, first we have to figure out who they are, and that's a loaded question in itself. But, if you want to know why anybody lies, the simple answer is people lie to control what other people think. So if you can't accept that answer, then I don't know what else to tell you.
No, I agree with you. I think that there are big lies out in the world. Um, you know, to risk getting off topic, one I brought up before is the dual nature of light. People think of light as both a wave and a particle, and they teach that to kids. I remember asking my teacher in school, like, that doesn't make sense. How can light be a wave and a particle? And they're just like, no, that's how it is. And they'll pass you on to some other information that confirms it. Like, oh, this is how we think. The dual nature of light. And so that's ridiculous. But then you look it up, later on, and you can see, like, oh, there's all these other scientists and uh, esteemed individuals that had the same issue with that. So
But
you get
somehow
someone
they push it on you back. You know what I mean?
right. But still, people think of and you got people like Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about photons all the time, like, oh, and this photon is traveling across space at some speed, and light just isn't that way. There's no such thing as photons.
Oh, my favorite's this photon tunneled for 1 trillion years from the center of the sun all the way to the surface just to reach your eyes in 8 minutes. Like, how the fuck do you know that, dude?
They say that if you're moving at the speed of light, then time does not progress, right? That's special relativity, um, which is a bit of a mind fuck. But if you think that the speed of light, all you have to really take as an assumption is that the speed of light is constant regardless of your speed. And
Yeah,
then
they say
everything
there's a plus or minus the speed of light, plus or minus v, or plus or minus cv or something like that. But here's the thing, right? They say the reason why the entire space doesn't light up is because we're expanding from the Big Bang at 4.5 times the speed of light. Well, if we're going 4.5 times the speed of light, how are we seeing the stars to begin with?
I don't think we're expanding faster than the speed of light, are we? I would have to look that one up.
That was the whole purpose of the Michelson-Morley experiment, was because we knew that light had a constant flow rate. And so if you're on an object going 67,000 miles an hour, you shoot a beam of light towards the direction you're going and away from the direction you're going, then you would be going plus 67,000 miles an hour plus the speed of light, and the speed of light minus 67,000 miles an hour in the other direction. And so when you recombine those, there should be an interference pattern that would show the differentiation between those two numbers.
Right.
And then
From my
Einstein had to
understanding,
come in and say, oh, the speed of light is constant in all reference frames and throughout the ether. And there's a lot of other things that went on in that process. It pissed a lot of people off.
Yeah, they were trying to detect the ether using that method.
No, they believe that the ether was everything. They were
Right,
looking
but
at the motion of the Earth relative to the luminescent ether. So they were looking for the motion of the Earth. The title of the paper says exactly what they were looking for.
they were looking for ether. When you read the paper, it's pretty clear that's what they were looking to prove that the ether exists.
No, they were looking for the motion. What was the 30 kilometers per second? Why were they looking for 30 kilometers per second?
They were thinking that the Earth is moving through a stationary ether, so that the motion on the surface should be going either with the speed of light or against the speed of light, depending on, because one's perpendicular to the motion of the Earth, and one is set up parallel to the speed of the Earth on the surface. That radial velocity based on the rotation of the Earth. So the 30 kilometers a second is the speed of the rotation of the Earth. But the whole reason they were not trying to detect that the Earth was moving. They were trying to detect whether there's an ether that light is moving through.
No, they were the whole reason Michelson-Morley happened is because George Vidal Airy failed to detect the rotation of the Earth. That's why there's Airy's failure.
You got to look that one up again, buddy.
Yeah, I looked into it. So Airy failed to detect the spin of the Earth. He was looking at a star and he poured water through the telescope, and based off of what it looked like before the water and after the water, the star should have been in a specific location. It wasn't. It was in the same location, and so he had determined that there was no spin of the Earth. So the Michelson-Morley was looking for 30 kilometers per second, which translates to 67,000 miles per hour. I don't know what that is in kilometers per hour, but that's what he was looking for, and he was unable to detect 30 kilometers per second in the interference pattern. So that's what, and then Hubble said, well, it looks like we're the center of the universe, but we can't accept that for philosophical reasons. That would be horrible if we were the center of the universe. And so Einstein then came up with special relativity to explain that the reason why we can't detect the motion of the Earth is because we're on the Earth.
Do you think this is the widely held belief of what they were trying to study, or is this just your personal interpretation?
No, there were events that went in that order, dating back to the late mid 1800s, moving all the way through the early 1900s.
So if I ask the internet, was the Michelson-Morley experiment trying to detect the motion of the Earth or the existence of an ether? What do you think it's going to say?
It's gonna say, I'm gonna see if I took a screenshot of this question that I asked because it contradicts it. It's gonna say that it was looking for the ether, but if you look in the Michelson-Morley paper, it doesn't. The whole entire paper is about looking for the motion of the Earth. Like if you read the entire paper, like there's one sentence. It's not even a sentence. It's a half a sentence that they're looking for. It mentions the ether, but they assumed the ether was there to begin with, and what they were looking for was the motion of the Earth. They were looking for the orbit of the Earth. Let me see if I can find this screenshot real quick. I took a screenshot and I may have deleted it.
Yeah, it's pretty clear when I ask the internet here. Michelson and Morley were firmly using the Earth's known trusted motion as a tool to detect the ether.
Yeah, so then point to the part in the paper where it says that they were trying to detect or what, point to the part in the paper where it says the conclusion is there is no ether.
I'm gonna try and pull up a link to that paper. Do you think there's an ether?
I think there is, but I don't think there's an experiment that can prove the ether. I think there's something called the impedance of light in free space. I think that's evidence for the ether, but it's like really hard to prove, man. The idea is that light travels through a vacuum and something's still impeding it, even though it's devoid of matter.
Got cut off. You were saying there's something called the what?
The impedance of light in free space.
Yeah.
So what it is in a vacuum, a pure vacuum where there is no matter, something is still impeding light when it travels.
Right. Impedance involves like capacitance and inductance. There's resistance,
But
capacitance.
if it went forever and ever and ever, eventually it would also dissipate. It loses energy over time, and eventually it'll dissipate and extinguish.
Hey, can I ask you guys a quick question, Bulldog panel? You touched on ether for a second, and I never really fully understood even what people were claiming it was. In my mind, I thought it was the you know how like there's electricity in the air, the voltage or whatever, it goes up the higher you go. I thought that was what they were referring to when they said the ether was the ability to tap into the free electricity that's in the air.
Think of water. Like if you're swimming in a swimming pool, right? You can see through the water, but the water's a lot thicker, and so it will it has these breaks and these angles and everything, but it's constantly fluid and moving. And like when you move your hand through it really fast, you can create a wave, and then it continues to flow even after your hand has already passed, right? That's the idea of the ether. Is it's this like over encompassing, like 4-dimensional blanket that covers
Shit, I
everything.
still have no idea what it is then.
I can't even begin to explain it to you because, like I said, there's no science experiment that can prove it. It's the base for all of existence. Like when you talk about atoms, like the proton, the electron, and the neutron are vibrations at a point energy in the ether, and then that flows through the entire ether. The ether is everywhere, and then like atoms are point energy, and that's the best I can do to describe it, because there is no science experiment to prove it.
Okay, so it's not the electricity that's in the air. That's just electricity in the air or whatever.
Electricity is just the vibration of the ether.
Okay. All right.
The cement.
Thanks.
When you look at concrete on the ground, the concrete is the vibration of the ether. All your cells are vibrations of the ether. Everything. When Nikola Tesla said everything is energy, frequency, and vibration, That's because that's the base from the ether. The ether is the base. The next level up is energy, frequency, and vibration.
I got a
don't know
lot
what
to
else to say with it.
a lot to learn on it if I'm going to try to understand. That's for sure.
Brother, it's esoteric for sure, man. Like a lot of people don't like to go into the conversation about it because it requires faith to have the conversation. And it's like, okay, well, if you have faith in the ether, then why can't you have faith that the earth is a globe? And it's a slippery slope from there.
Yeah, I see that. I see that point.
It started
Like you can
with
say, oh, it's a bigger earth. Well, then the motion of the stars is all wrong for a heliocentric paradigm. The planetary motions are wrong for the heliocentric paradigm. If the earth is bigger, the earth has to be that specific size in order for heliocentrism to work. You can have a huge earth and be geocentric, but heliocentrism's gone if the earth is not 24,900 miles in circumference.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Why no one is talking here?
We're waiting for you.
I'm looking for something.
Ah, okay.
Moment of silence for the deceased globe.
I want to break the silence.
At least it wasn't the N word.
Hey, man, can you pause up? Turn your volume down. There's no echo. Please. So anyway, I put in the chat a screenshot. It said, where in Michelson-Morley experiment does it say they disproved the ether? And it says, they did not explicitly declare that the ether was disproven. Instead, they concluded that the result showed actual motion of the Earth in the ether was less than 1/4 the expected orbital velocity, declaring the result decidedly negative.
Right, they were looking for 30 kilometers per second, was it? They were looking for 30 and they got 4. Something like that.
You know what it matched?
No.
The 4 to 8 or the 4 to 6 that they got on the average. It matched sidereal rotation.
It was supposed to be the sidereal rotation would be the same as the motion of the Earth. But if you're talking about velocity, this rotation you have to measure like in an angular way. Otherwise, you're claiming you know the distance to the stars.
No. It matched the sidereal rotation. It matched the motion of the stars annually.
I think
that's all it matched.
And stuff up.
Okay.
Looks like we don't have the
Yep.
full paper here. It kind of cuts off.
Here, I'll see if I can find it. I know I have it somewhere. I can't find it right now. I'm at work, so I can't like continue to search for it. But when I have time, I'll find it.
Yeah, it's tricky stuff. It's not so easy to. I mean, this was a long time ago. Their language is a little bit different. It's not just technical. It's like it's a little antiquated the way that they speak. He says, if the Earth were a transparent body, it might perhaps be conceded, in view of the experiments just cited, that the intermolecular ether was at rest in space, notwithstanding the motion of the Earth in its orbit.
Yeah, like I said, back then there was a lot of esotericism going on. Um, it's convoluted, man. Like, if I had this conversation with you, it would go down into a drug-induced coma conversation, and you would be so far off from like real science that it would be disappointing.
Do you believe in like quantum electrodynamics, that this that space is like a seething mix of particles coming in and out of existence?
Again, the whole quantum field theory, in my opinion, arose out of trying to explain what they were describing the ether was 1,000 years ago, or 2,000 years ago, or 5,000 years ago, or however long they've been describing.
You know, they do use that term ether sometimes, but there's
I know they call it quantum foam.
like SVT, they call it sometimes, superfluid vacuum theory.
Yeah.
Which is like just kind of another phrase of it.
So I mean, like if you read the Book of Enoch and you read some of the other books that were taken out of the Bible, you'll come to understand that these creatures, these created beings that God created, went against what God had wanted, and then they came down and they sought after the daughters of men because they saw them as beautiful. And so they traded the secrets, not to say secrets, they were secrets at the time, secret knowledge, right? Sacred knowledge, secret knowledge, for the beautiful women of that time. And, you know, they lived their lavish lives, and the ones who gained knowledge also lived their lavish lives. And so this knowledge increased drastically. And so, yeah, like there was a corruption that occurred. And because of that corruption, there's now this esoteric mindset that it is in this world. And to my understanding, to the best of my ability, there's a spirit world that is underlying to this physical world. And yeah, like I said, there's an esoteric side to this hidden side that is impossible to explain. And like I said, if you tried to go through this science mindset that a lot of um, uh, atheists have, right? Then you're just going to be disappointed with the esoteric conversation. But the things that they're talking about in quantum physics and electric universe type stuff, they were having these conversations philosophically thousands of years ago. There's nothing new under the sun, man. I'm of the mindset that Earth is the only place in the universe where life exists, and whatever's going on is only happening here.
No, I think that the universe is teeming with life, that there's galaxies and solar systems all over, and probably plenty of other life out there.
Yeah, but if you go by the heliocentric paradigm, the closest star to us is what, 4.5 light years away. So if there's a planet there where life could exist, they would have to move at the speed of light just to reach us in 4.5 years.
Unless you can move faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? The speed of light's the fastest thing because it's a constant, right? That's the maximum.
Yeah, I don't think that that's true in practice, though. I think that if ether exists and you can have ether propulsion, which I think is kind of getting disclosed right now, like these craft that the Pentagon videos are showing, like accelerating at extreme rates and stuff. I think the only way to explain that is to have some sort of ether propulsion. Because you have to be able to isolate the inertia, essentially. Otherwise, the G forces would just destroy something if it was accelerating like that.
Well, then that begs the question: what's a G-force, right? Like I don't know,
Like the
man.
multiple of the acceleration of gravity on the surface.
I know what gravitational force and G-force is, and what zero G is, and all that stuff. But if they're introducing all of this stuff and it's all being disclosed and everything, then what gravity is about to be thrown out.
I think gravity is the motion of the ether.
I don't even think it's that, man. Honestly, I think they can't even disclose what Tesla was working on, honestly. And you got the energy, frequency, and vibration thing, but they can't disclose it. It's going to be classified under national security, and you're never going to know what they know because they're afraid that you can weaponize it against them. They don't understand that if all the keys to the universe were given to everybody, there's a possibility that good could prevail out of it.
Yeah, I think that's the big conspiracy, is hiding the whole ether so that you can't have free energy and anti-grav type propulsion. Want to keep
So the idea that we could self-govern ourselves and we don't need a government. The idea that we could all work together and love one another. Yeah, but that's so far from the conversation about the nature of the earth, right? Like we can't even measure for curvature. So what else is going on? The whole world opens up at that point. If the Earth's not a ball, the entire universe opens up. What is it?
I'm pretty sure the Earth's the ball.
So I guess we were taught geometry wrong.
Do you think that these images from telescopes that we get of other galaxies, like, do you think that there are galaxies that we can see? Like these spiral shapes?
I don't know, man. Again, it's lights in the sky, right?
But we can see spirals.
That's great.
And it seems there's like a Milky, like when you look out in.
How do you know what the Milky Way looks like? It's like when I told you that you can't
like a band of stars.
It's like what I told you. You can't explain the ether from inside the ether. You can't draw a picture of the Milky Way galaxy from inside the Milky Way galaxy. How do you know what that looks like? Am I the
they're
one
making some.
roboting, or is it you? I don't know.
They're definitely making some assumptions that it is that we are in a galaxy.
Right? They need to make an assumption in order to create a model, right? They need to assume more than a few things first. They have to whistle past the graveyard in order to make other things work. As soon as they can't explain something, they create a transform equation to explain something else.
How old is flat? Is flat? I think is long, much flat. Then
See, this guy's got the right idea. He's singing about it.
much flat, man.
Do what?
Much flat.
Okay. Then what is it?
Long. Like the moon.
Round like a cylinder?
Yes, like you hit.
Oh, like a ball?
Like you hit.
My head's round, but it has like sharp edges to it.
Yeah, my head is an oblate spheroid. If you're my mom, you'd say it's an O great spheroid.
Do you agree that if something was curving, it should be measured?
It makes you ready up pretty quick.
But you see why I can't like make a specific claim to the ether. I can only speculate about it.
I mean, I do. I even had a recent experience with that, with unexplained phenomena.
What do you mean?
Okay, so normally I'm at work and my wife gets off work way earlier than me, so I'm never home when she gets home from work. But this day I was off, and so I'm in our apartment talking on my AirPod to her on the phone, and she's driving home, and I've got 2 or 3 cats sitting on the sofa, other side of the room, and she gets home and she's like, "Oh, I'm here." She's in the parking lot. She turns off her car, and I can hear her turn off the car. And immediately the black cat stands up on the sofa, jerks his head up, runs over to the door and sits there just waiting for her. Now, our apartment's on the back side they have a parking lot. She parks on the other side of the parking lot. You go across the little parking lot, normal size, just two parking lots, double lane in the middle. And then you got our apartment building. Our apartment building's about 50 feet wide or so. And we're on the back side of it on the 4th floor. And he knew she was there the moment she turned the engine off. So there's no way he could have heard or seen her to know she was there.
What you don't
He
know
couldn't hear
that
her on the
because
phone or anything.
energy can travel through all kinds of things, right? Like you
Well,
don't
yeah,
know
yeah.
what the cat
That's
can
what I'm
hear
saying.
versus
Yeah,
what we can hear.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. It lends credence to maybe her electromagnetic field was pulsing through the ether and he felt it. That would be some sort of an explanation. Is it an explanation of line of sight or hearing her? No. Is there something like it makes sense on what you can just see and understand in the normal
You
world?
don't know what the
No.
cat can
There's
hear versus
something
what we
out
can hear.
there. What's up?
And so you don't
What'd
know
you
what
say?
the cat can hear versus what we can hear.
Well, yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is just like outside of my normal realm of just an explanation, right? And what he can see and feel and hear, that's outside of my normal realm of it's not something I can quantify. It's not something I can measure. It's not something I can see. It's not something I can understand. But it definitely happened. I know that. And that's what we're talking about with stuff like that we can't see it. So it's so hard to it's so much speculation. It's so hard. We know something's happening, but we just haven't gotten to that point of full understanding yet. Something like that. I know something happened there. He felt something, sensed something that I couldn't, but he could. But I can't quantify that or measure that or understand it or explain it right off bat. Again, just theories and speculations and wonders. Pretty cool thing to see.
Well, there's even a rumor that spiritually cats are magical in a way. I don't know the whole story behind it. It's just I know that that they've been used throughout the antiquity of magic for a very long time.
Yeah, here on the empiricism, sir, bad.
Is that me or him?
No, I was saying I've read a lot of stuff about cats and stuff too, and the whole thing. I was just saying, just here on the in the empirical world we're running for, magic is not an accepted explanation of anything.
Well, a lot of things in science, like chemistry, alchemy, things like that, were considered magic a long time ago. The mixing of roots for medicine, that was considered magic a long time ago.
I mean, isn't that like a trope of any time travel movie of anybody going back to medieval times? They like, mix together, make some gunpowder and freak everybody the hell out. Oh my god, what the fuck, it's magic. That still makes me harken back to that Nate Bargatze joke where he talks about going back. He said, if we go back, they always say if we went back in time, he'd blow people's minds with their technology. He's like, I wouldn't be able to do that. I'd go back to like medieval times with my cell phone and I'd be like, yo, check this out. And they'd be like, whoa, how does that work? And they'll be like, I mean, there's like satellites and stuff. And they're like, well, what are satellites? He'd be like, I don't know. I wasn't prepared for this many questions. So it'd probably be a worse off place than if I hadn't time traveled.
Sorry, y'all. I got to pause for a minute.
All right, I'm back for a moment, I guess.
Good yourself. What's up?
What's up?
So,
Whoa.
what's happening, man?
Oh, just working. Last day before I get my day off. 'Cause, you know, we celebrate the 4th. The whole world should celebrate the 4th, but you know, we celebrate it.
What's it for again?
For our Independence Day, that's why the whole world should
That,
celebrate it.
yeah.
The arrogance of Americans. Everybody should celebrate our independence.
Be back in a sec.
Why not? Everybody celebrates Cinco de Mayo. Nobody knows what that was for. And hell, they even throw on a sombrero. All I'm asking for is a little bit of a American flag, maybe displaying your Second Amendment right.
Hello? 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 FE models. Interest. Something, yeah, not.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Why is your... Why does it say Salafi on your,
Why does it say what?
Salafi?
Salafi?
Yeah, look at your roles.
Okay, hold on. Oof. Wow, I have no idea. Let me try and remove that. I don't even know what that means.
It's like an extremist Muslim sect.
Fuck's sake. Oh dear. By the way, dude, I'm looking at the channel rules and I don't even see that as a thing to remove.
Just ping a mod to do it or something. I don't know.
How
I'm
does
in
one...
England. You're in Scotland, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm in England. Just below you.
Well, you say below. As you should know from the context of my message, I don't believe in a globe. You're just across. You're just across from me on the
I'm
plane.
sitting on the fence. So, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much sitting on the fence with all. I've been talking to these guys for a pretty long time. So, yeah.
So, by the way, dude, I sat on the fence for a long time as well because it's a big commitment to
It is,
abandon what you
and it's
believe
hard
your
for
whole
me
life.
to do it. Yeah, it's hard for me to do it because of like, I always try to look out. If I want to believe in a flat Earth, I'm always trying to look out for the perfect model of the flat Earth and the perfect sky atmospheric lensing, the perfect, distance with the apparent sun and the apparent moon and everything. That's what I'm always reaching out for, but it's hard.
Fair enough. I'm afraid I'm not the guy to offer what you're looking for. all I can say is, after deep contemplation of the globe model, I cannot subscribe to it any longer. My silver bullet against the globe, as I consider it, is the idea that we cannot have pressurized gas next to a vacuum. It's
Yeah, I just
not
thought
possible.
I thought that the magnetic field of the Earth is statically holding it.
But then you're presupposing the globe in order to make that assumption.
Yeah, I just thought that any static energy can hold, it can hold down gases, electromagnetic fields and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Like how
Yes.
lightning comes out of clouds in
However,
thunderstorm.
I'm fairly sure that mainstream science accepts that gravity does not affect gas. Gas
Exactly.
is free
It
from
doesn't.
gravitic influence.
Exactly. That's why I would always think that it's the magnetic field of the Earth that's keeping in all of these gases, just like the aurora borealis getting caught from solar winds in magnetic field of the Earth, even if it was flat.
So, since you're on the fence, I wonder, what is the most compelling reason that you have to believe that Earth may be a globe or a sphere?
Well, some of them are. The first one, which isn't my biggest one, is the NASA expeditions and the NASA missions. Sorry, not expeditions, missions. And the biggest one is really, well, it's traveling out far over one ocean, how far you can get. We always come back in a loop. Flight paths are a bit of an issue right now. I'm trying to get my head around. And just the celestial sphere. That's what it is. So.
Okay, so sorry, my memory is like a goldfish. Can you remind me what your very first point was?
The NASA missions.
Yeah, so my personal standing regarding NASA is that they are a government organization, and governments have proven themselves to be untrustworthy liars over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not willing to accept any governmental evidence regarding space or the shape of Earth, because they're liars. They really are. They're just liars all the time.
Mm. Yeah, that's true.
So flight paths, I haven't done deep research, but I've looked at flight paths on like flight tracking apps, and it appears that they take non-logical paths when you look at it on a globe, but then when you look at it on a flat map, it appears to just be a straight line, which is what you experience when you're on a plane.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I do find that somewhat compelling evidence to disbelieve the globe.
It's just that there is a flight path from Cape Town to Sydney, Australia, and it curves around on a flat map. You know what I mean? It's just and that's what I'm trying to get around right now. It's not like I'm using this as an argument. I'm just trying to find the best of what I can do.
Oh, good mate. I'm a respectable debate partner, so I won't be an arsehole.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm not fully committed. I mean, no. As I said, I was on the fence for a long time, but I just think that the globe is impossible. Like so. As I said, my silver bullet is the fact that we're supposed to have an atmosphere of pressurized gas next to a almost zero pressure atmosphere,
Yeah, I know what you
a
mean.
zero pressure space vacuum. That just seems
Yeah, I know what
impossible.
you mean. I just think
And
that all that I think is the magnetic field is holding it in.
So I mean, maybe you're right, dude. I don't know much about magnetics, but because I don't know much about magnetics, I can't verify it. Therefore, I don't really have any reason to accept that as a fact until someone proves it.
Yeah, I just think it's that.
I mean, it may be. But then, how could that possibly be proven?
I don't know. It's well, first of all, you have the compass, and then you can do. I'm pretty sure there is an experiment you can use with like static electricity, gases, and electromagnetic stuff. I think. I'm not sure though. I'm not gonna say this is true. I just don't know. I'm not using it as an argument because I don't know if it's true or not.
All good, mate. I'm in the same boat. I don't know either.
Uh,
I think that's the ultimate, like that. My ultimate, like the punchline at the end of my explorations into this topic is ultimately just something that I do believe is beneficial, regardless of the facts. And that thing is, I will not. I'm so much more reluctant to believe things now until it's undeniably verified to be true.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's
Hurricane
normally
of
a good thing.
Earth. Just Cibao, flat Earth, doesn't exist.
Okay.
You say that with confidence, yet you don't know.
Wait, let me ask him something. I'm not Rinji, can you give me measurements for like the globe and tell me how you measure the globe or the curve and everything like that? I just want to know. I believe in a globe as well. I just want to know how you get it.
The Earth is not a globe. It's more like a cube.
Okay. Anyways,
Yeah, he's a troll, so he can be dismissed.
That's what thought. He left. But I like what you're doing, Sleep. I like that you're asking questions, man.
Oh, hi. Hi, Showdown.
Yeah, man.
You're back. I'm just looking at the FE server at some Antarctica stuff. I also found this really cool map. I don't know how someone came to this conclusion, but you see how the ice around looks like the shape of Antarctica as a continent? Looks pretty cool. I need to look more into that because I ordered I think you guys already heard me 1,000 times, but I ordered a glass dome magnifying glass and a few torches that are coming tomorrow just so I can play with them because I like doing that stuff.
Oh, nice, dude. Aye, cool. Aye, so you can simulate the dome in the sunlight and all that.
Yeah, I wanted to do it before I knew about the whole flat Earth thing because I just wanted to do some stuff with sunsets and like luminaries objects, and I was gonna put it in some water, like a bowl of water, then put the glass dome in the water at the same time, so there's like water and above the dome,
Aye,
and then
I've
the
never seen
sun
that
is
before.
out. I'm gonna do some stuff. I'm gonna do a lot of stuff, just to have fun and play around with. Maybe I could find something cool.
Oh, dude, I'm very happy to hear that, man. I mean, even if like what you find goes against what I think is true, like I'm fucking so happy that you're actually doing real science. Like that's real science.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist, but you know, it's just an experiment.
Well, by the way, the definition of scientist, I mean, I don't know the official definition of scientist, but a scientist is someone who performs experiments and draws conclusions. Like,
oh yeah,
that's like the gist of scientist
I
definition.
thought
So
scientist
anyone
is
can be
someone
a
who's got
scientist.
a doctoral PhD. You know.
No, dude, that's a manipulation. That's to trick people into thinking that they can't be scientists. Anyone can be a scientist. What you just described there is a doctor.
The people who claim are scientists, they're getting paid to get specific results. They're not paid
Yeah.
to science.
Yeah, that's true. That's so true.
Yeah, so professional scientists are funded by companies. If they don't produce the results that those who fund them want, then they don't receive the
Yeah.
funding, and the results don't get
Yeah.
published.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could be the case. All right.
So yeah, man, huge respect for you at being a real scientist. You don't need a qualification to do science. You just literally need an experiment.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the quality of the experiment is enhanced by the number of samples that you have. But
Yeah.
regardless, man.
Mhm.
Science isn't a profession. Science is a practice.
Yeah,
It's a
it
hobby.
is.
Or science is a
Real
method.
science is a hobby.
I heard some words there, but I didn't hear what was said.
I said real science is a hobby.
Yeah, man. Yeah, exactly. Not a fucking profession. Not a job. Science isn't a job. Goodness gracious.
Mm.
So, do you have any idea when your magnifying dome and things
Comes
are going
tomorrow,
to arrive?
7 a.m. to 1 p.m. I got it early order because I can't be bothered to wait.
Nice one, mate. Nice one.
Yeah, I don't like waiting.
So, I'll share one of my. I've got a friend who disbelieves the globe, but he's not ready to accept the flat Earth, and he considers his silver bullet against the globe to be the following fact. So all countries in the world are basically like the way that we are presented it on the news platforms. We are led to believe that we're all at war. We're all fighting each other. We all want land. We all want resources. It's a constant battle for power.
Yeah.
And yet there is the Antarctic Treaty where all countries allegedly agree that Antarctica is a neutral zone where no one can claim any land and no one can go there without authorization, and it's just totally neutral. So
Yeah.
my friend, who is unwilling to commit to a side in this debate, cites that as one of his top reasons for disbelieving the globe, because in his words, all countries are at war all the time. So why on earth are they all agreeing about this neutral land? Why isn't someone just seizing it as militarily strategic, advantageous land?
Uh-huh.
So it's not
Yeah.
my favorite argument, but I'm just throwing it out there just to see what response it receives.
Well, that goes back to what I was saying before. All governments lie to their people. So when a government is talking, you need to pay attention. But when they all agree, then you really need to pay attention.
Yeah.
Right, I get you. I mean, I'm sympathetic to the argument. It's just not my favorite of all the arguments. It's not one of my first three.
No, my top argument is like, where the heck is the curvature at, man? Like, my whole life,
first-hand experience.
Yeah.
my whole life I've been flying, and I've been telling myself, wow, look how big the Earth is. It still looks flat.
Oh, nice one, mate. So I guess you're a professional pilot.
I'm just turning my mic off.
No, I'm just a regular guy. I've flown a lot as a kid growing up, going to visit my dad across the country.
Nice one. So
I mean, before I was taught the globe, I thought like it looked flat, and then when the teacher told me that it was a globe, I was like, but it doesn't look like it's curving. Like I already knew what curvature was. And she's like, yeah, but and I told her, I said, because I've been in a plane. And she goes, yeah, that's because the Earth is really big and you're really small. I was like, oh, okay, the Earth's really big, so it looks flat. And I swear to God, I've flown over 30 times even after that, and every time I would look out the window and say, "Oh my God, look how big the Earth is. It still looks flat."
So I accept that on a personal level as evidence for the lack of curvature, but I can sympathise with globers who will then reply with, "That is because the Earth is so large that it always appears flat." That's like the default response, and I can sympathise with it.
Yeah, until you find out how big it really is or how big it's supposed to be. Did you know the Earth, the size they claim the Earth is the same distance from Los Angeles to New York and back to Los Angeles 5 times?
When you say size, do you mean like diameter or circumference?
That's the size of the Earth.
All right. Wow, no, I
Doesn't
didn't
know
know
the
that.
difference
Yeah, that's
between
not that big,
diameter
man.
and circumference because he's American, unfortunately.
By the way, now that I've actually said the word, I don't even think I know the difference. I was trying to say diameter and radius, and instead I said circumference, I think.
I was trying to stick up for you because you're Scottish. Us Irish love the Scottish.
Oh, by the way, us Scottish love the Irish, man. We're a great
Yeah, so
duo.
you could have said absolute bollocks and I would have said, yeah, same. Fuck the American. But you outed yourself, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. I tried.
Yeah, I need all the help I can get. It's
Yeah,
much
no problem, buddy.
appreciated.
What are you talking about, anyways?
A good question. What the fuck were we talking about? I think I was asking. So I can't remember. I'll just go back to my last checkpoint. My last checkpoint was someone mentioned that they
As a
were.
child, I used to watch both.
Harry, continue, Scottishman.
So my checkpoint was there was a gentleman in here who isn't quite ready to accept or commit to the idea of the flat Earth, but he's open enough to it that I sense doubt in the globe model. So I was asking him for his best evidences of the globe.
Oh, do you think the Earth is flat?
I think that's far more likely than it being a ball flying through a space vacuum. A ball with a pressurized atmosphere. That just makes no sense. Like, how the fuck can there be a pressurized atmosphere next to a space vacuum?
Fair enough.
So you've
be
just
honest-
replied with 2 words. Fair enough. Come on, man. Come on. Give
No,
us more.
like, to be honest, I don't give a flying fuck whether or not it's flat or round. I'm on the fucking thing. I'm not going anywhere. Like, so I just like listening to people argue about it.
Yeah, I love
fun-
arguing.
Yeah, I enjoy
I just
listening to
say
people argue
case,
because I do not give a bollocks whether it's
the
flat
gas,
or round.
I just think the gases stay within Earth on the globe because of the electromagnetic field.
Are any of you scientists?
I am, but not professionally.
Okay, well then, yeah. I just enjoy listening to people argue back out all their facts off the fucking internet. It's fun for me.
Aye, well,
And
listen.
I will
who the fuck wants to defend the
wind
globe?
up. I just like winding people up. To be honest, I don't. Why do you care whether it's flat or fucking round? You're on the fucking thing. Like, you're gonna die. Like, who cares?
I just find great comedy in knowing that it's evidently flat. It's flat according to all senses, and yet 99% of humans will believe it's actually round and flying through a vacuum. To me,
Where did you
that's
get your
very
evidence from?
funny. My eyeballs, my God-given senses.
So, okay, so did you fly up into the fucking atmosphere and look down, and you were like, "Grand, that's flat."
I flew on a plane. I saw a flat plane. I look out my window. I see the things above my head moving.
Amazing.
And
that's your
I have no. So listen, you're asking me for evidence. I don't need evidence. Earth is evidently flat. I suggest that it's the person who tells
tell
me.
me how it's evident. Tell me how it's evident.
No. Hold on. Let me finish my sentence.
Stand on it. Go on.
Let me finish this sentence.
Go on.
It's the person who makes the claim that the Earth is actually a ball flying through a space vacuum. That is the claim that needs to be proven, not the claim that it's a stationary plane. It's obviously a stationary plane. You're
Tell me
telling
how
me
it's
it's a flat,
obviously.
it's a ball.
But explain to me how it's obvious.
Right. Well, like disconnect from. Well,
Are you stuttering?
I'm trying to get my words correct. I'm
No,
trying to
I'm only.
optimize my
No,
words.
look, I'm not. I'm only winding you up. Don't worry. I actually don't care.
So
I'm
my
only
whole
winding
thing
you
is.
up. I'm only winding you up.
No, it's all good. So I'm not wound up at all.
Okay.
I'm just trying to best
Yeah.
verbalize the argument because, as I say, I think it's hilarious that people think that they're on a moving ball, despite the fact that their senses will actually inform them that they're on a stationary plane.
Okay.
Like every day, you'll wake up and the ground beneath you doesn't seem to be moving, and the sky above you does seem to be moving, but you'll actually believe that the ground below you is moving and that the sky above you is stationary.
To be honest, Henny, I get disappointed every day that I wake up, so I don't give a bollocks whether or not it's moving. I just enjoy.
You've not got enough vodka. Then you need more vodka.
No, I'm on the vino. I'm on the vino.
Oh,
Now, I
wish I
do
had some
think it's
vino.
funny when people argue about it, because, like, who cares? Who cares? Why does it
So
matter?
listen, right? I'll answer that because I used to have the exact same opinion as you, right? My mum believed in the flat Earth, and I didn't, and I was like, Mum, I can't believe you fell for this stupid shit. How stupid can you be? Why do you care? What a waste of time. And then I looked into it myself, and I realized if you believe that you're on a meaningless ball in the middle of a meaningless space vacuum, life seems to be meaningless. Everything is random and pointless. But if you believe that you are on a plane,
Earth, I will want to live.
yeah, it makes everything seem so much more like meaningful.
So I won't need therapy if I just believe that I'm on a flat ground. That's what
Oh
you're
no,
saying.
you definitely need therapy. We all need
Oh,
therapy, man.
absolutely. Yeah.
Life is fucked.
Yeah. But what gives life meaning, whether the earth is flat
Love.
or round? But where does love come
Let
from?
me
Whether or
ask
not
you
the
this,
earth is
Patrick.
flat or fucking round?
Like,
Patrick.
I think love is fundamental. Now we're getting esoteric, but I think love is
But
like
love
the
has
core.
nothing got to do with whether the
on.
earth is a moving fucking ball or whether it's a flat ground. Like, sorry, let the
Hold
American speak.
on.
Come on.
Patrick, I'm about to ask you a question, okay?
Go on, go for it, babe.
If you can't tell you're moving, how do you know you're moving?
Oh no, I'm not fighting. I'm not arguing whether or not the earth is fucking round or flat. I couldn't give a
I
flying
know.
fuck whether or not it is.
You were asking for evidence, and I know you were just gaslighting, but like, be honest. If you can't tell you're moving, how do you know you're moving? You know, they use that saying, if you're in a car going 60 miles an hour, and how do you know you're moving if you can't tell you're moving? Well, you get the same feeling when you're in a parked car also. So if you can't tell you're moving, how do you know you're moving, right?
No. Well, when I'm sitting in a parked car, I can tell that I'm not fucking moving, and when I'm driving, I can tell that I'm fucking moving because I'm driving a car. I have a license. Wow.
Yep, agreed.
Feel the fucking movement. I don't, to be honest, I don't believe that the earth is flat around. I don't give a bollocks. I don't have the energy to actually have that in my everyday thoughts. I just like hearing
You just
people
love the
argue about
drama.
it. Yeah. I love a bit of drama. I don't care. Even if I did believe one of them, I'm not gonna fucking fight because I don't care. If you believe that, absolutely go you. Love that for you. Fantastic. At least you believe in something. I love that you believe in something. That's fucking great. Like, it's like with the whole Jesus and non-believer thing. I love the fact that people believe in it. I don't believe in it, but I love the fact that people believe in it. I'm not going to argue against it. That's what you believe. They're your beliefs. You go, babe. I'm not going to argue with you over it. Like, you do you, boo. Let people believe. It's like fucking Santa. You're not going to tell him. You're not going to argue with a child saying that Santa's not fucking real. Jesus Christ, like, fucking krill. Let them believe.
I'll fucking argue to a child's face Santa ain't real.
Well, you're an American, so that's kind of expected. But anyways.
Santa's not real.
Stick
Your
up for me
parents are
now.
buying you presents. I'm all about bursting that bubble. Your parents love you. It's not Santa.
Americans love bursting bubbles, don't they? Sorry. I'll stop slating Americans. These are people.
No, my thing though, Patrick, it is possible to know things.
Okay,
And
that's fantastic. I wasn't aware.
to be gaslit your entire life about one thing, or well, several things, evolution is another one. To be gaslit your entire life saying that you're part of a big bang, that nothing exploded into everything, and out of all the random chaos, order came into play, and then you were just an accidental miracle. Like, that's the most heart wrenching thing that you could do to somebody. And then they're going to say, well, what's my purpose if I'm an accidental miracle? I don't know, but we're the government. We'll give you your purpose. Like,
What's your
come on,
purpose if you're
man.
not an accidental miracle?
What's your purpose?
Yeah, what's your purpose if you're not a
It's
fucking
your
miracle?
relationships.
Oh
Your
my god,
government spends
why are people obsessed with
your
fucking
government
relationships?
spends
Jesus Christ, like.
your government spends its entire time dividing the entire world when the whole purpose was to unite everybody and work together and love your neighbor and
To
share
be
good food
fair,
and love each
Ireland,
other and
do not
have a
include
drink
Ireland
once in
in
a
that
while.
because we have
Maybe
been
smoke a
trying to
blunt
be
once in a
united
while.
Ireland. Scottish man can agree with me on that. We've been trying to be fucking united. But no, leave Ireland out of that now.
Why does the government keep dividing y'all?
It's not us, it's the fucking English. They took our counties. They fucking
I'm
separated
English.
Ireland.
I'm English.
I know the
Condolences.
government did it.
Yeah, the fucking English did. It's not my government. I love my government. Well, I don't love my government. I don't really love anybody, to be honest. I just kind of float
The
around.
government is subservient to the English.
We've been trying to get our counties back for fucking years. You actually,
You're
do you
never
know
get,
what? I'm not
you're
going to
never
spend
gonna
any
vote
fucking
your way
American.
out of this. The only way you're gonna get out of this is by walking away
England's
and
gonna win the World Cup,
being
Patrick.
independent.
Oh, to be I couldn't give a flying fuck about football. Give me back my counties.
No, you're not having them.
Yeah, I'm
All
fully
the
aware of that.
resources underneath it.
Oh my god, American, you have no idea about fucking Irish and English history. Leave us alone. Englishman, I'm
Oh, I
sure you're
don't. You're
absolutely a
right.
lovely
Like
person.
I don't talk about this to like everybody all over the world.
Okay, fantastic if you do, but actually maybe research and read up on it. But anyways, Englishman, I'm sure you're a lovely man, but I will probably slate you 1 or 2 times and then I will apologise. But
No, it's fine. I don't
condolences
care.
about being
It's the
English.
same story with the New
I want
Zealanders.
Scotland to have their
It's
county
the
back.
same story with the Australians. It's the same story with the Asiatic countries. It's the same story with the South American
Hey,
countries, the Central
American,
American countries.
can I
It's the
just
same
ask you
story.
a simple question? What was the famine in Ireland, in your opinion? What do you know what the famine was?
What was the famine in
What was the famine?
Ireland?
Yeah, tell me, since you know so much.
Probably the government telling
So you don't
everybody to burn
know.
everything up.
Okay, so you don't know what the famine was at all. England took over Ireland and killed half of our population. We went from 5
That's the
million
same thing I just
to
said. The
more than
Oh
that.
government
wait, you're
burned
No, you
you're, you're
everything
didn't.
up.
No,
Irish.
you
You're
didn't.
Irish. Wait, you're Irish, right?
I am Irish, yeah.
Okay. I got confused
A
between you and
train
Same
Kaylin
loop.
because Kaylin's Scottish and you're Irish and I'm English. I'm actually Welsh, but yeah,
Oh,
I
do
live
you
in
know what? I'll
England.
accept you
No, you're
now.
not.
The
You're
fact that
not
you're
fucking
Welsh.
Welsh.
I am Welsh. I just
No.
live in England. I've never been born in Wales or anything like that.
You've
My
never been
You
grandma's
know
born
what?
in
Welsh.
Fair enough.
Wales.
Fair enough. Now that I
My
can do
grandma
that.
was born in Wales.
But when you,
Uh-huh.
but
Man,
you,
legends.
were
You
you
I'm in
born
England.
in? If you were born and grew up in England, you're fucking English. But yeah, I'm very. But
Okay,
condolences.
that's fine.
I
I mean, I am an
really
Arab anyway,
apologize.
so I'm pretty ethnically Arab, mixed,
Oh God, love you.
So
mixed,
anyway, do you have
mixed.
anything to contribute to the shape of the Earth conversation, Patrick?
Yeah, please. Let's talk about the shape of the Earth.
I feel like it's a triangle.
I
What's
think
your
it's an.
evidence?
Am I allowed to include that in there? Possibly a hexagon.
What?
way more believable than sphere.
So just
Yeah.
trolling, right? That's your evidence.
I'm just
A
fucking
measurement.
bored, buddy. Like, I just want to have a chat. Like,
Well, I mean, we talk about the shape of the earth in here, so if you can't talk
Well,
about that,
I'll listen to what you're saying, and then I'll tell you at the end what I believe is. Do you know what? I'll even mute myself. I'll mute myself.
Right, well, I'm ready to talk to fucking Globers about their beliefs. If anyone wants to defend the globe, I'll ask questions. Because it's the globe that needs questioned, man. Come on, man. Someone give this Irish girl a show.
No, I'm very sorry if I ruined you, chat. I will happily leave. I had a great time.
No
though.
need, man. No, I'd love to provide a fucking drama.
I love a little bit of a drama. Oh,
Are
hold
there
on.
any other controversial topics that you feel strongly about? Maybe we can get a big fucking angry argument going on.
Let me think. Hold on.
Let's all get angry.
The only thing maybe black and tans. So,
immigrants, fuck them.
I'm not really passionate about it, and like now, like I have a few friends that are immigrants, but like to be fair, can I just say one of them was from an African country. I'm not going to say which one in particular. It was found out that he was gay, and
again, this room is about the shape of the earth and everything involved in that conversation. If you don't want to contribute to that conversation, this may not be the room for you.
Well, sounds good, but I will point out that there's like, how many people muted? Like, at least 60% of the people in here are muted. So there's a lot of
We're
people
trying
not
to let you
contributing.
guys have a conversation and not interrupting you. So,
Aye, all good. Well, I must say, I was here primarily for a debate, but it seems as though everyone in here is actually quite chill and happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people in here are in agreement about the nature of the earth.
Which is a relief, given that the nature of the Earth is probably exactly as it seems to be, that it's a level stationary plane. By the way, since it seems like most of us in here are like globe disbelievers, do any of you share my feelings in that when you discarded the globe belief, you've just felt fantastic ever since? Because I just feel amazing. Ever since I got rid of the globe idea, I've never stopped feeling great.
Yeah, everybody has a different experience, man.
I mean, it was rough at the start, but now that I fully accept it, I just love it.
Yeah, I no longer have these weird anxieties about being in an accident in the void of space in the corner somewhere.
Exactly, man. It's like you just know everything is intelligently designed and exactly as it should be.
I mean, that's the evidence right there of an intelligent designer is the all the laws of nature,
Yeah,
the way
aye. The
things
fact
work.
that everything is perfectly symbiotic and perfect. The idea that all that happened randomly is absolutely laughable to me these days. And yet I used to believe it. I used to believe in everything exploding from nothing and turning into perfection. Dearie, dearie me.
for you too with myself when I found out for all the stuff I'd missed and not paid attention to and not researched. But finding out's been really cool.
Yeah, I don't regret it. I feel great about my life course.
I think I heard the odds put into perspective of that happening, like, everything being perfectly symbiotic, evolving over time, a male and a female both that can, make babies. Uh, anyways, it'd be like dumping a shoebox of pennies over and getting heads like 10,000 times in a row, all heads 10,000 times in a row.
Wow.
But yeah, nothing
Okay.
random, man.
Well, chaps, it's been an absolute pleasure. Everyone here is lovely. However, I am in the mood for angry, bitter debates, so I'm going to leave and go and seek out some more turbulent times.
All right, man. Have a good day.
Yeah. Thank you, mate. You too. Wishing everyone a good one. Peace.
Later.
I don't go looking for trouble anymore. I had enough of that.
Yeah.
You must be younger.
See, he must be younger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was like 20 years ago. I was one of the most infamous people on the internet for being a giant asshole. I would constantly shit on everybody. And time to change things.
Hello. Anyone?
Are we
Flat
boomers
Earth?
now?
Any flat earthers here? Is there any?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Everybody in this room, including you.
Me?
Yep.
Why me?
Well, because the Earth is flat.
I didn't say I was a flat earther.
I was being. Never mind. Forget about it. Do you have any
Okay.
questions or anything?
Hold on.
One of the smarter flat earthers in here can fill you in with any information with any questions you may have. I have to step off a bit.
Got any globe earthers in here? What's going on?
Yep, me.
You're a globe earth.
Yeah.
How strong of an opinion do you have?
Well, it's just, I'm not saying that there's any scientific evidence to prove the globe, but it's just rather the best explanation for how we view the sky.
Oh, okay. So there's no evidence for the globe. It's just a
Yeah.
explanation.
Yeah. It's a theory.
Well, okay, but so then what about the evidence for a flat Earth? If there's no evidence for it,
I don't know.
if you don't have any evidence for a globe Earth, but then you're presented with evidence for a flat Earth, how does that play in your mind there?
I'm just looking for the flat Earth server some stuff, so I'm just sorry if I don't respond fast. I'm looking
I
for a
couldn't hear.
lot of stuff.
What are you looking for?
I'm just looking at stuff on the flat Earth server.
Flat Earth server. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's based on measurements, you know. So yeah, we understand that there's stars that rotate and the sun and all that, you know. But it's more based on just the surface of Earth measures flat. So what do you think trumps there, like with logic? Like, is it just because the stars make it look to you like the Earth could be a globe, or measurements on the surface that say
It's
it's
just the
flat? Like, what
sky. Yeah, the sky.
you think the sky is
Yeah.
more than a measurement?
That's an observation.
Well, yeah, you have to observe something to measure it, right?
Mm.
Was that were you agreeing or not?
I'm sorry, I'm not really concentrating. Don't mean to be rude. I'm looking at some stuff on the flat Earth server.
What are you looking at?
Flight paths. Gyro.
Well, that's good. Yeah, it sounds like you're open-minded. You know, just look at the evidence. That's all.
Is anybody going to actually state what this evidence is? Because that's
It's
what
a
I'm waiting
laser
for.
test. It's a laser test across a body of water, and the laser is at the exact same 1 feet above the water from 20 miles away when there should be a drop curve, and the laser at the other end should be higher, but it's not.
Okay, and which scientist did this?
It's not. You can do it at home.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, anybody can be a scientist if you do an experiment. You know,
Well,
it's not like you go to school to be a scientist. You know, a
yeah, sure.
scientist is
Anybody can be
anybody.
a mechanic. Anybody can be a teacher. Anybody can be a fucking cardiac nurse. No, like Like I want to believe. I to be honest, I don't know. I don't care whether or not it's round or flat. But I would like someone to give me something genuine to make me side with one.
Okay,
And I just
well,
haven't
listen.
heard anything yet. Like, give me some good facts. Like, state your
Okay,
case.
here's a good fact. Here's a good fact. So say you got a large body of water, right? This is something people do. They call it a mirror
Right.
flash. So they get on one side of the lake and they get on another side, and then they flash mirrors at each other. Well, there should be a drop, you know. If the Earth is a globe, then that means from your point of view, you shouldn't be able to see that mirror, but they flash the mirror and they can see it. So then they start to question, well, if this is really a globe, then that doesn't make sense. And that's pretty much the basis of the conversation there.
Can I give a fact about globe Earth?
See that I can't because of the size of the fucking thing. Obviously, you're gonna see someone from across the lake, so it'd have to be a massive fucking lake, and then at that point, you wouldn't be able to see anybody. But can someone tell me something that in their mind proves that it's flat or it's round?
Oh,
Because I
what do you
don't know.
not
I don't like.
Patrick Star? What do
Like,
you
is
not
there
understand about that? What do
scientific?
you
Like,
not
is there
understand
any
about that?
scientific things that have been proven by renowned scientists or anything at all?
What do you not
Like, is there
understand about
have you done genuine research, or are you just thinking that if I stand across the lake from someone with a mirror that proves them? Because it really doesn't.
I'm giving you an example of why people started investigating this, so you can understand.
Right.
Mister, can I answer?
Sure.
So yeah, it's been proven like when you look at the shadow of the moon, especially like during the lunar eclipse, like eclipse,
Okay.
the Earth passes directly from the sun, so you can observe this like by your own self. And the moon, and it's cast a shadow onto the lunar surface. So no matter what, like the eclipse happens, wherever,
Mhm.
or how the Earth is rotating at that moment, the shadow is always going to be perfectly curved.
Okay. And which scientist said this?
Which scientist? No, this is your
Yeah.
own observation. Like multiple people have observed
Okay.
this
So you
and wrote about
haven't
it.
gone to study the Earth,
No,
and
I've
you.
observed this too. The eclipse,
Okay.
yeah, I've seen the eclipse.
Can I just ask, what's your job?
What's my job? I do
Yeah.
programming.
Okay. Yeah. Enough said. Thank you.
Goodbye, I guess. Yo, welcome, DT. How you guys doing?
Yo,
How you doing, man? DT, you there?
yeah, I'm here, bro.
How are you doing, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. What about you?
I'm doing great. Are you a flat earther?
Definitely not.
Why not?
Are you?
You cannot answer a question with a question. Why? I said, why not?
I'm busy right now, bro. I'm texting some girl.
Texting
Yeah,
some
I'm not.
girl.
I'm not either.
Yeah.
What
For
did you
me,
say,
the reason
Matthew?
is I said I'm not a flat earther either.
Yeah, what's the reason, Matthew?
The globe model explains the observations in the sky better than the idea that the Earth is flat, like sunsets and moon phases and seasons and stuff like that.
Yeah, it definitely does. Also, the predictions work. Any flat earthers here?
I'm kind of AFK, but sure. What's up?
I want to listen to you debunking Matthew's argument.
we've talked a bunch of times there. What do you mean debunk his argument? That's what he thinks. You can't debunk someone's thinking.
Yes, you can with logic. If your logic is more consistent than the other person, then you can. It's called debunking.
Dude, he's been here
Proving
for years.
somebody wrong.
He's heard all of our laser tests and everything like that. He just decided that he doesn't want to take part of it anyway. He says refraction and stuff like that. I mean, you can speak for
It's just
yourself.
your own
Man.
intuition.
We grant him all the refraction. It just doesn't help. He's uncurable.
Uncurable.
I'll have a go. So Matthew, would you agree that it's a possibility that the surface of Earth could be flat?
Yes. So you look at the observations and see which of the possibilities makes the most sense.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, so Matthew says that his observations, he thinks the globe Earth just extends the most. He's not saying it's an undeniable factor that a flat Earth isn't a possibility. It's an opinion. You know, you can't debunk an opinion there. So I think that other guy was right in his assessment there. What was that, DT that was talking?
Wait, can I ask
Bro,
some
I'm not
question?
even, bro. I'm not even talking, bro.
Bro, DD, get
DT's
out. You
talking
got some
about,
jihadi headband on here. Just go. Leave.
bro. I'm not even there, bro. That's just a trial picture.
Okay, good.
Yeah, don't never Nah, I'm not associated with that.
Okay, good. Anyways, guys, I want to
Yeah,
ask a
never
question.
compare me with some Arab. Okay, never do that
I want
again.
to ask a question to
Yeah.
the flat earthers. I want to ask a question to the flat earthers.
Go ahead.
So, do you guys hold that the sun could be a reflection?
Hold that it could be. I mean, we don't make any claims about things we can't empirically prove. So
The thing
you can
is,
get an opinion if you like, but it's not. We don't have any evidence for that. So
I was thinking, and I don't know if DJ's listening to this, but I was thinking that if the sun was a reflection, but it doesn't get bigger overhead or smaller further away, it's the same aspect as you cannot find the end of the rainbow, right? It's always the same size. You can't find the end of it, and it just moves. Rainbows can move.
it's not exactly the same size. We do have video where it does change a little bit. So I don't know
Yeah,
about
but
that.
that's because you guys weren't using a solar filter to see the actual circle of. There was a
Yeah,
lot of light
no.
exposure.
Yeah, we've done it with solar filters, and there is a little bit of change now and then. It
Oh yeah,
depends where you are on the Earth as well. So
yeah.
I've seen it change a lot here in Sweden, for example, but I don't see much change in America for some reason. So I mean, it's just. I mean, right now we have the midnight sun up here. It's huge. So
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and even if you ask Google, even the globe model does say that the Earth does change in size, very small, but it does, from our perspective, it does change few degrees.
Sunday is going to be a better day to speculate about things because we call it Speculation Sunday. If you want to come back, then that's also good. We can speculate
Every
about
day,
sun.
every day should be speculation Sunday.
No, not in this channel. Here we would deal with empirical evidence only. So Sundays is dedicated for speculating about those things. Just a tip.
Yeah, it sounds like you're trying to construct a model in your head, Sleep FM, and that's not really the point of flat Earth. The point of flat Earth is just getting people to realize that there have been observations and measurements made that contradict the globe Earth. So that's the main thrust of the argument there. It's not trying to build a model. I mean, there's plenty of ways you could explain two poles, two opposing rotations. It's all kinds of configurations you could come up with.
What two opposing rotations?
Well, at the North Pole, from your perspective, it's a counterclockwise rotation, and at the South Pole, from your perspective, it would be clockwise rotation. Correct?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's what I was referring to.
Well, you're just referring to people's question about it.
What's that?
Then you were referring to people's question about it.
People's question about it?
Yeah, like people had that question. Like you're referring to people have that question that needs to be explained.
No, nobody had a question about it. Sleep FM was just trying to come up with I guess a model of the flat Earth. Sounds like what he was trying to do. So I was just explaining that that wasn't the point of the conversation here.
Okay, got you. Thank you.
I do see some new people in the room. Any of you Globers? You want to talk about globe evidence or flat Earth evidence? We also have a game we can play now. It's an escape room game. It's pretty fun. I give you a few items and you prove the curve or the non-existent curve. Played it earlier with Sleep FM actually. I think he kinda cracked it. Anyway, it's on the table. If anybody want to play, let me know. We'll do a little run. I think I might actually turn it into a real mobile game at some point.
That's a good idea there. Flat Earth mobile game. I bet you might go viral, make $1 million. Yeah, go ahead and chat GPT vibe code that out, get it into the marketplace.
Yeah, maybe.
I think they would allow that on like the Apple App Store.
Yeah, I don't think they
Yeah.
care. You can do
A Flat Earth game? You don't think they would allow that? Come on, dude.
It depends. It's just an escape room game. You get some items and you have to do a calculation and you got to try to solve the mystery.
Right, you could obfuscate it. That would work.
Yeah. Yeah.
I played the old school analog flat Earth game called Hold a Compass Flat and it worked.
You D-Town, your mic is so bad today that it's really hard to decode your speech there, I think. It's not just me.
It's the wind. It's not bad.
I've just filled up a glass bowl with water so it can do some visuals, some luminary test.
Yeah, I mean, if you like that stuff, you should definitely check out what's his name, Joe Handy. He's messing around with domes and lights outside and inside of it, and he has like 9 different cameras. And that dude is probably right up your alley when it comes to experimenting like that. We don't make any claims about the dome's shape, though, because we don't have any empirical evidence for that. So I don't even want to call it a dome, but I can call it a container. And I think it has to be there, or else we would all be dead, right? We can't exist next to a vacuum. I did hear a good argument once from, I think, AI Overlord. He said, well, the globe, all he has to say is that the universe is the container, and that's the end of the discussion. So it's a pretty good point, but you keep saying the word.
Who messes with balls again? Who?
What's that? Joe
Who's
Handy.
Joe? Who's Joe? Is he in here?
No, he hangs over on Earth Awakenings and stuff like that. But he's making models. He has YouTube videos. Maybe someone has his channel. I don't mind sharing it. I mean, he's trying to do something similar to what you're doing. So he's like creating these domes and stuff like that. I'm just saying we don't call it a dome here. We just say container, right? Because we don't know the shape of it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a shape. That's all I'm trying to do right now. So I've just filled a bowl with water, a lot of water, and
Yeah.
I'm just doing some shit with it.
Yeah. Yeah, go for it.
I'm literally doing it right now. I'm just having a look from different angles.
Anyway, if we have any Globers in the room and you want to present your best evidence, go right ahead. We have a couple of people here listening who are flat earthers, including me. Maybe we can ask your questions, or we can play a little fun game with you guys called Escape the Globe.
Hello.
Nidal,
You
how
hear
are
me?
you? We hear
You
you
good,
just
Flag?
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good, yeah. Where are you from?
Well, right now I'm from Sweden. I'm actually in Sweden, but I live in America usually.
Um,
Are you here to speak English, or are you here to talk about the globe?
no, I'm just here to apply it. Or, like, improve my language, you know? How about you?
Yeah, I'm here to talk about the flat earth, the place we live on.
The flat earth?
Yeah. Haven't you heard the good news? You're not living on a ball in space.
It's a good topic. By the way, I'm from Russia. Look, I'm
You're
from
from
Algeria, but right now I'm living in exactly
you're from
Saudi Arabia.
you're from Russia?
No, I'm from Algeria, and I am
Algeria?
living in
Dude, your mic is really kind of bad.
What? Can you
Your
repeat,
mic,
please?
yeah, your microphone. We can't hear you that well.
And now, you hear me now?
A little bit better, thank you.
Because I'm using phone, not PC. I
Okay.
don't have pro microphone. So I said my 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 mother country is Algeria, and I am living in Russia right now.
Okay.
So Steve, how are you? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Ba is
No.
back. Welcome back, Ba. Welcome,
So
Nida
do you have
from Al.
question or do
Someone
you
is
hear me?
speaking.
This guy, he said, "Shut up," because I want to sleep.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Floyd, nice to meet you. Good
Yeah,
night.
good night. His roommate was like, dude, shut up. I want to sleep. It's a little bit over midnight here in Sweden. 12:26 a.m. I think I'm going to go AFK again, unless someone wants to talk flat Earth.
I mean, I always have lots of things, but you've heard from me before.
Yeah, you want to play the game? I mean, you already know how to do it, don't you?
I haven't heard of the game.
All right, I'll run it. Okay, so here, go. I don't have to paste the infographic for you. You already know. But in the side chat, here's the game. It's called Escape from the Globe. Start reading and see if you can crack it.
You have one laser, one friend, one measuring tip, one lake, one. Can you figure out if the water is curving on that lake with the use of those items? I think it'd be hard. It depends on how curved it is or isn't. So, I think it'd be hard to do that.
Well, you have the Earth curvature calculator, and if you want to, I can even paste a refraction calculator for you. You should be able to crack this.
Yeah, but if the path of that laser, if the path of that light bends at even as little as 0.007 degrees per mile, then it's going to be hard to tell the difference. That's why I don't think you could tell.
Well, it has to bend down 66 foot, right? Or actually, well, I guess that
Yeah.
depends where you place your laser. If you
Right.
place it 1 foot over the water, it's only 52 feet, but, you know, at the tangent, it's 66. So if you can see people standing on the other side, they have to be over 60 feet tall, basically.
Or the path of light might be bending. That's a hard thing to tell because you don't know the temperature all the way along the way, or the humidity, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so that's why I posted the refraction calculator. We give you 120%, which, I mean, is unreasonable. You still have to deal with 20 feet of curvature. I pasted it. There's a link. 20.3 feet could be hidden, yet we can see little seagulls and shit walking around on the other beach 10 miles away. Shouldn't be able to do that. Unless those birds are 20 feet tall. That's with 120% refraction, which is unreasonable, but we give it anyway.
What up?
For those who are new to the topic, and Matthew isn't, so he knows exactly how to measure this. If you place that laser 1 foot over the water on one side, it has to end up about over 50 feet in the air on the other side if you live on a ball with the dimensions they have claimed. Now there's something called refraction, so we grant 120% of it. Now the laser needs to end up 20 feet up in the air over on the other side. Obviously, it doesn't do that, or we wouldn't even use this as a method. None of us would be flat Earth if it actually did end up 20 feet over the water. We would concede that there is a curvature. Problem is that when you shoot this laser 1 foot over the water on one side of 10 Mile Lake, it ends up 1 foot over the water on the other side as well. Because water doesn't curve, and that's why we call ourselves flat earthers. Matthew says if light curves just 0.00723 per mile, that's enough for light to curve around our globe, even at 10 miles. Light only needs to curve 0.0723 degrees. Laser light can curve, as demonstrated by this image. Yes, laser light can curve. Does it curve downwards? It usually curves a little bit upwards, and most of the time it
Yo,
goes
Mike
straight.
Tech. What's up, dude?
What's that?
I hear you. I wanted to respond to the stuff you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, dude, the globe model is totally broken. They have like compounding refraction. They have like, typical refraction, which is happening at all times. And then
Yeah.
they just say like, oh, refraction is also, displacing stuff at all times. So they have like compounding types of refraction. And then at the same time, in the same breath, they're going to do a ray trace and pretend that they're drawing straight lines to everything. It's really just broken. Terrible.
Yeah, it is, and it doesn't refract as much as they need it to. So that's why we can afford to grant them 120% in this example. It doesn't help them. It'll take it down from 50 foot to 20 feet of hidden
Right.
curvature there. So
So
I
standard
don't mind.
atmospheric refraction, things are displaced vertically over distance. And
Yeah.
then weather anomalies also causes refraction, which is like typically near the surface, so the original standard refraction, that's due to density, right? And then the atmospheric refraction that is actually displacing things, not just due to distance, that's because of temperature and lapse rate. So they pretend like density is affecting over distance. That's kind of ridiculous because that's not how refraction works. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100.
Yeah, they just presume that refraction is doing things that it really doesn't even work that way.
I'm still waiting for someone doing a laser test where they can show the laser beam bending down. Never seen one. I've seen
Yeah,
the
that should
fish
have been
tank.
observed.
Seen the fish tank one, but we have side shots now, and this is going to get worse for the Globers over the next years to come. We have a guy who took a 6-mile side shot of the laser. It's completely straight and level over the water there. So give it a couple of years and we're going to be able to do 10-mile side shots, maybe even 20-mile side shots when we get the new technology, the cameras that can take these kind of pictures, and we find the right place to do it. And then it's going to be undeniable. There's no refraction that bends it down over that distance. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, they're holding on for their life right now because we're kind of in the Stone Age still, but just give it a couple of years. It'll be fun.
Yeah, the globe model claims that it's an accumulative effect over distance because of the increase of water content over the volume of air that you're looking through, that this is going to increase the amount of refraction happening. That's actually that's like super pseudoscientific, but that's what the globe model has. That's in the globe model, and that's actually pseudoscience.
Everything that you can't replicate is pseudoscience. So all they have is a theory. They can't show it.
I mean, I don't know. It seems reasonable to me that the path of light might bend 0.007 degrees per mile. Doesn't seem like much. Seems like it might happen sometimes.
Yeah, but
So
now you're
Matthew,
just gonna have to show it, right? Over 10 miles. Now
if there was a
might
different
might
test,
seem reasonable, but we have no practical. We can't replicate it in practice. In theory,
Yeah, but you're
it might
claiming
seem.
that it can't happen, right?
We see lasers bending
I'm
up.
claiming I've never seen it. I've never seen it bend
Yeah,
down.
we see lasers
Yeah, me
bending
neither.
up. So
Yeah, I've seen
so
lasers bending up, and I've
Matthew, if
never
there was
seen
a
it bending
different
down.
test, if there was a different test where it's like there's a laser and it measures 25 miles at sea level, and then they go up a mountain, and then they measure another line parallel to it. That would be it. That's the complicated version of how you'd actually have to do it. Just imagine it differently. Imagine someone draws a 25-mile line with a laser, and then at each point you go up 3,000 meters, and then you try to measure the same distance. Right? There would have to be about 19 meters extra distance that would have to be measured at the high altitude if it's in the same position.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, but these laser
Okay, no,
tests
but
we're
that's what I'm
talking about.
saying. If we were to do a test like that, because that would be very expensive, and then it showed that it's the same length, what would you say to that?
Oh, then that would debunk the globe right there.
Okay, well, no, that's very interesting. If someone like you can admit that, that's very interesting and gives.
Well, I think we'd all admit that because it's just plainly true, right?
Yeah, because at that point, even you couldn't say refraction anymore because refraction would actually just make it even more space that would need to be accounted for. But anyway, I feel like that's like the test that needs to get done.
Yeah, that would be interesting. In general, the higher you are away from the water, the less refraction you're going to experience, and thinner atmosphere up high, like if you go to the top of the mountain.
I think Matrix is making a good point in the chat there. Lasers bending down would be the norm, but the norm is in fact that lasers are being straight. He also said lasers being straight would be the one-off or random, yeah. And it's it's a good point.
Yeah, in general, I would expect lasers to be pretty straight.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're gonna do those kind of tests where we do it water level and then higher up, as soon as the technology becomes cheaper and easier. You can get those chip now, pirate chips. You tune up a little 0.3 milliwatt laser to 500 milliwatts. So we'll see.
Yeah, Jesse Gordon went to 6,000 feet elevation, and his brother was equal elevation. And, the angle measured with the globe calculation, refraction, it vertically displaced the angle to reflect that the distance was off a mile. And they were only 9 miles apart. 9 miles apart, 6,000 feet elevation, where you're reducing refraction, right? And the angle still reflects, your calculation to get a distance from an elevation angle, you're off a mile at 6,000 feet. And the person's only 9 miles away. So you lied, Matthew. Once again.
Wait, how did I lie?
You said all you got to do to reduce the refraction is go to higher elevation. And that's just not true.
Yeah, generally when you go to higher elevation, the refraction is less because the atmosphere is thinner.
Yeah, but the angle reflected a distance that is literally like a mile off, and they were only 9 miles apart. So what are you talking about?
I'm saying generally there's less refraction the higher you go because there's thinner atmosphere. Which, by the way,
Yeah, but it still doesn't match your calculation.
I wasn't calculating anything.
Well, it's just vertical displacement. Yeah, you are calculating something. You're measuring an angle, a vertical angle to a target in the distance, which you think is going to reflect a distance.
What? I
Wait,
thought
so
we were
how are
talking
they
about
doing
laser
those
tests.
high? Are they shooting the ground in your test? Alec, how are they measuring that distance? Are they shooting the ground from high up, or are they shooting from high up to another high up location?
Jesse Gordon had 2 total stations. Him and his brother, they used GPS corrections to know their distances. You know, they hope that Google's reflecting the distance between the 2 peaks that they were standing on correctly. And, you know, they had local maps that they probably cross-referenced.
Hello. Hello, I'm back. Sorry.
The point is, you go to higher elevation, you still have refraction. That's the point. Still don't match your calculation. That's 6,000 feet. And if you look it up, there's an effect called subduction. Subduction happens on mountains. There's actually like layers of the atmosphere that are like dropping in temperature like rapidly. So it causes sinking refraction. This is what they say. You look up subduction. It happens on mountains.
Did I get kicked?
I'm just saying, like, you know, they say you go to higher elevation, the air is less, you know, it's less dense. Therefore, you're going to get a more accurate angle. It's going to better represent the globe. And I'm just bringing up an observation where that's just not true. It did not better represent the globe. They were 9 miles apart. The elevation angle measured between the 2 points reflected a distance that was a mile off from the globe calculation. So that's just a fact of the matter. Because they're using elevation angles to get their, you know, the points on their coordinate system. It's a big coplanar coordinate system. They measure points and they presume that there is an arc distance between them. And then they say, oh, it doesn't match the calculated arc length, so they invoke refraction. Because nothing they observe matches the globe calculation. You know, and refraction isn't even really due to what they say is happening in the atmosphere. They say, oh, it's density, it's temperature. It's actually temperature. Temperature changes the density. And the density is just, it's truly the water pressure. That's what has to truly change. Not like the density of the air. Like their model actually is just goofy.
Well, as goofy as the model is, it still explains things we see in the sky better than any other model I've seen.
That's what I wanted to talk about today, because the Globers think they have a home run when it comes to the sun. And, you know, if you want to take any type of observation of the sun, first thing you do is you're going to pretend that Earth's surface is like your zero. That's your line. And then you're going to do a ray trace. You're going to draw a line. You're going to draw a line. You're going to presume Euclidean geometry first. First things first. You think you're going to prove a globe? First thing you're going to do is you're going to pretend you're standing on a flat Earth. It's so silly.
Well, to me, I think the sun is a physical object.
That's a cool story. What does that even mean? Like at this point in your model, the sun is more like a bubble. It's more because you say it's helium and hydrogen like fusion. So it's like a plasma, like the coronosphere is like a plasma layer. So that's really where all your surface tension, that's your boundary for all your gain and loss of electrons. Like that's your event horizon. It's literally like a gas bubble. So you're talking about it's a physical object. What, like a rock? Like a hot soup of helium rock? It's like a hydrogen rock? Like what are you talking about? It's a
It's
gas
Oh,
bubble.
I, yeah, I just mean that it's matter. It's matter, and therefore we would expect it to follow the law of perspective. If it gets twice as far away, it would be half the size, and so on. So its angular size should indicate its distance. And the interesting thing
Sabotaging.
is that from sunrise through noon to sunset, the angular size of the sun doesn't change very much in the space of a single day. Same
Yeah,
with the
the
moon,
angular
like a
speed
full
as
moon.
well, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Not many people talk
It's
about
easier to
that.
see with the full moon. The full moon, the angular size of the full moon doesn't change by more than 2% all night long. And if it's a physical object, then that's hard to reconcile with the idea that it's coming at you over a flat Earth and then disappearing farther away from you.
Yeah, but you know, the headlights on cars don't appear to change angular size that much when they're really far away either.
They
And that's
literally
only
do.
like, you know, yeah, but that's like much closer, you know. Like a car like 5 miles away, the rate that it changes angular size over distance, that rate changes. So that is how you have a sun that doesn't change angular size eventually. But we
But
observe this effect locally, like it literally happens to headlights.
you've just given an example in which something does change angular size.
Yeah, I'm saying it can be observed that the further away a car is, the less it changes angular size, like the
Well,
headlights.
yeah, of course.
Right. So we can already observe this effect taking place at a very local level. That's the point.
Okay, but for something to get so far away that it appears to descend below or converge to eye level, it would have to get smaller. And this is like completely intuitive. This is basic physics.
Yeah. And I'm showing you that that is happening to something that is only like 5 miles away.
Okay, but Alex, say you've got a car right in front of you, and you're eye level with the headlights, and the car reverses until eventually you can't see the headlights anymore. The headlight that was once big would be small eventually.
Oh, really? What did it get obstructed by a hill or something?
No, I'm just saying it will get smaller and smaller, but we don't see that with the sun. I'm just wondering why.
I'm saying how far away. Okay, so have you watched a car, you know, get that far away before with no obstruction?
It's basic perspective. There doesn't need to be an obstruction.
Have you seen that before?
If you throw a ball or kick a ball away from you, the ball will get smaller and smaller the further it goes. I just can't believe we're even.
Because now I got to bring up another point. Because now you're changing the whole thing going on. Now you're just being wrong about something else.
But why are you trying to even debate basic perspective?
Because I'm not trying to debate it. I already know you're wrong.
Fair enough. That sounds.
But you're talking about a point of like becoming impossible to see over distance, and I'm asking you,
No,
what
that's not
distance
what
do you think? Okay.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, you think that there's a car driving away, and you're eventually not going to see its headlights. And I'm asking you, what's
Eventually, yeah,
obstructing the
because
headlights,
it's
and what is the distance?
well, its angular resolution will get too small for our eyes to perceive. We can't see forever. I thought that was like one of the things that flat earthers say all the time. We're not Superman. We can't see forever.
Yeah, but what's causing obstruction in that model? I guess whoever you're referencing, I would think that they're talking about layers of atmosphere causing diffusion.
Okay, so the atmosphere or obstruction isn't anything to do with my claim. I'm just saying specifically that something that moves away will appear to get smaller. The sun in your model moves away, so why doesn't it appear to get smaller? Like, gun to your head, if you had to answer honestly, and you see a
The
sunset with a solar
same
filter.
reason it doesn't get smaller in your model. In
But
your model, if the sun
wait,
moves
what?
away, the Earth is rotating, right? So
No,
when you're standing watching the sun move overhead, that means it's changing distance from you. It's literally like moving like 20,000 miles away from you,
no,
and it doesn't change
20,000
angular
miles
size.
out of
Wow.
93 million is not much
wait,
difference.
hold on. The
Yeah, but you
reason
see, the
the
point is
sun
that you're actually
descends,
changing distance, and it's not changing angular size in your model.
Alec,
It's
What do you
changing
know?
angular size the
Alec,
same amount as
the reason the
it's
sun
changing.
appears to descend is because the Earth is spinning backwards, essentially.
It's such an easy point to grasp. You're pretending you're not grasping. It's fine with me. I don't
Well,
care.
no, it's I completely grasp it. I've looked into
Okay,
this.
go
It's
ahead, Steelman.
Steelman,
So
your
you're saying,
point.
yeah, your point is that if the sun on the globe model is changing distance, it should also change size on the globe model. And you're right about that, but the amount of change is insignificant because we say the sun is 93 million miles away, and if the Earth is rotating, then it's 93 million miles plus 20,000. That's
It's
a
a
very
drop in
tiny
the ocean.
percentage.
Yeah.
Was that
So
the
the
actual number? Like as it moves across the sky, it's 20,000 miles. Is that right? I
it's
can't.
well, it's
I'm not
less
sure.
than that, I think.
Yeah, I can't remember the.
No, it's what is the circumference of the Earth compared to 93 million miles? The sun.
Well,
The
that was
sun.
half my point, Matthew. You can say the other half if you want to be more honest about this. Locally, we can see things not changing angular size, even like only 5 miles away. This guy's talking about not being able to see a basketball. I'm talking about not being able to see a light source. A basketball is reflecting light. Yes, it'll be less resolvable at a specific distance, but an actual light source, that's more of an inverse square law. It's like way brighter. So you're going to be able to see a car light from, I don't know.
Inverse
Like
square
I
law.
think, yeah, that's what's taking place. So,
Yeah.
you're saying
No,
that you're
yeah.
not going to be
Did
able
you
to
get that
see.
off David White?
You're saying that the car headlights aren't going to be visible at a specific distance. I'm just wondering
That's
what
not.
distance you think that is, because you
So
can see
my
a star from like 3 trillion miles away
no,
in
no,
your
no,
model.
brother. Please, I want you to understand my point. I'm talking specifically about the laws of perspective. I'm saying something that moves away will appear to get smaller in size. Its angular resolution will decrease. That's all I'm saying. Forget about
what about a star?
obstruction but they're not moving away. The stars aren't moving away.
Stars aren't
Or
moving away from you.
at least not in any
Amazing, yes they are.
meaningful. Brother, like it's almost like you're trying to be difficult.
They are moving in your model.
Can you share your screen and pull up a sunset with a solar filter? And I just
You
want you
have
to
to
look at it.
pretend that the stars aren't moving away from you in your model. They are, dude. They definitely are. And for the celestial sphere, the distance that a star is traveling as you see it rotate 15 degrees per hour, dude, that thing is moving very fast, very far away
Wait,
from
so
you.
are you saying the
And it's
stars should
not
get
changing
smaller and
angular
smaller
size.
in my model?
You see no change. The only thing you see changing to stars is due to the atmosphere.
But why should the stars get smaller and smaller?
The only thing you see changing to the stars is due to the atmosphere because of the
Why
In our
distance.
models,
should the
stars don't
stars
change
appear to get
that
smaller and
distance.
smaller?
Stars do change. The stars aren't changing distance from your
No, but
observer position.
you're saying the stars in my model are moving away, so why don't they appear to get smaller and smaller? Or
I
should they?
mean, like you can't wrap your head around
It's a
how
simple
fast you're
question.
moving around the sun. You're moving 66,000 miles per hour around the sun. So like every day, the stars are moving like millions of miles away from you every day.
But it's like you understand, like these big numbers, yeah, they're big numbers, but also like if you're traveling 1,000 miles an hour in a plane, you don't feel it because it's a constant
Well, you're
velocity.
making up. You're just
Yeah, but
like
you're moving
making
at
up in your
two
head a
different. You're
number.
spinning and you're moving in one direction. That's like saying that you're driving really fast in a car and you're turning at an angle. Like you're
Yeah,
gonna feel that.
you're turning 1 degree per hour in a year, for example.
I guess that's true, but it's
Yeah, so do you
supposedly
see?
it's
So
supposedly
when
true.
you say
But I mean,
spinning, you're
you can't
imagining
just
like
automatically
what are
say,
those
we're moving in one direction. You wouldn't feel it. There are multiple supposed directions.
But like when you say spinning, you're thinking of those. What are those teacup fucking rides in like the fairs and shit? That's what you imagine. So we spin once per day, which is half the speed of the hour
No,
hand on a
you're
clock.
getting everything wrong. That's not what I'm saying at all.
No,
I'm
but
saying that when you
I
see a
wasn't
star
talking to you, to be
rotate
fair, mate.
15 degrees in 1 hour, that star has traveled a great distance, a very great distance
So
Not in our model.
away from you.
but hold on,
Yeah,
Alec.
yeah.
So if it did travel a great distance, should it get smaller? If it did.
That's the funny thing. It doesn't, and it should in your model.
Okay. Oh,
That's
so
that's
hold
what's
that,
silly about
Alec.
your model.
Alec,
I'm
no, okay,
presuming
that's
you're a globe.
okay. So if so, it should get smaller because it's moving away, is what you're saying. In my model, it should get smaller.
Yeah, the sun should get
Oh
smaller
right.
as it moves
Oh,
away
that's
from you. The stars should get smaller as they move away from you.
that's interesting.
That's what perspective does. Yeah, and it doesn't happen.
So things that move away from you should get smaller. Hmm. Welcome to Globe Earth, brother. It's nice to have you.
Oh
Didn't
wow.
take long, did it?
You know,
By the
that
way,
was actually the dumbest thing ever.
Baboni. I'm literally a global earther. Your argument is shit. I'm sorry, bro. that's
Why is it
not
shit?
how any of luminaries work or speculation from how it moves away.
Yeah.
Because even if an object moves away, you can't even tell it gets smaller by 0.001%, right?
But
And
that's not my argument. So what are you talking about?
it is your argument. It literally verbatim is your
Steel
argument.
money.
Yeah, so you're saying if an object
Everything you just said
if
was
an
wrong.
object moves, okay, well I don't know why Alec is talking. When an object moves further away, it doesn't always have to look like it's getting smaller.
No, that I'm not talking about the celestial bodies. I'm saying I'm getting into
Okay, so you just weren't talking about stars getting smaller just for okay, yeah. This guy's just honest.
my point was that the sun doesn't appear to change angular size,
Yeah,
and it would
exactly what I
have
was just
to.
describing.
Okay, so how's that a ridiculous argument? That's like one of the most basic empirical
The
observations
sun does
that
not have to
destroys the
change
flat
angle.
Earth.
If we grant the flat Earth and the sun is moving above us and away from us, right? It doesn't have to change size just because it's getting further away.
How?
What do you mean how? Are you good?
Well, so why should it stay the same size?
What do you mean why is that you're making a positive claim?
Wait, no, sleep. Listen, if the sun is
No,
moving
don't
away
sleep.
from us,
Listen me. You're literally making a positive claim.
sleep. Listen, darling.
No, you're making a positive claim.
Cool. I mean, you can keep saying that.
This dude has
Okay,
realized he's
well then
very
you don't.
wrong.
I'm not going to listen to the rest of your argument because you're making a positive claim and you're not backing it up.
Okay, I'm trying to, but you're not actually.
Dude, you're just being
No,
wrong.
you're saying sleep, listen. You're saying sleep, listen, as though you're going to divert and beat around the bush.
And you're just saying I'm making a positive claim without letting me say what the claim is.
No, you're making a positive claim. You have to back it up, and you already said the claim. You're just going around in circles.
I'm trying.
No, you're
to
not
back
trying.
it
You
up.
already did. You already did.
So, can you explain how a sun can move away and maintain the same size?
Okay, so can you like show me how close the sun is? Like if we grant the flat Earth model.
Why did you say you weren't a flat earther? By the way, you clearly are.
I'm not a flat earther.
Oh, what, you true earther?
No, I just believe in a globe, whatever the Earth is.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's insane. Can you tell me like, because you're being arrogant. So can you just show me like how close the sun is if we have to grant the flat model?
Doesn't really matter.
It does matter. It very much does matter.
No, actually doesn't, because the laws of perspective still apply.
No, it does matter. If it's miles and miles and miles away, if it moves above and away from you, it's not going to really change size much. You won't tell.
But sleep, you understand, for it to descend below the horizon, which it isn't possible on.
Okay, I want to show you this. Hold on, I just want to show you
No
this.
law of perspective makes something descend
Okay,
below the horizon.
I want to show you this. I want to show you this video. Can you look at this video in the side chat? I'm about to post the video in the chat. Can you look at the video in the side chat I'm about to post?
I will, yeah, I will.
I know all your arguments. Whatever you're going to tell me, I've already heard.
Okay, so why ask then, you stupid cunt?
Can you just look at the video in the side chat?
Mate, why are you saying you're a globe earther, you fucking daft bastard? You're not.
Yeah, because
you're just getting things wrong about
flat Earth isn't real. I don't believe in the flat Earth. Your argument is shit. That's all I'm saying.
Why have you saved flat Earth fucking David Weiss, like, stupid?
This isn't David Weiss. This is someone from this community that's made this video. I can even do it myself.
Wait, is this a lensing effect?
And what the fuck is David Weiss? No, it's not a lensing effect. Someone is moving away a camera, and it looks like they're moving it down when they're not. They're moving it away.
Yeah, because they've added the lens.
They haven't added any lens, you fucking idiot.
What do you think that fucking piece of glass
What are
is, you
your
daft
eyes? Your
twat?
eyes
That's
are
on the top. There's no lens
Amy,
after that. That's
your
on the
eyes
top.
are lenses, so your argument is based off what we see anyway.
Wait, you don't think that's a
That's not a
lens?
lens. There's
No,
no
but
lens
even
on
if
there. There's
okay,
only
okay, no, I know
there's no
it's not.
lens.
It's not. I get it. But even if it was a lens, our eyes are lenses, and
This is
Wait,
Dave
can I
Weiss
talk?
because
Bob, can I talk to
it's
him?
got his app.
Let me
It's
talk to
got
him.
his app in the
I'll
bottom
let you
right, so
go.
it is Dave Weiss. So you just lied.
But Bob, let me talk to him. Look, this
It's
it
got his
looks
flat
like they're
Earth app
moving
on
the.
the bottom right, so you've
It looks
just
like
lied probably.
it looks like they're moving the torch downwards, right? But they're not. They're moving it backwards. And for
Okay,
some
so
reason, it looks like it's setting down, going below the piece of cardboard, but it's not. It's moving away.
but why have you like so that's clearly like some lens in effect that you've done there. This isn't
It's not a lens in effect. You can literally do it at home right now. You just need
okay. No,
a
no,
piece of
that's good.
cardboard
That's
and a
good.
torch.
So okay, so sleep right. So if you've got a desk and you move something away, further away from you from the desk, how far do you have to move it away to the point where it descends bottom up?
What do you mean how far you have to move it away? You can make any distance you want.
Listen, sleep. Like it's amazing that you
You
don't
don't need to
understand.
listen, sleep me. I know all your arguments.
But why are you so frigid, man? Jeez, loosen up
What
a
do you
bit.
mean
We're just
frigid?
having a
What are you talking
conversation.
about frigid? Stop using this munted logic to try and disprove like a simple like luminary phenomena.
No, so if let's say you're on a flat plane and a car is driving away, how far will that car have to drive away for it to descend bottom up?
I don't know.
Below the horizon?
No idea.
Well, it's because it's impossible. It's physically
It's not
impossible.
impossible. Well, why did it work
So,
on this
so
video?
what? Because you've added all of these stupid fucking lens
There's
in effect.
nothing that's been added. There's nothing that you don't have. The burden of proof is on you. There's nothing that's been added.
No, it's literally, mate. Like, why have you got these stupid? Like, what is this whole setup?
First of all, the car that's moving away from us is at our level. The sun is not at our level, is it? It's above us.
But
That's why it's
the
going to look
laws of
like it's going to
perspective
descend. The
tell us
car's not
that.
going to descend. Why the hell would the car descend?
So what are these like glass things or plastic things?
It's just cardboard. I don't know. You could do anything. Use cardboard. Use
No.
bricks.
That's not cardboard. 'Cause it's
it's
see-through
true.
or
Like there
You
is
cardboard.
like a
take your own shit
screen
out
in
of the
front of
toilet and
it.
make a wall with it. You can do that as well.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what is this lens or like this glass?
There's
thing
no
moved
lens.
away?
It's just showing that the sun can appear to set just by moving away instead of actually the Earth
But
rotating. That's
what
all.
is this transparent thing?
I just told you. Can you repeat what I said?
No, you said something about taking a shit out of a toilet, you daft bastard.
No, I didn't. I just
You're
said that
asking
this
questions,
is
so
the
you're
sun.
learning.
This is a demonstration of how a sun that's moving across instead of Earth rotating can look like it's setting just by moving away.
Okay, and I'm asking what that transparent thing is.
What transparent thing?
What, are you stupid? You don't see any transparent thing there.
Well, yeah,
You don't see-
that's just a plastic film.
Oh right, okay, right now you're getting it. I'm amazed that it took you that long to clock it. Jesus Christ!
It's not a lens; it's a plastic film.
But
Do
why
you think
is
a
it there?
plastic film is a lens?
Why is it there?
I don't know. Why don't you ask the guy that made it? You can do it without
Oh
one.
no, but can you? Yeah, because like all of perspective, like we do this every day.
You can do it
just
without
observe
one.
basically.
You can literally do it
Why
without
didn't
one.
he? Why didn't he?
You can do it without one.
Why didn't he? Why didn't he?
Ask him.
No, I'm not going to ask a fucking flat earther, mate. I'll get the same stupid asinine answers that I always get.
Okay, well, you can do it without one.
Why'd you say you're a globe earther though? Like you're clearly not.
Because I believe that the Earth is a
He's
globe.
been in here for like days just arguing that it's round. So,
Mate, like, come on. You're supposed to be on my side. What is he playing that for?
No, you're not on. You're not even on the globe side. You're on the like fuck no side.
I mean, I'd say it probably is a globe. To be fair, I've given evidence. I've given arguments.
You haven't given any evidence. The evidence that it's a globe, yeah, it's got nothing to do with measurements.
Perspective, two celestial points of rotation.
It's got nothing to do with the measurement of the ground. The fact that it's a globe has to do with how the sky works, right? How the sky works.
You're a fucking flat earther. Stop saying.
No, I'm not. You can't measure it from the ground. You have to look at the sky.
No, you don't.
Yes, you fucking do.
All right. Well, what about fucking like there's measurements of the globe Earth?
The measurements don't work when you use a laser across a flat body of water.
They don't work.
Those measurements are not like they don't correspond to.
You're not very good at globe earther, are you, mate? I'm not gonna lie.
Well, it doesn't work. Those measurements
Oh, right,
don't work with it.
laying on the floor by looking at the light bulb. Yeah, you've
I
if
didn't
you
say that. I
no,
said if you use
that's
a
that's
laser
why I
across
confused it by saying flat.
across the body
I
of
wasn't.
water, it
You
doesn't
see,
work that way.
that's why I said flat.
The measurements of the
The whole
globe are
world
not
doesn't
by
revolve around
using the
you.
ground. They're using something
Well, I
else.
wasn't speaking to you. I was
No,
reading
you
the
guys aren't
chat.
making
No,
any
we
sense.
are speaking to each other. You're not just gonna run away from me.
No, I was reading the
You're
chat
just
and I said
yelling
Platter, mate.
nonsense at this point, dude. You guys are just going back and forth about nothing.
I was just Platter. That claim laying at the floor by looking at the light bulb, or laying the
This
floor
guy
by
is
looking at the light bulb.
demonstrating that you can have the effect
No,
of
you're
something
all
being
parrots,
displaced
mate. There's nothing
vertically.
unique about you.
It's
And
displaced
you
vertically on a flat surface as it changes distance.
You
That piece
recite
of
the same
plastic,
bullshit mantras, and
I
you've got
believe that's
nothing
called a
unique about yourself.
that's called a Fresnel lens. And you guys claim that effect takes place in the atmosphere on days where things are displaced the same way. When if you're on a globe and something is displaced a specific way, you claim that effect takes
Wait.
place. It's the same thing.
Do you know the current measurements of the globe are
How
not
to explain
accurate?
this
There's
to
other
me,
measurements you can have. What are the measurements of the globe, Balboni? Do you even know?
What measurements specifically? What, like
The
29,
measurement of the
59,
radius of the globe. The radius. What is the What is the measurement? Tell me now. 5,
29,
4,
59.
3.
I just said it. You're not listening.
No, that's
Okay.
not
Yeah.
correct.
All right. So you know those
What's
measurements
this general
are not.
trivia? Like what we're
The
doing here?
2959 measurement is not correct.
Yeah, he didn't even hear your answer.
Why is it like interrupting every second I talk?
Why are you talking nonstop, not even allowing for a real conversation?
He's a fat narcissist, mate. What do you expect?
Are you both flat earthers? I mean,
Yeah,
are you not a flat earther? I wasn't talking to
I
you.
don't know. You're hypercharged. Let's have a back and forth rather than just you nonstop.
Are you flat earther or not?
Earth is not a ball, not even close. You saying you're a glober is kind of bizarre as you defend flat Earth.
Are you a flat earther or not?
That's what
Holy
I'm
fucking
saying, man.
shit!
This guy is not a globe earther.
Are you a globe earther or
I'm
not, or a flat earther? What are you?
I said no. I'm not a glober. Not a
Okay,
glober.
that's all I wanted to know.
Why are you so adverse to say that you're a flat earther, though?
Because flat indicates that everything lies along a horizontal plane and there's topography.
We understand that flat earthers believe in a topographical plane. So why are you still so adverse to say that it's flat? Is it because part of
he's
you
been talking
realizes
about
that
it.
it's
He's been saying that
I
it's
literally
flat
just
for the
told
last
you.
like 2 days.
I literally just told you why, dude.
No, and I just said everyone understands that when flat earthers believe the Earth's flat, they don't believe it's a fucking actual, completely smooth pancake. Like that's implicit within flat Earth. So I'm just wondering why you're still so adverse to say that you're a flat Earth.
It's flat because the experiments they say it's flat because the experiments they conduct with lasers across bodies of water contradict the measurements of the globe.
And does it, in your opinion, Sleep?
Sleep? Well, I don't know. I haven't seen any experiment. That's what they say. And you're just
Do you know
strawmanning
anything?
them. I literally should be asking you that.
Yeah, let's.
Can you? Mate,
Can we
like,
give?
You literally say that objects can get smaller the further away they go when they don't.
Yeah, because that's what happens, you daft cunt.
No, it's
You have to
not.
be the
Plane lights.
Like,
Okay, how big do you know plane lights that flicker in the night sky? When it's above you, how big are they?
That's exactly what I wanted to talk about.
Do you
And
think
when they're
when
further away, how big are they? You can't even tell.
Do you
They
think?
look the same.
No, forget about that. Like, do you think when a
Oh
plane
yeah, forget
flies
about
away
it. Yeah,
from...
okay,
No,
forget
no,
it.
shut
Fucking
your
idiot.
mouth.
Go fuck yourself, dumb fucking
No,
prick.
it's the
Why are you
perfect
getting
example.
swaggy, man? How am I supposed
At
to
night,
know?
planes
Like,
have light, and depending on how far away they are, like you can still see the light, but it's just going to move slower. You know what I mean?
You're proving my point, because the further the plane gets away from us, the smaller it gets.
The light doesn't get smaller. We're not talking about the
I'm not
fucking
talking...
plane.
Oh, no, that's convenient. You're not talking about the plane because it
talking about the
disproves your
light on
whole
a.
point.
Talking
No,
about the light
No,
on
we're not talking about
plane
plane. We're
at
talking about the
night.
lights, the strobe
the
lights
light
on the
on the
plane.
plane at night.
You don't get to just discount the plane because it disproves your point. That's mighty
No,
convenient.
it's not. We're talking about lights. We're not talking about metallic objects.
Anything that disproves your point, you just say, "Oh, I'm not."
He doesn't know
talking
the
about
difference.
No, can you focus on the lights?
You
The lights
intellectually
don't change
fascinated,
size.
you lazy bastard.
He doesn't know the
No,
difference.
he's right.
You
The
fucking prick-ass bitch.
angular size of the light doesn't change size if it's too small that it's effectively a point
This fucking
source.
faggot.
So You're just
Matthew
looking
But
Learn,
for
mate,
your
come
you
here.
sound
glare.
more like a faggot
Good
there,
job,
you little
Matthew.
batty boy.
That wasn't a lie.
Shut the
Nice.
fuck up, your mum's a slut.
Oh, your
All
mum's a
right,
slut, yeah,
all
dance
right,
for me,
all
puss.
right, all right. Let me moderate the
It's
room a little bit.
kahaba.
Just hang on a
Yeah, oh, so
second.
you're Muslim as well. Oh, that's
No,
fantastic.
I'm
Good
not
to
no.
a
hear.
Muslim, I'm an Arab Christian, you fucking idiot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Arab Christian, isn't that like an oxymoron?
listen up
It's not an
now.
oxymoron, you fucking
I'm
retard.
You don't even know what
no,
oxymoron means.
stop
You're a
it.
fucking
Yeah, it existed
oxymoron.
way before. I don't. Well, why are you bringing it up, you
Guys,
fucking
no,
idiot?
guys, gotta
No, you
listen
daft
to
cunt.
me.
You smell like piss.
I don't mute people because if I can't control them by speaking to them, I don't want to do it, right? So just
He's a
listen to
fucking
me carefully
slag.
now. Listen up. I want all the flat earthers in the room to give Sleep FM a little slack because he's new to it, right? But he we went over a laser thing with him and he understood it. So he's one of the good globers still, right? But he's like on the fence, I think, right?
What,
I don't
because
want
he's
to
a
speak for
flat
you.
earther? Fucking hell.
No,
No, I'm not
he's
a
not.
flat earther, you fucking slag. Shut the fuck
Don't
up.
worry about it. No, not yet,
Why?
right? But you're
But you
like
literally
you're
radiate estrogen,
let's
you
say,
fucking
dude,
effeminate
shut up.
male.
He's investigating it, right? So we're going to give him a little extra slack because he's new to it, right? But he knows a lot about the globe, which is a good thing. All right. So I don't want to call him.
I've
He thought of the
investigated.
same thing I was thinking of. I don't mean to
I've
interrupt you,
investigated it, mate.
the
Yeah.
dude
Well, let's
moderating.
just read the situation, okay? And keep to the topic, please.
The topic is great. He brought up an amazing point. Planes have strobes on them at night, and
And
those
beacon
technically
lights.
do not. Yeah, they don't appear to change angular size, and that's on a local level. That's the exact point I was making before when Matthew Lears wants to talk about the angular size of the sun. I could
Okay,
apply that same law of perspective to a plane, and it's only what I'm seeing. Like if it's higher up, I'm gonna see that plane travel like hundreds of miles and not appear to change
right.
angular size.
Can I
Yeah, so
interject
my
here? No,
response
wait,
to that
sorry.
is that the lights that are small enough below your angular resolution, you're seeing the glare. You're not seeing you're seeing basically a point source. So of course, point
Scattering
sources
off the
don't change
atmosphere.
size.
You're calling,
But wait,
so
no,
now
can I,
you're calling it
Alec,
reflected.
But
It's
if you're
not
looking
the
at
actual
if you're
light.
looking
It's
at
wait,
just
something
coming
that
Matthew,
has
off the
angular
atmosphere.
size, it does change size.
Matthew, let me interject here because Alec said something absolutely outlandish. He said, "Why can't I apply that same thing to the plane? The same logic with the lights, right? Well, just observe the plane. The plane does appear to get smaller, so that's why you can't apply the same
We're
thing
not
to the
talking about the plane.
sleep. If mate, fucking just sit in the back lines and pay attention like a good
Nah,
boy."
sleep is on point right now, dude. That's
Well,
exactly
yeah, of
right.
course,
We're not
because he's
talking
in.
about
But Ella, listen to me. We're talking about perspective, and you're bringing up lights. And the thing that completely demolishes your view on perspective is the fact that the plane gets smaller. And you're saying, "Well, we're not talking about that." Of course, you wouldn't talk about it because it
You're
disproves your
talking
point.
about
Bro,
the
that's
So
just
sun.
you being a
right,
sophist.
right.
Like, I will
So
literally grab you and drown you in that ocean in your profile picture and come in it.
No, you guys got
would you?
lost
Yeah,
for the
sleep.
week.
How
This is
much do you
about the
weigh? Put a
sun
picture of yourself in
changing.
the chat. You fat
This
cunt.
is in relation to the sun changing angular size. The sun is a light source. It's emitting light.
Yeah, look,
So it's
Alec, you
literally
understand that
just
it's
like a
also
plane,
of
like the
it's a
planet.
physical thing, and you can
Okay,
apply a
listen.
solar filter.
Even though it is entertaining when you go at each other, but please, no personal attacks. We need to stick to the topic and attack the arguments, not the person.
Okay, so
Keep
yeah,
going.
no, that's sweet, right, Alec. So why do you discount the body of the plane?
Dude,
The
even an airplane doesn't change angular size that much what it's really for.
no, that's fine. So
Yep.
you actually are stupid. That's all I needed to know. I shouldn't
No,
even
I
be
know
fucking
more
wasting
about
my
this than
time
you.
with
This is the fact of the matter. Over
an
distance,
airplane
the
doesn't change
angular
size.
size. Yeah, don't interrupt. Over distance, the angle. This is the law of perspective. You have perspective distortion. Over distance, the amount something changes angular size, it changes over distance. So the greater
Oh,
distance, the less it changes angular size. That's the reason you guys say that the sun doesn't change angular size in the stupid globe model.
but a
Okay,
plane
so
does change angular size.
I'm applying that effect at a local level to the sun, and I'm drawing a comparison that's very relatable. We're using cars and plane lights, and you understand. You pretend you don't understand. Have fun with that.
I'm tapping out.
Fuck off.
Shut up, you little batty boy.
Your mum's a slut.
Yeah, your mum's a slut. Put a picture of yourself in the chat. I bet you're fat as fuck, you little neckbeard cunt. Yeah, good boy. Stay on mute. Stay on mute. Good boy.
So you had
Okay,
a realization about sorry, go ahead.
look, well done. Now you're both muted. Don't do it, okay? I warn both of you. Don't attack the person, attack the argument. I will unmute both of you, but don't do it again, please.
Actually, Judge, I reckon leave him on mute for a while. Seriously, I've been listening to that tripe on bloody YouTube. One of them's put forward death threats. The other one's just a complete moron. Seriously, we don't need this kind of trash in this room. I reckon they should be yeeted permanently.
All right, so we have another mod here, so I agree with him. Then just please stay on mute for a little while, then, and let feelings calm down. We're live on YouTube. We got to think about that, right? So it's totally okay to attack an argument, but you can't throw out the F-bombs and all of that stuff. You know, the listeners, they're gonna get sick of it. So we appreciate you both being here. Please stay a little while. We'll deal with it later.
Can I ask the flat earthers a question?
What's your question?
Like, what's the flat Earth argument against the sinking ship effect?
Against the what ship effect?
The sinking ship effect.
The sinking ship effect. Well, don't put holes in your boat and it won't sink.
You know what he means. He's talking about how as ships go over.
That's great. We don't need a white knight.
Why would you kick him?
So, he's not kicked.
Or mute him.
Because he's got this little habit of
He's also,
interjecting
you
at the
did
most
ask to
inconvenient
speak
times.
to Glowhead.
So,
you wanted to speak to Flat Earthers, and he
As making you had defined his claim with hyper specificity. I asked a question. I didn't make a claim yet, but
But you wanted to ask a Flat Earther, and he was responding, and he's not a Flat Earther.
Matthew
I'm
Learns
talking
is
about
an inconvenience.
the silly guy in chat who said for me to define my claim when I haven't made a claim yet. That's what I was talking about.
Excellent. Sinking ship effect. Are you talking about ships going over the horizon?
Yeah, that's what the sinking ship effect is.
It's just optics. That's all.
It's just optics. Can you elaborate a little bit? Because when you say that, I think of like the
Excellent.
scope from
Your
Black
angular
Ops 2 gun.
view.
Your angular view. Okay, so can you explain
May
how my
I
angular...
respond to this thing? I got you right now.
Okay.
The distance that things become obstructed, it changes every couple hours throughout the day. So when it's obstructed at a distance that doesn't comport with the globe model, the globe says that it's due to refraction. So bottom-up obstruction happens at distances. That doesn't mean it's being obstructed by an Earth with a radius of 3959 miles, because obstruction is happening. It's happening at the wrong distance.
Right.
You have
So when you say
obstruction at the wrong distance. Yeah, all the time.
When you say bottom,
things appear obstructed bottom up, too close for it to be due to Earth curve. That happens all the time.
So
Hey,
when
wait,
you say bottom
is
up
that-
obstruction,
Is that
I'm
you,
just...
Jesse?
Okay. Am I going to be able to?
Yo, is that my
respond,
boy DJ? Is that DJ?
No, it's Timbo.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Timbo?
How are you, man? Are you back on? Are you?
Just completely
Yeah, I'm
interrupt
here.
the conversation.
Switching. So I'm allowed to, mate. Switching sides again, are we?
Hey, man, I never changed, bro.
Just playing a role. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I just had to confirm it.
Yeah, it's okay. We all just have to interrupt a little bit. So yeah, when you say bottom up obstruction, I'm hoping we can both agree on what that means, which is just like an object or something disappearing and cropping away from the bottom up, right? We can agree, like that's what we're referencing here.
Awesome.
Yeah, due to Earth curve, right?
I mean, I'm just saying, like in general, like when we say bottom up obstruction, or when you said it, I'm just trying to make sure we understand like the term there. So I'm glad we can agree on that. So like, if I can like draw a hypothetical for you, maybe imagine you're like standing in a field, right, and you're looking.
No, we don't have to
upwards
imagine. Why don't you show us actual demonstrations of what you're claiming? You know, some video
Yeah, so this
footage,
hypothetical is going to
something like that.
demonstrate what I'm
You
claiming.
don't need a hypothetical. You can actually show, if you're claiming this thing is true, you would have video evidence of it or photographic evidence of it. Like us, when we say, you do realise that we have demonstrations of bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. You would go, really? Please show me. And then we would show you a video.
Yeah, you don't know how to debate. You're using a lot of emotion right now. You have to
I'm
let
not
me make my-
debating, and I'm not emotional. I'm telling you fact. If you don't like the facts, that's a problem.
I happen
And
to
please
make-
don't
got a chance to
misconstrue the
make my
volume of
argument.
my voice as being emotional. It's loud all the time.
Okay, so I'm just going to make my hypothetical.
Excellent.
It's going to help prove my point.
So your hypothetical is going to be something in the side chat validating your hypothetical claim, isn't it?
I wasn't going to put it in the side chat. I was going to say it.
So you're just going to talk shit. So it's going to be you yapping and not providing anything. That's great. That's what we
Did you
really
guys
want
just
to
get
hear.
mad at the other guy for cursing, and now you're cursing?
So me saying you're yapping is cursing.
Yeah, you said
you
the
are
S word.
yapping.
You said the S word.
Shit.
Yeah, you just got mad
You're
at the other guy
talking
for
shit.
cursing. You just got mad at the other guy
You
for cursing.
should be inclined to find an observation of something in the distance being obstructed bottom up at the distance that is predicted by your globe Earth model. Once you
Right,
find that observation, you can present it and say, look, this is what happens in reality. How does this work on a flat Earth? Until you
Shut the
find
fuck
that
up, nigga.
observation, yeah, exactly. Until you find that observation, you really are just making stuff up in your head.
Yeah, so I don't really have to come up with a certain number or like how far something away
Well,
has
actually,
to be in
you
order
do.
for it to go. Yeah, so could
There's
I
a
just
reason
finish?
for it.
This is why I said you don't know how to debate. Is you don't let people finish speaking.
Yeah, you're not debating. You're talking shit again. There's
Yeah,
a
I'm debating
reason
that the
why
Earth
you.
is
Yeah,
not. I'm
there's a
debating the Earth is not
reason
flat.
why you have to come. I know that.
This is why I'm
There's
saying
a
you're
reason.
emotional.
Yeah, that's great. There's a reason why you have to come up with very specific numbers. Is because when you're at school, you were told the ball tart is a very specific size. So your calculations based upon your elevation telling where the horizon is, thus giving you your bottom-up obstruction behind the horizon, is a very specific location. As Alec was trying to tell you whilst you're not talking shit. You up with the game now?
I don't think I'm
Good
talking
boy.
crap. I'm trying to be respectful of both of you. You keep interrupting and screaming
Timbo's
over
right.
me.
Yeah, yeah.
Timbo's right.
So yeah, if I could just get a chance to finish speaking one time, I'd appreciate that. So the hypothetical I was going to say, which is like, imagine you're standing in a field and you're looking up, right? And then you have an object floating away from you, right? I think we can all agree that the object's going to keep floating away, and eventually it's going to get super tiny, and then it's going to just disappear, right? If there's going to be no cropping away, there's going to be no like weird obstruction of, one side of it goes away faster than the other side. It's all going to go away at an equal scale, right? The same exact effect should happen on like a flat plane when something's going further away from you. That exact same effect should go on where your perspective is like the perspective point, and the tiny little dot that is the object is going to eventually vanish. That doesn't happen to the ship though. What happens to the ship is it crops away from the bottom up, right? And so I don't have to come up with like a distance that this happens at specifically, because like visibility is always going to be different, especially when you're on an ocean. It's like always going to be vastly different. But what I can tell you is that it's always going to be cropping away from the bottom up rather than turning into a tiny little dot and then disappearing.
But even if it does, you can just zoom in on it again.
Yeah, you can't zoom in on it. If you have like a high-powered camera or something.
You can zoom in
Say
on
all
it
the
again.
videos on YouTube and like all the videos you'll find online will show like a high-powered camera zooming
Okay,
in, and the
Speedy.
ship will be fully. It'll be fully
Hey,
in
Speedy,
frame.
check it out. Speedy,
And it doesn't.
what I want you to do.
Shrink
Hey,
to a
yeah,
tiny
that's
dot.
great. In the side chat, I've just posted a video for your inconvenience at 24 minutes past the hour. It goes for 11 and a bit minutes. I only need you to watch the first 20 seconds.
Okay. I'm watching right now.
As you can see at the start, there is 0 ships on the horizon. So that means it's already behind the curve. Guess what? Zoom, 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 and the ship comes back. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's proving what I'm talking about. That's saying when you're super far away from
Yeah,
something and you're not
disappearing.
using the camera.
And tell me how that was disappearing bottom up, young fellow.
Yeah, that is following the exact same logic as when I made the hypothetical, right? It's too
Tell
far
me
away, it's a
about
tiny little
how
dot.
you're saying disappearing bottom up. That did not disappear bottom up.
Yeah, because you're too zoomed out to see any of it.
So it's already behind the horizon. So which is it?
No.
Is it disappearing bottom up, or is it already behind the curve?
No, it's in the same spot always.
Neither.
It's just depending on the camera or like how far you are from it. That's how you're gonna be able to see it.
So what are you
if
saying? They're too close for it to be behind the curve?
No, the camera starts off too far away to see it, and then he zooms in.
The camera zooms in. The camera doesn't change its position. You're not very good at this, are you?
The camera zooms in and allows us to see it.
So why can't they see it to start off with then?
Because that's how the camera works. Is it has
Why?
a bigger
No.
picture, and then you
Listen
can zoom in
carefully.
to see
When
these
the
things that are
video
smaller.
starts, stop. Listen. When the video starts, you can't see anything on the horizon. It's called the empty horizon, that video. So, when the camera first starts, nothing on the horizon. Why can't you see anything?
Because it's not zoomed in on it. It's too small. A camera only has so many pixels, and so when it's too far away, it doesn't
So
have...
you're telling me...
1 pixel's too big.
You're telling me that ship is beyond how far in order for the camera not to see it?
I don't understand the question. Beyond how far? Are you asking me how far?
Okay, let's put the camera aside. If you go to the beach and you're standing there, I will assume you are 6 foot tall. How far can you see?
If I'm 6 foot tall and I'm at the... My bad, my friend texted me. Say that again.
Doesn't take much for these kids to get distracted. You've gone to the beach. You're watching a little ship.
Yeah.
You're 6 foot tall. How far away is that ship going to go before you can't see it?
I'm not sure the exact number. I think it would also depend on the
Have
day.
a guess.
Have a guess.
You're 6
I don't
foot
know, probably-
tall. Go and
probably
use
like
an
a
Earth
few
curve
miles.
calculator if you don't like guessing.
Probably like a few miles.
A few miles. So you're telling me that camera can't see the same thing as you, or better?
It can, because it can zoom in. Then it can see it.
No, we haven't zoomed yet. We're just
Yeah, so before it
full out.
zooms, it's like... It's
Yeah,
just
before
it's
it
like the
zooms.
same as your eye. Yeah. It's like the same thing as your eye.
It's got a big,
Right.
larger lens on it, mate. It's got a better angular view.
Yeah, and that's what allows
it's
for it
going
to
to see
zoom
further.
in and see... That's what allows it to see other things. Like, see things that we wouldn't be
It's
able to
going to see further.
Exactly.
So, I thought this was about the shape of the Earth and the ship hiding behind the Earth, not about optics.
Yeah, so the video you showed me doesn't show a ship, like,
I
sailing out. It
thought,
just
listen
shows
carefully,
still.
I thought this was about the shape of the Earth and the ship
Yeah, it
hiding
is.
behind the curvature.
It is.
So now you're telling me it's all about optics and the size of the lens.
No, I didn't say that once. How did I say that?
Well, you're inferring that because of the camera
No.
zooming in.
Yeah, you can't see the ship because the camera's not zoomed in on it yet.
So the ship's behind the curve. That's what you're saying.
No, the ship's there. You just can't see it.
So
'cause
it's
the
not
camera
behind the
isn't zoomed
curve.
in.
So there's no curve, and it's just down to optics and how far optics can see.
The ship is always in a visible spot in that video, but the camera can't see it because it's not.
So
zoomed in.
what you're saying is that ship is closer than 5 miles.
Is that the number that like the round Earth calls for? Is 5 miles?
Why don't you go and jump on an Earth curve calculator and have a look based off your height? I'm assuming you're 6
May
foot.
I say? May I
Well,
say
I'm just gonna
one thing?
trust you
This
know.
is-
I'm just
this-
gonna trust
this
you know
goes
that
right
off the top
back
of your
to
head.
my. This goes right back to my question. You talk about there's bottom up obstruction. He's telling you it's not happening here, first off, and it's already beyond the distance that it should happen in your globe calculation.
How do
Like
you
I
know
don't
it's
know
beyond
the
the distance?
distance to the boat. I already know. He just said 5 miles. So
Wait,
if
how
the
do you know
boats are
that
5
boat is
miles
beyond
away,
that?
then you shouldn't be able to zoom in on them.
Yeah, how do you
That's
know
the
that
end of
boat
the
is
story.
beyond? How do you know the boat's beyond 5 miles?
I presume that he's referencing information from the video that he posted that I'm presuming he watched.
Yeah,
So
the video
that
doesn't say it's 5
video,
miles
somebody
away.
they're documenting how far away the boat is. I'm presuming that's all correct information. Yep.
I've been having the video play this whole time. I haven't seen anything about how far
Are
it
you
is.
are you calling him a liar? Okay, Timbo.
He
Is
didn't
this
say
guy
that
calling you a
either.
liar?
You are the one who said that. You said
How
it's
far
not
away
beyond.
is the boat? All right, let's ask Timbo. Do you know how far away the boat is in this observation where it's not obstructed?
Well, I'm
It's not
assuming
me,
that
it's
it was taken
Matrix.
from us. Yeah, sorry, we sound the same. There's a heap of us. Glad T-Dub's not in here too. The problem is, right at the start of the video, the horizon's empty, and as we all
So you don't
know,
know how
at a
far
6
it
foot
is.
as we all know, at a 6 foot elevation, you only see 5 miles. So if
So
the
how far away
horizon's
is the boat?
empty, I'm assuming it was taken at a 6 foot elevation.
Does it say
Well, it's
how far
beyond
away
5
the boat
miles
is?
if it's based off of a 6 foot elevation. Kid, if you're listening,
Oh,
but you
God.
don't seem to want to, you
I'm
have a
listening.
choice. Yep, you're not. And you're not thinking either.
I'm
Do
sorry.
you believe you live on a ball? Yes or no?
Yes.
Excellent. If you live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, it is very simple to work out where the horizon should be. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Do you agree or disagree with this?
Sure.
True? Excellent. So, 6 foot will give you roughly 5 miles.
Yeah. What's the evidence that that boat is 5 miles? or more away?
Excellent. They had to zoom in on it. All right, it's funny now when
It's
I say it,
hilarious.
but it wasn't funny when you said it.
That doesn't prove
Interesting
it's
how that
5
works.
miles away. That just proves it's too far away to see.
So
For the
let me
camera.
get
Also,
this
for the
straight. We've got
camera,
a
not even for
camera
eyesight.
with a lens. We've got a camera with an optic in it that's approximately an inch across. Your pissy little 5mm lens in your eye can't see as far as what the camera can. At the start of the video, they are not filming with a naked eye. They are filming with a camera zoomed out.
Right.
That would indicate to me that it can see further than you can, stock standard. That's without zooming in.
I'm
It'll
just waiting for the
indicate
evidence
for
that
fact.
shows that the boat's 5 miles away. You still haven't given me that.
I mean, if he wants
You
that,
tell me how far it is.
just show him the
No,
windmill.
you're the one making the fact, so finish it. Like,
It seems like you don't know either.
Okay, let's do this the easy way. How high is it filmed from? And we
don't
can
know.
calculate this out. And you can tell me exactly how far that horizon is.
We don't know the height.
How far? Don't fucking sidestep it.
I'm not sidestepping it. We don't have access
It
to
sounds like you
information.
are.
The video doesn't say. Seems like I know more about this video than you do.
So how high is it filmed from then?
We don't know. It doesn't say.
So is the horizon empty at the start of the video? Yes or no?
It appears to be empty because it's too zoomed out to see.
Excellent. So let's base it off a 6-foot elevation.
How
5
about
miles.
Matrix, how about we give him a boat where we have the distance? Then look in the side chat. I put one that's 12 miles out. There you go. It's behind the windmills. The windmills are 11.3. The boat is behind them. Should be covered by a lot of curvature, right? We can do the calculation in the curvature calculator.
I want to say thank you, Flatter, dude, because yeah, I already know there's more examples of this.
So there you go.
Yeah, again, I just would ask the same exact thing. How do we know it's over 5 miles away?
Well, because
With the windmills, because they know what size the farm is.
Yeah, we know where the windmill farm is at, and we have the full video of this. The camera height is 3.5 feet, and the last windmill is 11.3 miles out. The boat is clearly behind the windmills, so you shouldn't be able to see any of them from that distance. We can run the calculation for you live now if you want to.
Yeah, you can run it because this doesn't really prove anything. Like unless you have the like equation that says how tall the windmills are.
The height of the windmills means nothing.
Yeah,
Isn't
you
that
shouldn't
how
be
you
able
were
to see
judging?
the bottom.
Isn't that you were?
Hey, you,
so
check it out. Check this out. It has to do with the distance to the windmills comparatively to where your claimed distance to the horizon is. We can see the horizon beyond the windmills.
Oh, well,
you know?
this is just you're just giving me an easy cop out here because how am I to trust that?
An
this
easy
is, like,
cop
exactly,
out?
Yeah, because how am I supposed to trust
Okay,
that this is exactly
at 3
where the-
foot, go and do the calculations and tell us at 3 foot how far the horizon should be. Please,
So
go
you
and do
haven't
it.
done them. Why do I have to do them?
I told you the formula earlier. Obviously, you don't listen.
Yeah, can you just like give me the math in the chat here?
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Like if I just like send some like AI video of
Like
anything
if I
wanted
send
without
some
any
AI
proof.
stuff, I'm not listening. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Off you go. Tell us where the horizon should be.
I don't know if you guys remember, but my first question was
Yeah, that's
why
great. Tell us where the horizon should be based upon that elevation. That's how you see further around a ball. You get more elevated. So, you can now work out the elevation. You can work out where the horizon should be. How far's the distance? Do you want me to do it for you? Obviously, you're struggling.
You should put all of your evidence in chat without making me provide it for you.
Yeah,
That's typically
I'll
how
do it
debates
for
go.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
Do it for you.
Thank you. So
I'm gonna
I just want to remind you. I just want to steer everyone back on track. Now, my question is just why does the sinking ship effect happen in the flat Earth worldview? It's not necessarily
It's all to do with optics. The answer was given to you within the first 10 seconds.
So can you give me any video of the sinking ship effect happening where it's not on water, or does it have to be on flat ground, or like on the level, like sea
Where
level?
it's not on water.
Yeah, like the example I gave you, like something floating upwards, right? Like you would never see something floating upwards crop away from the bottom up. It would just disappear into a tiny dot.
If you actually scroll up in the chat, there was a Globe Believer that actually posted a video of things sinking by getting further away.
Is it Sleep FM?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm watching this video. What is going on here? What is? Okay, wait. Is it Sleep FM's the latest video he just posted?
The guy is pulling something along a flat surface. He's changing distance from the camera, and the object appears to lower in the camera's view, even though it's only changing distance. It's not changing vertically, just laterally. But it's appearing to lower. You see
All
that?
right. Now you have the calculations in the chat. You can go try it out on any curve calculator. 11.3 miles away. Camera height is 3.5 foot. Distance to the horizon should be 2.229 miles, right? Like 2.29 miles out. And clearly the horizon is way beyond those windmills.
Wait, how do I? Okay, first thing, I'll respond to like all the math you posted. I just want to real quick about this video. How am I to know that this camera isn't just at an angle, right? If it was angled like even 1 degree
No,
upwards slightly,
it doesn't
it would.
matter if it doesn't matter if
does
you
matter.
believe it.
Hello.
No, listen to me just 1 second. It doesn't matter if you
Okay.
believe this or not. The point
Wait,
of
you're
the
not
test
listening
is
to my
that
question.
it can be replicated. I'll listen to it. Okay, I'm just telling you, you shouldn't believe us. That's our point. You should go
Okay.
replicate it.
Cool. So I just want to address the Sleep FM video real quick. If the camera was
ahead.
tilted even like 1 degree like upwards, right? Then anything moving away from it, like in like the video showing, it would look like it's going down, right? So how am I to know that it's just
Wrong.
perfectly level? What do you mean wrong? Think of it like
Wrong.
put your phone camera up like level on your desk the same way it looks like it's in the video, and then just tilt it towards you a little bit, right? Like tilt it up so the camera's pointing up a little bit. Now anything that's in front of it, as it
this
moves back,
effect
it's
has
gonna
been
also be
demonstrated.
going down.
I hear you. That is a fine theory, but this has been demonstrated. It's repeated. What that piece of plastic that you're seeing in that is a Fresnel lens. It creates the effect of. I'm just letting you know that's what this video is. There's plenty of videos of people doing this. It's not the angle of the camera.
It just seems
Camera's
very,
probably
very
level.
convenient. It just, maybe I'm being naive here. It just
Look,
seems
I'm gonna
very
tell you this.
convenient that you
Check this
can't
out.
see the
Just hear
camera
me
in the
out.
video. Like that would honestly
I
clear
know
all
you
my
think that's a rebuttal.
that
It's
would
actually not.
no, that would literally like clear all my
Hey,
suspicion for this
Yud,
video is if
you're
you
not
could just see
listening.
the camera.
Yud, see the plastic sheet that they're looking through?
Yeah.
It's supported by the cardboard things. That's a Fresnel lens or Fresnel lens, however they say it.
Okay.
Okay?
Look
The
at that.
whole purpose of that is to show the light going downwards and how the lensing effect of the atmosphere is comparative to that video. That's what that demonstrates.
You're not listening to me though. If the camera was
Yeah,
tilted,
but no,
then that
you're not
doesn't
listening
matter.
to me. It's nothing to do with the camera. It's to do with that sheet of plastic demonstrating a comparative of how the atmosphere works. It's got fuck all to do with the camera. No camera. Camera's there to film. That is all.
Real quick, can I tell you why I think the camera matters? Because obviously, if the camera was pointing like the complete wrong way, then it would totally matter.
It's not to do with the camera, son. It's to do
you're not listening to my
with
point.
the. Yeah, I am listening to you.
Now
Your
you're getting
point is
emotional again.
invalid. Your
Jesus.
point is invalid. It means nothing because
is my
it's to
point?
do with the light looking through the fucking film. That plastic film. That's what they're doing. Comparing that plastic film to the atmosphere. That's
Yes,
what
but
it's
if the
for.
camera's
Yeah, that.
not-
What if the camera?
Oh my
camera. Stop talking about the camera. It means nothing. You
It
seem
means
to have
something.
this idea in your head.
It
You
means
seem to have this
everything.
idea in your head. Listen, you've got this idea in your head that the camera tilting up, camera tilting down, camera tilting left,
No,
camera
it's up.
tilting
It's only
right
up.
is
It's only
going to
tilting up.
point.
It's only
That's
tilting
great.
up.
That's great. It's going to do something different. It means nothing in this context because of what they're filming. Do you understand that?
Okay, so you're saying because it's through the plastic sheet, then it changes everything. The camera angle doesn't
No.
matter. Okay, so the camera angle does matter. We can agree.
Okay, what are they filming? Let's step it right back. What are they filming?
Yeah, they're filming a light moving away from the camera.
Through
Oh my
what?
God, no.
Through the little plastic sheet, whatever it's called.
And what is this indicative of?
To me, it's not indicative of anything.
Excellent. So you can drop it and go back to the wind farm. Good call.
But we have a disagreement. You think it's indicative of something, so I'm trying to explain to you why it's not.
I'm gonna tell you something. Just, Timbo, let me say this.
Fucking drive some sense into him, please.
I got you right now. So, dude, the reason this person even did this test, they definitely made sure their camera was level to show the effects of the Fresnel lens. It's the only reason someone would even spend time doing something like this. They're gonna make sure the camera's level. I would bet money the camera's level in this video. You talking
Appeal to
about it being
personal
tilted
virtue.
up, and that's why when it moves away, you no longer see it.
You're appealing to
You
personal
would
virtue.
that would be that would be reflected
I
in the
wouldn't lie
video,
because
but
I'm
it's
an
not.
honest person. I would never do something
But
wrong
that's
because I'm
clearly
a great
not what's
person.
happening.
Like
The
yes,
reason
you're
why
like this
it's
guy would never do that. Like all right, bro. I don't
I'm
know who.
telling you now, the reason why it's lowering is because of that plastic sheet that he's looking through.
But you don't.
It's called a
I don't.
Fresnel lens. It
You
makes
can have a
things
billion
lower.
people tell me that. It doesn't matter. I need to
You
see the
can
camera.
Google it. I don't need a million people. You can fucking Google it, dude. It's on Google. It tells you what it is and what it does, and that's what this video is demonstrating. You can stop thinking it's because of tilt, because
I'm
it's
not
not,
asking
and
you to
that's
Google
fucking
my
dumb.
evidence.
Because
I'm
there's
not
no
asking you.
indication at all whatsoever that is due to tilt.
I'm not asking
There's
you to
none.
Google my evidence for me, right? Like you're supposed to provide me all that, and then I can react to it. So you just
Everything's
tell
got
me
to
like,
be
go
due to
Google
tilt
it.
on a globe. Everything's tilted on a globe, dude. You're not
What are you
tilted.
talking
The
about?
camera's not tilted in the video. You're not tilted. You need to chill.
Well, I have no
Okay?
way of
You're
knowing
just
that. The
sitting
camera's
down.
not shown. You can't see the camera fully in the video at all. So I can't know that.
All right, thanks, Timbo. This guy's tilted.
No, that's a Jesse. Jesse, that's Matrix. He's in here as Emperor Copatine.
My bad, Matrix. What's up?
No, you're right. You're right. Dude.
No, you're good, mate. Don't worry. You're not the first one. Oh.
Please go back to the wind farm. It's more specific to the sinking ship question. That seems like a much better argument for you guys here. The sinking ship effect is kind of like that's like the
So
monster.
your claim.
It's like the boogeyman in the flat Earth.
Yeah. What are you going to accept? What are you willing to accept?
I'll accept that video doesn't prove much until you show me like a full video including the camera, and I'll accept that like this the windmill farm thing you showed me. I can't really have any way of knowing how far away it is. Like even if you were to tell me it's this location, it's here.
Let's,
like
let's
I don't really
switch it
know
around
that.
then. Now, let's
So-
switch it around, and if you can
The thing is,
present
there's
some
countless
evidence
clips
of
those table
if you can
going away
present
and
some
sinking.
evidence of Earth curve, then we can explain it to you. You want to do that?
Yeah, I'll bring my video up.
Yep. Because you have something called sinking refraction, right?
Yes, I've heard of the refraction argument. Yeah.
No, sinking refraction is the one that would put it, make it
Well,
look
I've
like
heard
it's
like a
going
few
over a
different
horizon. But
responses. Yeah, I've
let
heard
me
the
finish this.
atmospheric
Yeah.
refraction as an explanation for this. I've heard of
Yeah, well,
like
that's part of
weather-induced
atmospheric.
refraction as a part of this. So I've heard a lot of different refraction kind of arguments. I'm curious, like
Yeah.
what this
So-
one might be, but
So our argument is, right, measure the surface of the Earth to be flat with lasers. So something else is happening over that water, right? Now you guys claim refraction is making it look flat. In this instance, we're claiming it's it would be an upward refraction on a flat surface. So that would be sinking refraction. That would make that object appear to be dipping below the horizon.
okay. So can you just show me where that happens anywhere else but on the ocean?
They just showed you a picture of it. I'll show you one.
A picture
actually.
of it.
Has anyone got the side by side
Just
black swan? Just hang on, dude. Just chill.
yeah. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing here. Like what you're describing would mean that it happens anywhere, not just on the ocean or not just on like a horizontal plane. It can also be vertically, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. See that second one that Matrix posted? Right. So you
Yeah,
got
it's like
two
an oil
different
rig and then
views.
another oil rig.
Yeah, and then the top one you've got it not doing that. All right. So how do we work out which one is the true representation? Because even that second one, that first oil rig is at 6.2 miles, and that's still too far away for Earth curve.
What is this showing?
The first one's showing the horizon beyond 10 miles, which at that distance would be at 1.22 miles. So the thing in the background would be in front of the oil rigs.
You just take a picture of some
second
oil
one-
rigs and you put 10 miles under it.
What
and it's
this
like, all right,
what this
your
is
point
showing
proven.
is like on
See,
one day
this is
see,
why
yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
no,
this is
you-
why
yeah,
I was
no,
saying
this is perfect.
what are you willing to accept? Like Yeah, there's a video that
Evidence.
goes with
Yeah, I'm
these
willing to accept
images.
evidence, but sadly, like a picture of 2 oil rigs with like 10 miles under, like that doesn't prove anything. And also, my
Hear me
point's still
out. Let
left
me tell you.
unaddressed.
I'll tell you right now.
How does the sinking ship effect happen to anything other than something in the water? We've never
Here's
seen
the
that. There's no
picture.
video of it
Okay.
happening. It doesn't it doesn't exist. The sinking
Now
ship
you're not
effect
paying
only
attention.
happens on water. We've only seen it happen on water.
Yeah, only on water, right? Yeah. Yeah, and so what? Does that prove a globe?
You see what Emperor
So
posted?
that's evidence towards my position and my framework. So I want to see something from your end, and maybe there's something that
what
shows
is
it happening
evidence?
in
Wait,
the
So
what's
sky.
you
evidence?
haven't provided. Hey,
What's
you.
evidence
All you've
towards
done
yours?
is yapped. You've told us about something. Demonstrate it.
I sent the video of it happening.
No, you sent a
What
video
happened?
of sinking refraction, and you can see that quite clearly in your video. Thank you.
Okay, what is sinking refraction?
Would you like the
An upwards-
definition from the American Meteorological Society?
Yeah, I just want to know what it is in your words.
Light bends up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which is what's the only thing that's ever been demonstrated by the atmosphere. So
And so yeah, so light bends up, right? So light distorts it, makes it crop away from the bottom up. So why
yeah,
doesn't
I
that
wanted
happen?
I wanted to get your attention actually. So if you look at these oil rig pictures, this is
I
what I'm
don't even
saying.
get to respond.
In what? Yeah,
That's
no,
fine.
you're gonna pay attention. Check this out. In the first instance, you see
Okay,
the
whatever.
oil rig is obstructed bottom up, right? And then in the next image,
I mean, not
it's
really.
not. In the next image, it's not. So the atmosphere made the appearance of bottom up obstruction. You get it?
So yeah, you're saying the first
That's
image with like the one is like the Jeopardy thing with like the four boxes. That's the first image you're saying?
There's two different images of the same two oil rigs. One you could see the bottom, and one you can't. Right?
Yeah, Are you talking about like the first image is the one at the Jeopardy, right? The one with the A, B, C, D.
You know, I'm trying to post the picture myself. I don't have permissions. I was hoping to be able to post. Yeah, no,
Okay, so
Platter
this
did it
guy's
for
got it
me.
here.
Yeah.
There you go.
Send it to me, and I'll post it up for you, man.
You got me? Okay. That was Timbo?
Yeah.
Wait, who said that? Okay.
Emperor.
Emperor. Hey, okay. I just wanted to give another example.
It looks like the camera just got raised. No, for the first
No.
picture. So you can
No.
see like in the first picture, if you like look at where the water hits the oil rig, right? You can see the space in between the like water and then the first like beam, the first like horizontal beam, right? And that space gets like reduced to like a tiny little millimeter in the second picture, right? So clearly both of them are being like the effect's happening to both of them. It looks like it's just the camera got raised for the first picture.
That's ridiculous because it didn't get raised. It's
But
due
that's
to
what
atmospheric refraction. The camera's
but
at the same height in both
So
observations.
if you're talking about the two oil rig pictures there, Yude, the only difference was a day apart. They were both taken at the same elevation, same position. The second one's got a 4-foot swell.
Yeah, I wish I could stream. That'd make it a lot easier. If you look at this, like in the first picture of the Jeopardy, right where the water hits the oil rig, and then look at the right from the water to the first horizontal beam upwards, right? You have like that little space of air, right? And that's like kind of showing you the amount of height between it and the water. And then you look at the second picture.
Why are you hung up
Wait.
on height? Hold up, yeah, wait. Why are you hung up on height? What we're discussing is the location of the horizon from where the photo shows to where it should be.
Yeah,
On
I feel
your
like you don't know how
ball
to.
Earth,
You're not
the
very good at
horizon.
debating,
Yeah, that's
man.
great.
You gotta let me
No, you're not
finish.
either. Yep, that's
Well,
great. Because
at
you're
least I
talking
let you
shit.
talk. At least I don't.
Yeah, no,
extremely
you just like talking.
I'm not talking shit
Oh,
either.
cool.
You guys have called me names. I haven't called you
the
names.
height of what you are talking about has absolutely nothing to do with it because it's to do with the horizon. So copy that.
You're just like spurging a little bit. You gotta let me finish, man.
Yeah, no, I'm not spurging at all. You don't know what spurging is. You're just another
Well, now I
buzzword you
do.
kids like slapping out there just to make
Yeah.
yourselves feel warm and fuzzy. That double image there
Appreciate
is what
that.
he just posted to me.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. So these are you could tell because if this dude was like rotating around it or like changing position or changing angle, you would see the difference in height significantly. No,
You
in this
can.
observation, everybody. No, you can't. That's a lie, dude. What we're seeing here is the same height. The camera's the same height above the surface on both days. Okay. In one instance, you see the oil
How do
rig
you know
on the
that?
right.
Like you
In
just
the
say it.
right
You just
picture,
assert it without like explaining how you know that.
because everybody knows that about this observation. It's been redone.
Alex,
Like,
Alex,
bro, it's
check
just
this out.
ridiculous. Like all
Yeah,
of the
that's
flat
great,
Earth
Yude.
arguments
Stop
are
melting
sand
down.
on sand, bro. Like you guys have
Yeah,
no
hey,
actual
Yude,
grounding.
shut up for a second. You've got nothing.
Like
Hey,
my
Alec, have a
7-year-old
look in the
cousin
side
can,
chat.
can
Yeah,
debunk
Yude,
all of
shut
this.
up.
I'm looking at it.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Check in the side
That's
chat.
not
That's what
happening.
happens when. Yeah, that's great. That's what happens when you cut all the bendy cranes and shit out of it. Notice how it looks very similar to the second image.
Jesus, this picture looks like you like got a snapshot of
Exactly.
a schizophrenic's mind.
No,
Yeah,
that's a good
that's
point.
because
man.
when you understand, Yude, of what's going on, and you're
You
not just
become
talking
schizophrenic.
crap. Yeah,
Then
that's
you
great.
turn into
When you
schizo.
understand what's going on, you will understand what happens in that second image. One that I just posted.
He's entering a desperate bag where he has to try to use psychological terms
Yeah.
he probably doesn't even understand. But
Well, I'm not trying. I'm sorry. I don't think
the
you guys are
point. The
schizo.
point
Don't
is,
worry.
dude,
I
I'm
think
not
that
trying to
picture is a
insult
little bit schizophrenic. Like it's a little bit crazy, but I'm not calling you guys schizo. Don't worry. You guys are all very nice people.
you. Don't even comprehend what the picture is saying right now. So what does that mean about you? The problem is that you have something being obstructed on one day and it's not obstructed on the next. Okay, so that's not Earth curve. You understand? Because if it was,
I'm gonna throw out a
it
crazy suggestion here.
continue to
Hold
obstruct
on.
the things in the distance.
What if
That's
on
what
the
Earth
first
curve does.
day? What if on the first day he held the camera at like 4 feet, and then like on the second day he held it at like 2 feet?
He
All right, well, you
didn't.
could
They
go
were
try
held
to
the
prove
same.
that.
But he didn't. We know he didn't somehow. We just know that.
We know he didn't. Do you know how we know that?
How do we know?
We've repeated the observation.
That's how we know.
What's the evidence that he's standing at the exact same height?
Anyone can
Or that his
go and
camera's at the
repeat
same
it,
height?
inclusive of Yude. He could go and repeat it himself and confirm that we're not lying.
You can go prove my point for me.
So there's
That's a great
somebody.
argument. I'm gonna start doing that,
I
bro.
was
I'm just gonna
looking
tell
for
the
a
person they
different
can go do it
observation.
all.
No.
They can prove
Hey,
my point.
Yude, this is your point. You
This
are
is
the
your
one
point.
that's complaining.
You're telling me
You
to
are
go
the
do
one that can
this.
go and test it. You're calling us liars.
Yeah.
So go and test it. Prove that
I'm
we're
not
not lying. Or prove that
I'm
we
not.
are lying.
I'm not calling you a liar necessarily. I'm just saying
So
you don't
the
have a reason to
stop.
believe what you
Just
believe.
one sec, dude. 1 sec. So the video from the video these images is from is BLMS, and it's in the chat. If you want to go and watch it, he shows you where he sets up the tripod and everything, right? So if you want to go and watch that, that's fine. We know what he did. If you want to confirm what he did, then you can go and watch it.
It is sort of your job to confirm how you know, but I'll do it. I'll watch the video.
Okay, well,
I'll
how
cut
am
you
I
guys some
gonna
slack.
do it if
I
you
mean,
don't
you could like
watch it?
find the you could find the part in the video.
Yeah,
You could
I
maybe
also
make a
want
little
to say
easier.
one thing.
You're just
I just got
linking
one
me a
more thing.
10-minute video and telling me to go watch it. I'll do it. I'll cut you some slack here, but like that's typically like not how you're supposed to debate.
No. What you're doing is called appeal to single cause fallacy. You think the only reason that something can appear obstructed bottom up is if you like tilt the camera, and
No,
that's
I'm
just
saying.
not true. There's something called
When did I say?
atmospheric refraction is another reason why things appear obstructed bottom
I
up.
didn't say
It's
that's
in
the
your
only way
model.
it can
You
happen. I
Google
said
it.
I need evidence
You
to believe
keep
another way.
suggesting it is the reason it happened.
No, I'm
You
suggesting
think
it's the
he
only
changed
way.
the height
It's
of
the
the camera. You think he
yeah.
tilted the camera. That's
Yeah.
called appeal to single cause fallacy.
I'm not
That's not the
saying
only,
it's
and we know
I'm
for a
not
fact
saying
that's not what
it's the
happened.
only way. I'm saying if there is another way, you have to prove it. You have to prove how it can happen. But you haven't. You've just told me, oh no.
Yeah, we
So let me
have.
get
We
this
showed
straight.
you the Fresnel lens.
You're telling us that there's only one cause unless we can prove otherwise. But yet, when we show your evidence, you turn around and say, I don't want to watch your evidence. Like, what the fuck, mate? Come on.
We have access
You're
to one.
appealing to the
I'll say
single cause that the only reason things get obstructed bottom up is due to Earth curve. I'm showing you something that is being obstructed bottom up one day, and then it just goes away because of refraction the next day. So guess what? That's not Earth curve. That's not Earth curve anymore. So
how do you know
you're
that?
doing appeal to single because it could, because if it was, why isn't it obstructing the things in the distance? The horizon moved back and forth. That was never Earth curve to begin with.
But
That's
wait,
what that means.
The horizon moves
You
back
don't
and
even
forth?
understand what you're looking at. You called it
Well,
schizophrenic.
I
You
don't
don't
understand
even know
what you're
what it is.
saying. I don't understand what you're saying.
That's too bad.
Okay, let's just break it down for this kid. The horizon's supposed to be in a very particular spot. Yes or no?
No. Not at all. It's a
How big
horizon
is the ball?
subjective. There is
How big is your ball? How big is the
Wait,
ball you're standing
you
on?
guys
Dude?
realize the horizon isn't a fixed location, right?
How big is the ball you're standing on?
Wait, I just real quick. This guy is actually like a third grader. The horizon isn't in one objective spot always. We can agree on
It's
that, right?
supposed to be if you're on a fixed. If you're on a
No,
sphere,
there is
Tard,
no,
Huge,
no.
listen carefully before you have a spastic breakdown.
I'm about to
If
have
you're
one.
on a
I'm having
sphere,
one.
listen, if you're on
I'm
a
having it. It's
sphere
too late.
and you are 1 foot of elevation high, you're 1 foot tall, for whatever reason you've shrunk down, you're a very little person. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Square root of 1 equals 1 times
You're running.
1.225.
You're running so far
This
away.
will
I'm gonna
give,
pull you
yep,
right
that's
back.
great. I'm not
I'm
running.
gonna pull you right
I'm
back
going
to
to
where we were,
stand
bro.
right here. Yep.
Okay.
Stop talking through me. That's really great debate tactics.
I'm sorry.
So your horizon should be at 1.225 miles. This is based on the mathematics of a sphere that has a radius of 3,959 miles. If you don't like my mathematics, you can look in the side chat. Old Dude, for your convenience, has posted up a spherical trigonometry of a sphere with a 3,959 mile radius chart to make it nice and simple for you.
I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing, here, right?
When you look at that chart,
God.
you can
You're
work. Yeah,
scared.
that's great. He's not
I'd be
going
scared to let me talk to
Why
you,
would
man.
I be scared of a little boy who
Because you're
likes
screaming.
interrupting?
You're not letting me get a word out. Let me say one
Because
thing,
that's
please.
what you're going to say is non-relevant. And thank
It's
you
so
for
relevant.
interrupting.
It's
No,
so,
it's
so
not.
relevant.
I'll
I
tell you
promise
how
it is.
relevant it's not. I don't care. Look in the side chat at the chart that Old Dude just posted
You're
for
running
you.
away. I'm gonna pull you.
I'm
gonna
not
keep
running
asking the same
anywhere.
question.
I'm
Yes, you are.
directing you
Yes,
to
you
go
are.
somewhere. That's not running.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
See,
Can I
me
please?
directing you, I'm fat and white. I don't run. Look in the side chat. Yeah,
you're
now it's
walking
funny.
away.
Right, great.
You're turning away.
Look in this. Look in the
Well,
side
it's been
chat.
funny this whole
Can
time.
you see? Yeah, that's.
I'll look in the.
Look, I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. I thought I was going to, and he ran. He needed an excuse to bail out. Yep, that's right. Now look in the side chat. It didn't wash off, did it?
Okay, thanks for
That
letting me speak.
chart.
I'm gonna respond to
Yep,
the first
that's
thing.
great. Silence.
I'm gonna respond to the first
That
thing.
yeah, that's that. I didn't ask you to.
Oh,
In the
okay, so
side chat,
if you're
if you
just not
don't
gonna let me
trust
respond,
my,
I'm gonna leave.
yep. Excellent. He'll come back. 5, 4. Yep, great. In the side chat, that was posted. Why do these kids not want to be helped? That chart's there to help you. Do you think dropping in and out's going to help you? No, it's not. That chart
I'm just
was
hoping you
put there.
respond.
There's,
I'm hoping you respond
I haven't
here.
fucking finished. That
Yeah, you
chart
did.
was placed
You made,
there.
like,
That's
3
great.
points.
That chart. This is not debating, kid. Remember that chart was
No, I know you're not
placed there.
debating. You are far
That chart was placed there in order for you to, if you do not trust the mathematics that I gave you, you can look at that. If you don't like that, you can Google it. Now I've fucking finished. You happy?
Awesome. I'm gonna respond to what you said in order, okay? So the first claim you made, the first conclusion you came to was that under the like round Earth framework, there needs to be an objective location for the horizon, right?
It's a sphere. They're supposed to be.
Okay, so yes. Okay, so if I were to let's say I'm on a beach, right, and I see the horizon, and then I built a, let's say, like 8-foot tall concrete slab right on the ground of the beach, right, and I stand and I go back from the slab, we can agree that now the horizon's in a completely new spot, right, because now the concrete is the thing meeting the sky rather than the beach, right?
Huh?
Okay, so that's why the horizon isn't in a fixed
No,
location.
no,
at all
don't
times.
continue. Go back. Huh?
Yeah.
Means I don't understand a fucking word what you said.
I was
so
gonna
let
say
me.
it again.
Okay, I'll steel man it.
I was gonna say
You're
it again.
standing at the. I'll steel man it. You're standing at the beach. You look out. Horizon distance X. You build an 8-foot slab. Are you standing on top of the slab?
No, you back up from the slab now.
Why are you backing up? You don't have to back anywhere. You stand still.
That's going to show how the horizon can move now. The horizon's now in a different spot.
What? Huh?
Yeah, so the horizon is
Okay,
defined.
what I want you to do, stand still. The horizon should be based upon your elevation. True or false?
Based upon, no, false. Completely false.
Well, Elec, seriously, this one's getting
Yes,
dumber.
seriously. Yes, the horizon is where the sky.
There's a
The
lot I
horizon is
want
where
to
the
say.
sky meets the ground, not where. Not, it doesn't have to do with where you are. If you're looking,
Does your height change the distance to the horizon on a ball? Does your
no,
height
see
above the
that
surface
that's
of
the
a sphere
question. Okay,
change the
okay,
distance to
you're high too. You're
Are
high
you
to flat
paying
earther.
attention? I'm trying to get your attention now.
No, I'm giving
Does
you
your
props here.
height
That's what this
above
guy was
distance?
working
Just
towards
let
here.
me finish my sentence before I hear your voice. Does changing your height above the surface of a sphere change the distance to the horizon?
Yeah.
Good job. Now look at the oil rig observation.
Yeah, I just want this. I
Do
just
you
want to hear
see
this guy say
how
it.
what you're calling Earth curve, bottom up obstruction? We see bottom up obstruction to the oil rig on the right picture,
Yeah, again, you
right?
still have to tell me how you know the
That's
cameras.
bottom up obstruction. Do you
This,
think that's Earth curve?
I don't think we know enough about the video to make any
Is
conclusions.
that Earth curve? Is the bottom up obstruction occurring to that oil rig? Is that Earth curve?
I don't know.
Well, then there you go. You're not on a ball. Congratulations.
You don't know
You're
either.
correct. It's not Earth curve. No, you're correct. It's not Earth curve.
Yeah, until you can
You
tell me
don't
how
know
tall he
because
is
you
and
know it's
why
not
you
Earth
know
curve.
that. I'm watching
How
the whole
tall he
video you
is.
sent me.
The camera is 8 inches off the water.
Yeah,
We
I'm
make it
watching
a
the whole
foot.
video. The
Yeah,
video
that's
you guys
great.
sent to me,
Listening. You're not
it doesn't
listening.
show it at
You
the.
just want
It
to
shows.
yap. Yeah, that's great. Start listening, kid. For fuck's sake.
I'm listening. I
The
watched the video
camera
you guys told me
is.
to
Yeah,
watch.
that's
and
great. Go and watch the
it-
cunt again. The camera is mounted 8 inches off of the water. We cap it at 1 foot for the simplicity of mathematics for doorknobs like yourself that can't do numbers.
So the video doesn't show at all like a fixed tripod the whole time. He keeps like going back and forth and setting it up and going back. It doesn't.
You
show,
watch
like,
him walk down to the water. He drops the camera, nearly falls in the water.
Bro, this is silly. He's accusing the guy of changing the height above the surface and the angle of the lens. Dude, I used to have more observations of the same effect with definitely a stationed camera. There are surveyors that have proven this effect, dude. Like you are actually talking out your ass right now.
Why don't you give me the link to the surveyors? Like these, what are they, like college educated
Red herring.
surveyors?
That's totally.
I mean, if he can keep this distrust going to his own model of the globe, that would be great.
It's atmospheric refraction, dude. There was a dude that set up a camera over
My model of the
5
globe
days.
doesn't have like one
He
way
took
to prove
he
it.
took pictures every day for 5 days. He didn't move
My
his
model
camera.
of the globe doesn't include like multiple localized suns and stuff. Like my model,
He
it
doesn't
needs
like
way
the
less
fact of
assumptions.
refraction. You don't like
Are you guys
refraction, right?
are you guys like the flat earthers who believe in like the multiple suns, or is that like too low tier for you guys?
Can you define refraction? Do you know what refraction means?
Oh, when something refracts, probably.
Okay. Okay, so that might be part of the problem in this conversation. You don't even know what it's about.
Yeah, I mean, I think refraction is just when
He's
like
not
light
airing good five.
when
He's just
light
a little
reflects
clown to come
off
here
of
and mouth
something.
off.
When light reflects itself, or like off of something else.
When
You
light
certainly know
reflects
what
off
it's supposed
something.
to mean, kind of. Yeah, close, I guess.
I mean, I'm gonna look up the definition of refraction. If I'm like crazy far off, I'll pay you like $20, bro.
I think
You
Bar's
weren't
right.
right, but you're close to
Refraction
being
is the
right.
bending of a wave of light as it passes from one medium to another. Like okay, come on, give me that one, bro. Cut me
Okay,
some slack
that's
here.
excellent. So when you're looking at those oil rigs, what's the second medium?
It's the second medium. I don't even know how to answer that question, bro.
Because there isn't one.
Oh, I might just lost power.
You like that, Alec?
But seriously, are you guys the like localized suns?
There is
kind
no
of flat earthers,
second
or
medium,
no?
dude. You're looking through the same layer of atmosphere over distance. There is no accumulation of water to increase the effects of refraction over distance, over this body of water. You go from 5 miles to 10 miles, and you just think there's more water 10 miles away. It's going to make the light bend more. That's not reality. That's not measured. That's not even science.
Coming back.
That's just dumb. Just to say something like that is happening just because you want Earth to be curving, it's just dumb.
Do you guys think that like I know we don't really believe in like planets in here and whatnot, or like stars, but how far away, like when you see a star or a planet at
Don't
night, how
tell
far
us
do you
what
guys
we
think?
believe.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm just assuming, but like when you see a planet outside at night, how far away do you think it is? Even if it's like
Who
a
knows,
government
mate?
psyop. Can we agree that it's
What do you
probably
mean
more than 5?
What do you mean a government psyop?
I don't know, whatever you guys think planets are. But can we agree that's probably more than 5
Why would
miles
it be
away?
a government psyop when everyone can see it?
Sorry, you're right. Can we agree that whatever the planets are at night, they're at least 5 miles away?
Who gave you that measurement?
I'm just asking if we can agree on that.
What do you mean at least 5 miles away?
Like the distance from us to whatever that planet is at least, at the very minimum, 5 miles. Can we agree?
Yeah, I'd agree with
Why?
that. Yeah.
Oh, you'd agree.
Yeah,
Okay, so
fair
then why
enough.
is it that? Yeah, okay. So why don't the
If
planets
it's
that are
if
super
it's a
far away?
solid if
Why
it's a
aren't they
solid
refracting from the
object,
bottom up?
if it's a solid object,
Why aren't the planets refracting from the bottom up though?
what are you talking about, dude?
When something's like 5 miles away, then the light refracts it and makes it
Are
bend
you
from the bottom
looking
up,
up?
right?
Are you looking up?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so how much atmosphere are you looking for through?
As much atmosphere as if you were looking to the side.
No, you're not.
Wrong.
5% of the atmosphere that you are looking horizontally.
So wait, you're saying if you look horizontally, you're looking through 5% of the entire atmosphere?
Nope.
The
That's not
point
what I
is, dude,
said.
refraction doesn't. I'm sorry. I
No,
want to
you're
Just
right.
derail. Just completely
Go
derail.
The
You're
ahead.
good.
refraction only causes atmospheric refraction only causes vertical displacement. This observation, if you're on a ball, is indicative that the atmosphere Earth curve move back and forth. That's not what refraction does. You should see if there was refraction changing the apparent position of the horizon line, it would just lift it up. It wouldn't make things become unobstructed. You just see the oil rig obstructed at a higher position. That's
Just
what
kind of like
refraction would
distancing
do
yourself from my question as much
to
as you can.
something far away, obstructed by the horizon. It would
You're
just
distancing
lift
yourself
the
from my
obstructed
question.
image up.
Can you answer the question?
What I'm saying is your observation, like the math and the science that you need for this observation on a ball, is pseudoscience. You
Wait, but I
need like an
asked the
increase in
question.
density over distance. You
I'm
think
getting to
that
make a
density is
claim.
the reason for refraction? It's actually not. Over
No,
distance, the density of the atmosphere is actually decreasing
you're working yourself
because
up,
your
dude, and
angle to the
you're
image
responding to the wrong
is like
thing.
it's in a higher layer of the atmosphere, so it's actually getting thinner. The air is getting thinner the further you're targeted.
Right, and so that's why when
So
you
no,
look
it's
up at
not getting
planets that
more dense to make it be lifted up higher.
right, and that's that. So what you're explaining should happen to planets when we look up at them, right? They should also be cropping away from the bottom up.
It's a lot of random shit I'm trying to tell you. You're talking about planets. All right.
Yeah,
whatever.
because planets are something we can see that
Then
are
what's in the
also very,
sky?
very far away.
Planets coming from the word planetus, meaning to wander, wandering star.
There's
Right.
no surface in the sky neither, so
There's no surface in the sky. I mean, there's planets, there's surfaces, and stars and whatever.